everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Bone King, The Restorer's Wildlife, Chapter 51 to 100, Rune Equipment. The third rune script was still successful, but Rowan felt that the state of the 3 rune scripts was not as stable as 2, though the equipment still had room to withstand more. So the 4th rune script, Physical Resistance, was injected. The surrounding dwarves were so tense they didn't even dare to breathe. However, this time, luck wasn't as good. The power of the equipment began to become chaotic, like a sandcastle where, once one side starts to collapse, the complete collapse of the entire castle is not far off. Rowan's expression changed, and he quickly threw it far into the sandpit next to the workshop. With a loud bang, a ball of fire erupted from the sandpit, and the equipment disintegrated. The danger level of rune scripts is truly not low, they are extremely perilous in an unstable state. Sigh, the 4th script still failed, Rowan sighed helplessly. Gongda, who could only inject 2 scripts, was speechless. Does that even sound human? Enchanting 3 scripts was already top tier among the dwarves. If he added 1 more, Rowan would be the unique rune master among the current dwarves. This human learned rune script in such a short time. Rowan perked up. Continue. After the first failure, Rowan had grasped some techniques. He continued for a second time, being even more careful this time. After a long while, he succeeded. The intermediate equipment forged, after being enchanted with 4 rune scripts, had its attributes strengthened, but it still couldn't break through to the advanced level, though it had reached a critical point. If there was 1 more rune script, or if one of the scripts was changed to an intermediate rune script, then it could break through. Low-level scripts were really too weak. Although the surrounding dwarves were cheering, they had witnessed the birth of the strongest rune craftsman. However, Rowan wasn't very excited. The Bone King could casually pull out a piece of junk equipment with 20 rune scripts. He still had a long way to go. Continue forging. The dwarf clan had plenty of materials, perfect for practice, and the finished products could greatly enhance the dwarf clan's strength. The trade-off was that the number of times ordinary dwarves could forge recently had drastically decreased, only being able to work on common materials at most. While Rowan was busy hammering away, the dwarf council was in session. 8 dwarves sat in a circle, some were silent, some were frowning in distress, some were furious, some were expressionless, and some were deep in thought. Council members had no hierarchy, only the topics of discussion, and the presiding person differed. The commander-in-chief was presiding over this meeting. Everyone, our contact with the Quagoa is increasing, and recent conflicts are becoming more frequent. Several of our young lads have already died in the mines. The chief of general affairs said, I hear the Quagoa have more warriors recently, and the digging beastman king's strength has also grown. Yes, that fellow is very formidable. I led an elite squad, and we were no match for him. If it weren't for the protection of the Great Rift Valley and the fortress beside it, we wouldn't have made it back. Everyone fell silent. Earlier they actually had several cities, but now only the royal capital remained. The southern city of Fio Rezo, for instance, had to be abandoned due to the threat from the Quagoa. And the old royal capital was destroyed and occupied by the Frost Dragon. The dwarf clan's strength was too weak. If it weren't for the natural barrier of the Great Rift Valley holding back the Quagoa, they would have been wiped out long ago. However, even with the Great Rift Valley, it wasn't absolutely safe. Firstly, many minerals needed to be excavated on the other side, and now with the increasing numbers of Quagoa, this work was becoming more and more dangerous. Secondly, the threat to the capital was growing daily. The Great Rift Valley coupled with the fortress seemed foolproof, but in reality, if the Quagoa were to go all out, leading their elites in a fearless attack, the possibility of breaking through the fortress was not zero. If their enemy, the Frost Dragon, were added to the mix, then being breached would be inevitable. The Great Rift Valley could stop the Quagoa, but it couldn't stop the Frost Dragon. Once the fortress fell, they would only be able to close the gate to the passage, falling into a predicament like catching a turtle in a jar, and they would be the turtle. The chief of general affairs asked, "What's the situation with the Frost Dragon?" They are still in the old royal capital. They don't seem to have allied. Everyone felt a little relieved. If they hadn't allied, it was still manageable. However, the number of orcs is growing daily. If this problem isn't resolved, our fortress might not be able to hold out for much longer. Are we to clear them out, reduce the number of orcs? But we only have about 100 warriors, while the orcs number over 10,000. A clear-out is simply unrealistic, the head of food industry said with a helpless expression. The dwarf clan's numbers were simply too small. With too few clansmen, the number of warriors couldn't increase, and the number of magic casters was even pitifully small. Going to encircle and annihilate the orcs with such a small number of people, wouldn't that be like sheep entering a tiger's den? The commander-in-chief proposed, isn't Master Rowan very powerful? From my observation, he is stronger than the leader of the Quagoa, not weaker. Why not entrust this to him? This. Everyone fell silent. The commander-in-chief was very powerful, but in front of Master Rowan, he was like a child being toyed with. Undoubtedly, Master Rowan had entered the heroic realm, and he was certainly stronger than the digging beastman king. What the dwarves couldn't do, Master Rowan might not be unable to do. The chief of general affairs nodded, that's a good suggestion. We can offer advanced materials and our knowledge as payment for the commission. Advanced materials. We don't have many of those either, do we? The workshop head jumped up. Even he rarely got materials of that grade, and in the past 2 years, he hadn't even touched them once. There's no other way, these are the only things we can offer. After all, we taught him the rune script technology completely. He'll surely remember this favor. It's fine, I'll go talk to him about this. Seeing the Chief of General Affairs take on this task, everyone felt a little uneasy. Firstly, commissioning a master to fight felt somewhat improper, like using a precious jade artifact as a weapon. Such a valuable talent should be carefully protected. Secondly, although they had taught him rune script was an outdated technology, and besides, in the past half-month, he had crafted so many valuable pieces of equipment that their value already exceeded the value of rune script technology itself. It was against etiquette to ask a guest to do such a dangerous thing, and the dwarves were clearly unwilling to do so. However, there was truly no other option now. If the royal capital was breached, they would have no home. Everyone remained silent, and the Chief of General Affairs left first. No matter what, they had to try. Chapter 52, The Dwarf's Commission. Invite me for a drink. Rowan put down the equipment in his hand, and looked at the Chief of General Affairs standing in front of him with a strange expression. The Chief of General Affairs had a smile on his face, but Rowan always had a feeling that he had ill intentions. Yes, it's been a long time since I've chatted with Master Rowan. If you could grace us with your presence, that would be wonderful. All right, I'll go after I've finished crafting this equipment. After mastering the enchantment of 4 rune scripts, Rowan began to research the enchantment of intermediate scripts. Currently, there are 2 methods, one is pure intermediate enchantment, and the other is a scheme of 3 low-tier plus 1 intermediate. Among them, for pure intermediate enchantment, Rowan could enchant 2, but the third would start to explode. For the second scheme, the success rate was about half, but it wasn't perfect. The research of rune script needed to continue to deepen. After finishing his work, Rowan followed the Chief of General Affairs to drink. Sitting in a dwarf-specific tavern, after drinking for a while, the Chief of General Affairs began to pour out his grievances, speaking of how despicable their enemies, the Quagoa, were. He said that those damned creatures could even devour ores, making them the most hated monsters of all craftsmen, and also mentioned that their southern city had been occupied by them. In recent years, their strength had not weakened, but had grown stronger. At this rate, the capital would eventually be breached. His prediction was correct, in a few years, the Quagoa would breach the fortress. If it weren't for the help of the Bone King, the dwarf clan wouldn't last a few years. Rowan finally understood what he meant. This old fellow, he wondered if he had learned it from the human race, why was he so roundabout? All right, I can help you clear out the orcs. After all, you also taught me rune technology. Thank you very much. In return, we are willing to provide 3 high-tier materials. The requirement is to clear at least 1,000 Quagoa around the new capital. If you can eliminate the king of the Quagoa, we are willing to open up the dwarf clan's library and let you view all of the dwarf clan's heritage. Rowan didn't care about the Quagoa, but he cared very much about the high-tier materials and the dwarf clan's heritage. One must know that the frozen Fong Pain he had acquired not long ago was only a high-tier material. And the dwarf clan's heritage was even more compelling. Although the dwarf clan had declined, their ancestors had once prospered, and rune script was merely one of the dwarf clan's technologies. Are you sure? Rowan asked. Of course, the dwarf clan's heritage has been passed down by our dwarf clan's ancestors. It is the lifeblood of our dwarf clan. If it weren't for Master Rowan being a forging master, we would never offer it. The high-tier materials are also precious, passed down by our ancestors for so many years. There are only a few of them. I see, all right, I'll take the mission. Rowan smiled. The Quagoa not only provide experience, but can also be exchanged for such high-value rewards. Moreover, the forbidden spell he had created during this time had no chance for practical exercise, and the Quagoa were undoubtedly the most suitable targets. It was a complete win-win situation. For blacksmiths, creatures like the Quagoa that eat ores are best eradicated. Thank you very much. The Chief of General Affairs was also overjoyed. Although knowledge is precious, it does not disappear when taught to others. The Quagoa, however, threatened the survival of the dwarf clan. If Rowan could complete the mission, the dwarf clan would not have to worry about the threat of the orcs for 10 years. As for the frost dragon, there was really nothing that could be done. The dwarf clan acknowledged Rowan's strength, but to say he could defeat a frost dragon was a pipe dream. The Chief of General Affairs began to introduce the Quagoa to Rowan. The Quagoa, like the dwarf clan, had lived in this mountain range for a long time. In earlier times, although the Quagoa occasionally caused trouble for the dwarf clan, it was only minor trouble. For the dwarf clan, their biggest enemy was only the frost dragon. The Quagoa were not even qualified. But with the decline of the dwarf clan, enemies that were once disregarded became a hurried threat. Especially since a genius was born in the Quagoa. His name was Bailey Yuluo. This was a terrifying digging orc. His strength improved very quickly. He united the scattered Quagoa tribes and became the king of the Quagoa. His strength was immense, surpassing any previous orc, and he had long since entered the hero realm. The southern city of the dwarf clan was destroyed by the Quagoa army he led. If it weren't for the existence of the Great Canyon, their current capital would be difficult to hold. No one in the dwarf clan was his match, and only the outsider Rowan had the possibility of dealing with this monster. Rowan smiled and agreed. The Chief of General Affairs reminded Rowan that the Quagoa were powerful, and that he must be careful. If the situation was not right, he should retreat quickly. After drinking all night, Rowan set off the next morning. He didn't pay much attention to the Quagoa. The only thing that could draw his attention here was the frost dragon. First, he headed to the Great Canyon, where the dwarf clan's fortress was, serving as their front line. Rowan had bypassed this place before. He had crows and could fly, but the Quagoa could not. There were only a dozen dwarf clan guards in the fortress. These dwarf clan members had long heard of Rowan's name, and quickly let him pass. Looking at the deep Great Canyon, Rowan felt a slight interest. What was at the bottom of this Great Canyon was not explained in the plot. The dwarf clan captain of the fortress saw Rowan staring at the Great Canyon and reminded him, "Master Rowan, you shouldn't be curious enough to go down there. We don't know how deep this Great Canyon is. We once sent 2 reconnaissance teams, and not a single person returned. No matter what creature enters the Great Canyon, they never come back. It's all right, I don't plan to go down." Rowan looked at the crack, but he couldn't see what was below at all. However, he had a strange premonition that the monsters below were absolutely very powerful. Even using crows to scout would not be safe. Rowan hesitated for a moment and gave up the idea of using crows to scout. It wouldn't be too late to go down and see after his level increased a bit. Rowan greeted the dwarf clan captain and then left in a hurry. After leaving the Great Canyon for a while, Rowan's slightly tense mood slowly relaxed. He opened the intelligence provided by the dwarf clan. Rowan's goal was simple, to go straight to the Quaggoa lair and kill their king. On the way to the lair, Rowan encountered a team of orcs. These guys howled a few times excitedly after seeing Rowan. These guys looked a bit like werewolves, but they also possessed some intelligence. Just as the dwarf clan's chief of general affairs had said before, these creatures that devour ores are the enemies of all craftsmen. Rowan indeed had no good feelings for them. These guys probably rarely saw humans. Upon encountering Rowan, they excitedly rushed over, wanting to capture him. Chapter 53, The Quaggoa King. All right, I'll use you all to test the forbidden spell I've been developing during this time. Rowan greatly enhanced the destructive power of the forbidden spell, which was derived from the second-tier spell, Lightning Lance. It consumed twice the magic power and a large amount of mental energy compared to the original, making it so that a second-tier spellcaster would be exhausted after using it once. Its destructive power could reach the third tier, even surpassing that of an average third-tier spell. Of course, for Rowan, this level of consumption was negligible. Second-tier forbidden spell, Enhanced Lightning Lance. A massive lightning lance pierced through the leading digging orc, and the remaining energy scattered, causing the surrounding Quaggoa to fall into a paralyzed state. Wind Blade. Several wind blades decapitated them. Although the forbidden spell Lightning Lance had high damage, its tier was still too low, offering almost no improvement for Rowan. His greater gain was the techniques acquired through constructing and creating this forbidden spell. After killing several Quaggoa, Rowan collected their bodies. Now let's begin testing the second forbidden spell created during this time. Third tier forbidden spell, The Wandering Dead. This forbidden spell originated from a third tier undead summoning spell. Rowan modified and expanded it, giving birth to a new forbidden spell. Because this forbidden spell differed too much from the original magic, it was given a new name. After Rowan's modification, this magic belonged to the eerie category. It was inherently difficult to cast, requiring a magic circle, a ritual, and a lengthy incantation to activate. As the magic circle was laid out, Rowan, following the ritual, began placing the Quaggoa bodies at various positions, then started chanting. After the lengthy incantation concluded, the magic circle consumed the Quaggoa bodies, and in the center of the magic circle, a translucent ghost materialized. The ghost opened its vacant eyes and stared blankly at Rowan. The Wandering Dead, an eerie undead creature created by a forbidden spell, was a fourth-tier entity. It possessed strange abilities such as invisibility, phasing through walls, possession, and entering dreams. It could unleash a move that would result in mutual destruction with the enemy, but its existence was limited to 3 hours. This magic was incredibly eerie and powerful, far surpassing the enhanced Lightning Lance. Although it had a time limit, an ordinary fourth-tier undead would definitely not be as strong as this Wandering Dead. Rowan controlled the Wandering Dead to lead the way. Soon, they encountered a new squad of Quaggoa. The Wandering Dead directly possessed the strongest digging orc among them, then controlled the digging orc's body to attack its teammates. Rowan merely observed from the side, even taking out a notebook to record his findings. He had completed the creation of 2 forbidden spells during this time. The reason for such speed was Rowan's high-tier status creating low-tier magic. From a high vantage point, the difficulty was much lower. However, 4th-tier forbidden spells were much more difficult, and 5th-tier spells were out of the question, with absolutely no ideas. The Wandering Dead excelled in its eeriness and lack of physical form, but its weaknesses were also apparent. It feared holy magic, and its existence time was too short. Using it against a group of ordinary Quaggoa was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Yet, it couldn't possess powerful creatures, making it only suitable for bullying weaker opponents. Perhaps it was better suited for reconnaissance, and its most powerful trait was its ability to share fate. However, sharing fate still had limitations. it could only affect beings of the same tier or lower. Against a being one tier higher, it could only cause some damage, and against those 2 tiers higher, it had no effect at all. This magic was quite strong for users below hero rank, usable as a trump card, but for hero rank individuals, it was quite limited, and for those who were exceptional, it was completely unnecessary. Nevertheless, the concept and potential of this magic were very good. Future modification directions would involve increasing the Wandering Dead's tier, or making its body completely transparent, fully committing to a reconnaissance role. Furthermore, this magic had another advantage. Because it utilized corpses, its consumption was relatively low, almost comparable to an ordinary third-tier spell. Without corpses, the consumption would be terrifying. The bodies of this squad of Quagoa were enough to continue summoning the Wandering Dead. Soon, Rowan had 2 Wandering Dead. They killed every squad they encountered, and before long, Rowan had over a dozen Wandering Dead by his side. Looking at the dozen or so Wandering Dead of varying appearances around him, Rowan felt a chill down his spine. They pushed straight through to the enemy's gathering point. He had expected to launch a surprise attack, but to his surprise, a large group of Quagoa was already assembled and ready. The Digging Beastman King led a pile of elite Quagoa and ordinary digging orc warriors. At a glance, there were 3,000 to 4,000 of them. It was impressive that this fellow could gather so many in such a short time. Bay Uloro, Digging Orc. Level, 30. Karma, 40. Class, Digging Orc, LV10, Digging Beastman King, LV10, Emperor, LV2, Ascetic Monk, LV5, Martial Monk, LV4. Who are you, and why do you slaughter my people? The Digging Beastman King was fully armed, leading his army. He was tall, with sharp eyes, and exuded a powerful aura. This fellow was very formidable, a super genius. At a young age, he had united all the Quagoa, and became their king, surpassing the ancient heroes of the Quagoa. With immense strength, extremely high intelligence, the ability to organize a large army in just a few hours, and strong information-gathering capabilities. In the story, the dwarf clan surrendered to the Bone King, after Shaltir slaughtered them down to 5,000 in number. It was said that he later became Blood Emperor's only friend, becoming like sworn brothers with Blood Emperor. Although he was a talented individual, Rowan detested anything that consumed minerals. I am an assistant invited by the dwarf clan. My purpose is to eliminate you all. Just you alone. To deal with you all, I alone am enough. I apologize, but all of you must die here. Arrogant human. Soldiers, charge. The numerous Quagoa let out roars and charged towards Rowan. Rowan controlled the Wandering Dead to rush towards the Digging Beastman King. The Quagoa frantically slashed at the Wandering Dead with their blades, but alas, they couldn't even touch their bodies. The Wandering Dead couldn't possess the Digging Beastman King, his level was too high. However, the surrounding Quagoa were not restricted. They possessed the surrounding elite warriors, then immediately drew their blades and attacked the Digging Beastman King. Facing the sudden attack from his personal guards, the Digging Beastman King was startled but quickly reacted, drawing his weapon and engaging in battle with the surrounding close-quarters guards. What's wrong with you all? Are you being controlled? Wake up! The Digging Beastman King roared in anger, but he couldn't awaken his subordinates. When they were possessed, their consciousness had already fallen completely into slumber. It was almost impossible to awaken them. Chapter 54, The Brain Circuits of the Transformed. That side was already in chaos, and Rowan had no time to deal with it, because he still had to handle the group of Quagoa rushing over. Facing a sea of enemies, he could only use large area magic. Rowan now had a few such spells at his disposal. Electric Net, Hurricane, and Ice Vortex were all low-tier area of effect spells, derived from Flutter's memories. Hurricane swept the surrounding Quagoa into the sky, and Electric Net shocked a large area at once. It was just a pity that its power was a bit low, unable to instantly kill these Quagoa, only paralyzing them on the ground. The Ice Vortex, however, was very powerful, directly cutting down the Quagoa caught within it, silencing them with each swirl. After the 3 area of effect spells, the surroundings were instantly cleared, with at least 100 Quagoa eliminated. However, subsequent Quagoa were already rushing forward in an endless stream. They were fearless of death, daring to charge at any enemy, no matter how powerful. With his MP still relatively ample, Rowan cast one area of effect spell after another, eliminating wave after wave of Quagoa, and his experience soared. These area of effect spells were still too low tier, even Ice Storm was only a 3rd tier spell. He lacked larger area, more powerful area of effect magic. Only 5th tier, or even 6th tier, magic had barely sufficient destructive power. Bone King's super tier magic, Black Goat, caused tens of thousands of deaths with a single strike. Compared to him, Rowan's current methods were simply unpresentable. For the next forbidden spell, he could research large area destructive magic. The magic he currently possessed was still too limited. Under Rowan's magical bombardment, no Quagoa could approach him. Meanwhile, the Digging Beastman King's side was also in great turmoil. Under the siege of more than a dozen wanderers, the Digging Beastman King's life hung by a thread. After finally escaping with great difficulty, he looked ahead and saw that his own warriors had suffered over 1,000 casualties. How long had it been? Damn it, how did such terrifying enemies suddenly appear? He had to retreat. He let out a sharp roar, ordering all the Quagoa to fall back. Humph, trying to run. Too late. Rowan chanted a spell, and after a moment, directly teleported behind the enemy. Teleportation magic was too slow and had too short a range, it was not good to use. He needed to find an opportunity to get upper-tier teleportation. After teleporting, Rowan unleashed another barrage of spells, and the Quagoa fell like cut wheat. However, Rowan's MP was also running low, with only about a quarter remaining. He didn't hold back and directly used the alchemist's skill, Mana Surge, and his mana began to slowly recover. This skill was very powerful, hundreds of times faster than natural recovery, and MP recovered at a visible rate. Because he had always lacked the conditions, this was Rowan's first time using this skill. This time, he mainly wanted to test its effect. The Digging Beastman King let out an angry roar and pounced towards Rowan. Soul Stripping. Rowan directly used this skill, drawing out the opponent's soul. However, when he wanted to modify this soul, the opponent's soul let out an unyielding roar and directly collapsed. Rowan was stunned. It was his first time encountering a soul that could not be modified. This guy's will was extremely firm. He was quite a character. Rowan sighed helplessly, then grabbed another high-level individual who looked like a higher-up, and after using soul stripping, modified his soul. This time, it was successful. Rowan used various spells, cooperating with the Wanderers, to clean up the remaining Quagoa. The Wanderers also suffered significant losses, with more than half gone. Although Wanderers were immune to physical damage, they were not immune to magical damage, so it was normal for them to suffer losses when the opponent had overwhelming numbers. Rowan was still very satisfied with the Wanderer's combat power. This 3rd-tier forbidden spell, which he had modified himself, had destructive power that was stronger, not weaker, than a 4th-tier spell, and its greatest ability was not in destruction. The controlled digging orc knelt before Rowan. Look around, all your companions' corpses, and your king also died by my hand. What are your thoughts on this? The digging orc said solemnly, it is their honor to die by master's hand. If anyone stands before master, no matter who, even my closest kin, I will kill them without hesitation. These tribesmen are not enough to measure my magnanimity. Granting them death that is master's benevolence. Good heavens, you truly are a filial son. Rowan once again realized the terrifying nature of the soul-stripping skill. Soul collapse was actually the best outcome. Having one soul modified was simply worse than death. However, it seemed a bit premature. For some beings whose thoughts were already quite twisted, perhaps having their souls modified would be even better. What do you think of your former self? Do you know that you are loyal to me because of the effects of certain magic? The digging orc respectfully said, of course. My former self was in a state of muddle-headedness until I met Master. Only then did I find my true self. My past self fills me with disgust. If I had not met Master and remained in that muddle-headed state, I would rather have died. Your magic does not control me, it awakens me. Ah, is that how it is? Rowan's soul had never been modified, so he couldn't understand this kind of thought process. You are very good. Forget your previous name. From today onwards you shall be called Rand. I hope you will work hard and become the next Digging Beastman King. Thank you, Master, for the bestowed name. I will certainly strive hard. Good. Now please take me to find the Digging Beastman King's collection, including the things acquired from the dwarves. Rand respectfully said, Yes, Master. The previous king trusted me greatly. I know where he kept all his things. Please follow me. Good, it truly is you. With someone leading the way, things became simple. The civilization level of the Quagoa was not actually high, they mostly relied on their physical strength to conquer. The Digging Beastman King's collection mainly consisted of 3 parts. The first part was the high-grade ores they had excavated, a total of 5 pieces. They couldn't devour ores of this grade, so they could only keep them. Most of the others were eaten, and the remaining few were not valuable. The second part was the collection acquired after breaking through the dwarven southern city. Fortunately, this Digging Beastman King had foresight, and these items were not destroyed. If it had been a less intelligent savage digging orc, they would probably have been directly destroyed. There were many items acquired from the dwarves, including books, tools, materials, and so on. Rowan only found the books and materials appealing, the tools were all low-grade and not very useful. The third part consisted of prisoners held by the Quagoa, as well as monster materials and such. Rowan looked at them and found nothing valuable, so he released all the captured dwarves. Not bad, the Digging Orc tribe's collection was quite substantial. Chapter 55, Practicing Among the Dwarves. After collecting the materials, he also took the Digging Beastman King's corpse. After all, it was a hero rank being, and the demi-human's corpse might still be useful. As for Rand, Rowan granted him a set of superior armor and a longsword, instructing him to try and lead the remaining Quagoa and collect ores of intermediate grade and above. Rand respectfully accepted the order, vowing to lead the Quagoa for Rowan and collect ores for him. This fellow was indeed talented, but unfortunately, after the soul transformation, his potential was greatly reduced, and his future achievements would be very limited. Otherwise, he could have been nurtured properly. With the mission complete, Rowan returned to the royal capital. He flew back comfortably, holding a crow. After Rowan returned and explained the situation, the dwarves initially couldn't believe it. It was too fast, it had only been 1 day, right? No, not even a day. In such a short time, he had annihilated an army of several thousand Quagoa. And he even eliminated the strongest orc king in history. There had to be a limit to jokes. However, once the dispatched scouts returned, and the captured dwarves came back, everything was confirmed. The scouts saw countless corpses of Quagoa, and Rowan also displayed the Digging Beastman King's corpse. The 8 dwarf leaders fell silent. Among them, the commander-in-chief was plunged into an inexplicable fear. Was this guy really hero rank? No, he was very likely an even more powerful being, a terrifying creature known as an aberrant, a realm that even their former king had never reached. At the city gate, the other party had definitely held back. The commander-in-chief broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that his rudeness had almost led to the destruction of the dwarf clan. This man, he was not in the so-called hero realm, but an even more terrifying existence, capable of destroying the entire dwarf kingdom. The other party's kind smile also became unfathomable in the eyes of the dwarves. His strength might be comparable to that of a frost dragon, right? Although they didn't know the specific strength of the frost dragon, it was probably not far from the legendary aberrants. These were the thoughts in the dwarves' minds. Rowan returned to his residence, and soon, the dwarves sent over boxes and boxes of superior materials, as well as treasured books from the dwarf clan. Rowan's eyes gleamed. Knowledge was the most valuable thing. The dwarf clan was most skilled in forging, and rune technology was only a part of it. There were also various other forging techniques, enchanting methods, and so on. Besides forging, dwarves had achievements in architecture, alchemy, magic, and other fields. However, many of these had been taken by the frost dragon. Even so, the remaining information was not to be underestimated. Rowan devoured these materials, only regretting that he didn't have the ninja profession. Otherwise, he could have learned faster with a shadow clone technique. It would be great if he could acquire a ninja profession, but the ninja profession seemed to be a thief-type profession that extremely enhanced stealth and physical damage, belonging to the physical major. Its advanced professions would most likely also be physical. If that were the case, it would be quite awkward. Rowan focused on magic, so taking a physical profession would be a bit of a waste. However, it was still a bit too early to think about these things. The acquisition of knowledge was a long process. Rowan could only choose the parts he needed, and for most others, he would just glance at the table of contents to get a general idea of the content, then choose to skip them. In fact, the vast majority of it had very limited use for him. In terms of magic, Rowan directly abandoned some low-level, useless spells, only learning those with more prominent effects. The process of learning magic was even slower. Rowan could only hastily memorize everything, and then slowly organize it later. He couldn't help but sigh, wishing he could learn a spell just by seeing someone else cast it. Learning magic one by one like this, when would he ever reach the level of a master? This was even after acquiring Flutter's knowledge. Without that foundation of knowledge, he would be completely lost now. Though the path of learning was arduous, it was one he had to take. Thus, Rowan quickly fell into a busy two-point-a-line life of blacksmithing and studying. During the day, he either forged or practiced magic, and at night, he studied intensely, working harder than for college entrance exams. After the Quagoa incident, Rowan's prestige among the dwarves soared. If he wished, he could even join the council as a human, and become a manager of the dwarf clan. Of course, Rowan certainly didn't have that much free time. The dwarf clan were not only master smiths but also great builders. Rowan found something interesting in their inherited material, a magical city. This was the name of the design book. This design book was a city prototype designed by the dwarf clan's architects and archmages after collective research for over 200 years. The city's scope was not large, but it was entirely composed of magical architecture, practically a magical fortress. According to estimates, if successfully built, even a frost dragon could be easily defeated. Unfortunately, this magical city required too many materials and the magic rank was too high, consuming human and material resources that the dwarves simply could not afford. Therefore, only a prototype was designed, left for future generations to improve upon, so that it could be attempted when resources were sufficient. The wise men of centuries past believed in the wisdom of future generations. However, what they didn't expect was that after that battle 200 years ago, the dwarves did not advance further but instead steadily declined. By now, 200 years later, the dwarf clan was almost on the verge of extinction. Let alone building that magical city, now there were only a few people who could even understand it. For the dwarves, this was a wild and imaginative design book, but for Rowan, these things were not impossible to achieve. Rowan recorded it, and he could try to build it later. Although the dwarf clan was in decline, he could try to build it himself in the future. Rowan did not have his own guild, and naturally, he would be at a disadvantage against the Bone King. If he could build a magical base, he could slightly even the odds. In addition, as his magic studies deepened, Rowan occasionally saw prompts for satisfying some basic spellcaster professions, and even intermediate professions. However, they were only basic and advanced professions. Even with his abilities, they were still just advanced professions, and Rowan was unwilling, so he abandoned them all. Time flew by. Rowan spent every day busy with blacksmithing and studying, and even the passage of time became dulled. Immersed in the study of magic every day, his life was actually quite comfortable. If it weren't for the Bone King's future arrival, Rowan wouldn't want to be so hurried. He only wanted a leisurely, slow-paced life. Unfortunately, the threat of the future prevented him from stopping. Chapter 56, Rare Occupation, Elemental Holy Spirit. Several months passed. One evening, after Rowan had mastered a new 5th-tier spell, a prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Basic knowledge of the advanced job, Arch-Elementalist, has been learned. Prerequisites for Arch-Elementalist, Elementalist LV-15, Mage LV-15, Master 1/3 tier or higher Ice, Fire, Lightning, and Dark spell each. Class Evolver triggered. Prerequisites have been waived. The rare job derived from Arch-Elementalist is Elemental Saint Spirit. The prerequisites for this job are Arch-Elementalist LV-5, which LV-10, Master 1/6 tier or higher Ice, Fire, Lightning, and Dark spell each. Class Evolver triggered. Prerequisites have been waived. Do you wish to take this job? The rare job Elemental Saint Spirit. This clearly looks like a proper damage-dealing job. Rowan was moved to tears. He finally had a proper magic damage-dealing job. Look at what those two previous rare magic jobs were. Mother of Life is a survival job, with first-rate survival and support abilities, but for damage, it only barely had soul stripping for some output. And Forbidden Curse Weaver is a late-game job, with almost no damage output in the early stages, and its special abilities are all growth support types, so it had almost no presence in the early game. Although he already had several rare jobs, they couldn't be fully utilized due to his low level. There was nothing to hesitate about, he would take the job immediately. Congratulations on becoming an Elemental Saint Spirit. Obtained passive skill, Elemental Arcana. Obtained passive skill, Elemental Focus. Obtained passive skill, Elemental Mastery. Elemental Arcana, passive enhances affinity with elements, allowing more efficient use of elemental magic, and greatly increasing the efficiency of learning and modifying elemental magic. Elemental Focus, passive when using elemental magic, it can reduce the enemy's resistance to that element down to a minimum of 0. Elemental Mastery, passive increases damage dealt by the 4 elements and reduces MP consumption when using elemental magic. These 3 passive skills are all pure damage passives, without a single defensive or support type, unlike the flashy nature of the previous 2 rare jobs. Simple and brutal, purely stacking damage, and the skill tree for Elemental Saint Spirit is Falling Star Annihilation, active generates meteors of the 4 elemental attributes that continuously fall. The more elemental spells mastered, the more meteors there are. Limited to 1 use/1 day. Requires Elemental Saint Spirit LV1, Saint Spirit Crystal, active continuously condenses elemental power, forming a giant Saint Spirit crystal which then explodes. The longer the condensation time, the larger the crystal, and the greater the explosion's power. 1 use/3 days. Requires Elemental Saint Spirit LV3, 6th element, active continuously condenses the 4 major elements, forming and compressing a new element at the core, then releasing its energy. 1 use/7 days. Requires Elemental Saint Spirit LV5, Goodness. All 3 skills are also full damage skills. This job truly maximizes damage output. With the soldiers who had annihilated thousands of Quagoa before, plus months of daily blacksmithing, Rowan had already accumulated over 30 million experience points. This time, he used all of it on Elemental Saint Spirit, leveling this job to 3. And Rowan's level also reached 44, his strength once again increasing. However, the experience required for leveling up was also getting higher and higher. The further one progresses, the harder it is to level up. Specific attributes are in the comments. After becoming an Elemental Saint Spirit, the elements in the world held no secrets for him. He could even communicate with elements. With a wave of his hand, flames, ice, lightning, and dark orbs all appeared around Rowan. He could easily use low-tier elemental magic, even shaping their forms. For mid-tier elemental magic, although he couldn't learn it without a teacher, the difficulty of learning was greatly reduced, like falling from advanced calculus to junior high math. His hands were itching, He wanted to find someone to beat up. The first thing Rowan thought of was the Frost Dragon. At least half of the Dwarf Kingdom's heritage was in the Frost Dragon's hands, along with the mountain of treasures accumulated by the Frost Dragon King in the story. That's just inhumane. Calm down, don't be impulsive. Rowan calmed down and carefully felt the power of the elements. Just as Rowan closed his eyes to study magic, Alka's message came to his mind. Alka would send him messages periodically, mainly intelligence. Rowan looked through it, ignoring some irrelevant content. His gaze sharpened as he noticed a piece of information. The royal tournament held by the kingdom will take place next week. The royal tournament. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed, and his strength was still so weak, his level not yet reaching 45. A sense of urgency filled Rowan's heart. It had been a year since he transmigrated to this world, and there were still 4 years until the Bone King's arrival. Time passed too quickly, a large amount of time was spent on learning magic. One must know that the higher the level, the harder it is to advance. He must reach max level by the time the Bone King arrives. The royal tournament was also the time for Warrior Captain and Brain, these two important supporting characters, to step onto the stage. Rowan had a deep impression of these two characters. Although Warrior Captain's strength wasn't that strong, he was an undeniable hero, while Brain was a genius swordsman, only to die at the hands of the giant bug in the end. Then he was resurrected after death, but he wasn't as noble as Warrior Captain, joining the Bone King's faction after his revival. After replying to Alka, Rowan began to ponder his next path. After staying in the Dwarf Kingdom for so long, it was time to conclude this chapter. Continuing to stay here wouldn't lead to much breakthrough. First, deal with the Frost Dragon, then forge the strongest item he could currently create here, as a summary of his efforts during this period. The next morning, after greeting the dwarves, Rowan left. He did not tell the dwarves his destination for this trip. Eliminating the Quagoa was already terrifying enough. It was better to keep the Frost Dragon a secret. Lest the Bone King come here later, investigate this intelligence, and become wary. However, on second thought, if the Frost Dragon was found to be eliminated, those quick-witted dwarves would most likely suspect Rowan. After all, currently, only Rowan possessed such strength. Suspicion is suspicion, but Rowan would certainly not admit it. Rowan gripped the feet of 2 crows, letting them carry him as they flew. There was nothing he could do. Even now, Rowan hadn't found a flying spell. Don't let flying magic seem common. In fact, even the Bone King and his subordinate Xiao Di didn't know this spell. The former flew by means of magic attached to a necklace, and the latter flew by growing wings, indicating that this spell was still relatively rare. There were many magical items with flight capabilities, but the spell of flight itself was very rare. With the crows at his disposal, Rowan wasn't overly eager for this spell. Chapter 57, Crushing the White Dragon King. The Frost Dragon clan occupied the old royal capital of the Dwarf clan. Rather than a Frost Dragon clan, it was more like a single Frost Dragon family. There were about 10 of them in total, with the strongest being the Frost Dragon King, also known as the White Dragon King, who was level 46. In addition, there were 3 consorts and over a dozen children. Overall, their strength wasn't too formidable, but the Dragon clan's power was generally stronger than that of the human clan. In situations of the same level, the Dragon clan was much stronger than the human clan, so one couldn't be too careless. After arriving at the old royal capital, Rowan dispatched various crows to monitor the surroundings, preventing any stragglers or escapes. Rowan descended into the royal capital. This old royal capital of the dwarfs was already dilapidated, with only the central castle remaining intact. That was where the Frost Dragon family resided. Rowan headed directly towards it. The Dragon clan had always been arrogant, with no guards whatsoever. They were confident that no being would dare to offend the Dragon King's majesty. Rowan's crows flew into the castle one after another, beginning to search individually. Soon, the Frost Dragon King was found in the main hall. He was sprawled on a massive pile of gold, fast asleep, with his 3 consorts lying beside him. Through the crow's vision, Rowan obtained information about the opponent. Olstek Healiar, Dragon Clan. Level, 46. Justice value, -25. Jobs, Infant, LV10, Juvenile, LV10, Youth, LV10, Elder, LV10, Ancient, LV5, Primordial, LV1. The Dragon Clan was truly blessed in this world. They didn't need to take up jobs, didn't need to study. As long as they lived, their strength would gradually increase. Their jobs were simply their age stages. The others beside him were his consorts, whose strength was weaker, with levels ranging between 35 and 40. In a secluded part of the castle were his offspring, whose strength ranged between levels 10 and 25. Rowan stepped into the great hall, and the 4 dragons above all opened their eyes. The Dragon King scrutinized Rowan with his glowing eyes. "Human, you are seeking your own death, daring to trespass into my palace." He let out an angry roar, and without another word, a breath attack shot towards Rowan. Dragon's Breath, cold attribute. Rowan estimated its power to be around tier 6, appearing incredibly imposing. However, it was a bit weak for Rowan. Frost Shield. Rowan directly used an elemental shield. After becoming an elemental saint spirit, these elemental defense spells became even more effortless to cast, not only instant but also low in consumption. The furious dragon's breath spewed onto the shield but was blocked by it. The Frost Dragon King was stunned. He knew about elemental shields, but to be able to block his breath. It must be a joke. Rowan had intended to test out the elemental saint spirit's abilities, but seeing the pile of gold, he paused his thoughts. Forget it, if he used a big move, all this money would probably be destroyed. It's better to use skills with less commotion. Anyway, he had plenty of skills and magic mastered now. Rowan opened his eyes, and his pupils became unusual. Those were the eyes of Forbidden Curse, allowing Rowan to easily control forbidden curses with immense burdens, and in his eyes, no magical trace could hide. 4th tier, Forbidden Curse, Explosive Fireball. A massive fireball was raised by Rowan, and then fiercely hurled at the Dragon King. The opponent spewed an ice cone to block it, and the exploding fireball made them jump up and down. 5th tier, Forbidden Curse, Dark Dragon Lightning. Rowan extended his finger, and a black bolt of lightning gathered in his hand. This was originally the strongest Forbidden Curse magic Rowan was researching, which had made no progress for a long time. But after mastering the elemental saint spirit, this magic naturally achieved a breakthrough, becoming one of the forbidden curses Rowan had mastered. Normally, this magic would require the sacrifice of life to use, but with the passive assistance of the Eyes of Forbidden Curse, and the Forbidden Curse Weaver, this magic only required a small amount of magic power. The terrifying dark lightning emitted astonishing pressure. Even a tier 6 magic was far inferior to the wisp of dark lightning in Rowan's finger. Immense magic power, extreme condensation, explosive lightning, as an aggregate, the dark dragon lightning unleashed exceptionally terrifying power. Rowan was confident that even if he himself took a hit, it would hurt for a long time. The White Dragon King's pupils contracted sharply. He clearly sensed the terrifying power of the magic in Rowan's hand. "Roar, damned human, are you an invader of this world? You damned." Dark Dragon Lightning. The black lightning surged forth, instantly striking the Dragon King's chest, then passing straight through. "Damn it, invader!" he roared, not being directly killed by this blow. However, this was also within Rowan's expectations, because Rowan hadn't aimed for his heart. The consorts nearby also panicked and breathed fire at Rowan. Rowan made a sudden dash, dodging the enemy's attacks, and at the same time, took out the supreme-grade long blade he had forged earlier. Dragon Lightning Slash. Azura Slash. 2 slashes, one after another, struck one of the consorts, instantly taking her down. Experience plus 580,000. The Dragon Clan's strength was indeed very formidable. A Dragon Lightning Slash alone couldn't kill the opponent. The other two were both shocked and enraged. 5th tier Forbidden Curse, Dark Dragon Lightning. The black dragon lightning pierced through the head of another consort. Experience plus 590,000. The last one tried to escape. Immovable Wisdom King strike, immovable lasso. A chain directly controlled the opponent, pulling her body down from the air. In the terrified gaze of the opponent, Rowan delivered an Azura slash, severing her head. Experience plus 1,120,000. Too weak. The consorts were weak, not to mention the Dragon King. Only those above level 50 could force Rowan to use the ultimate skills of his rare jobs. He could probably force him to use one of them. The White Dragon King roared, and Rowan reached out and placed his hand on him. Optimization. Yes, that's right, Rowan didn't use the wrong skill, he indeed used optimization. The White Dragon King's injuries rapidly recovered, and at the same time, his memories flooded into Rowan's mind. Compared to Flutter, receiving the White Dragon King's memories was too easy, because he spent most of his time sleeping and a small portion of his time having children. As for learning, non-existent. Fighting was also extremely rare. Anyway, he could get stronger just by lying down, so why work so hard? Roar. The recovered Dragon King didn't know what was going on, but he whipped his tail at Rowan, sending him flying and crashing heavily into a pillar, breaking it. The White Dragon King's furious strike was even more terrifying than human martial arts. Rowan coughed a few times and got up. This amount of damage was merely a scratch to him now. Through optimization, Rowan obtained a large amount of intelligence, including much of the Dragon Clan's magical knowledge. A pile of job information popped up before his eyes with a clang. This was also the formidable aspect of the innate ability of a class evolver, directly acquiring corresponding rare jobs without needing to fulfill prerequisites. Even if he wasn't a dragon, he could still obtain the Dragon Clan's jobs. Chapter 58, Dragon Clan Transcendence. I skipped a bunch of common jobs like Young Dragon and Adolescent Dragon, and also intermediate jobs. I paused when I reached the advanced jobs. You have learned the basic knowledge of the advanced job Ancient, and met the requirements for employment. Ancient prerequisite, Dragon Race, Elder LV5, exempted. Class Evolver triggered. The rare jobs derived from the Ancient advanced job are Dragon Race Transcender, Primordial Chanter. Please select one of these rare jobs, or abandon this job. Rowan gasped. It was like just leaving the novice village to fight monsters and suddenly getting a piece of endgame gear. It was too sudden, making Rowan disbelieve his own eyes. He hadn't expected to trigger a rare job, but happiness had come too suddenly. Although he wanted to study these jobs properly, the White Dragon King was still thrashing around. He had learned many dragon race spells from the opponent's memories, which he could study later. Furthermore, the Dragon King knew about the Transcenders. Most Dragon Kings had relevant information, but not much. They only knew that these Transcenders improved very quickly, could easily break through the limits of humans, carried special items, and were very powerful. There was no more information than that. The White Dragon King had probably guessed that Rowan's strength far exceeded the limits humans could reach, which was why he thought of Transcenders. With memories and jobs in hand, there was no need to be polite anymore. Once more, a fifth-tier forbidden curse, Dark Dragon Thunder. Black lightning danced at Rowan's fingertips. The Dragon King was so scared he wanted to escape, but in Rowan's forbidden curse eye, his escape routes were clearly visible. A bolt of black lightning shot out, striking the opponent's head, but it was weakened by a defensive spell. The weakened lightning struck the Dragon King. Although it failed to kill him, it made him plummet. Immovable Wisdom King strike, Kurakara sword. A phantom of the Wisdom King appeared behind the White Dragon King. He raised the longsword in his hand high and brought it down with a crash. Under Rowan's control, the longsword severed the Dragon King's head, and then he stood in place, puzzled. Experience plus 5.6 million. The destructive power of Immovable Wisdom King's strike was too strong. Rowan was afraid of damaging the Dragon King's body, so he held back some of his strength, which meant there was still energy left unused. Dispelling the Wisdom King, Rowan was excited. Now he could properly study these two rare jobs. These two jobs were very special. Among them, Dragon Race Transcender was a job that comprehensively strengthened the body, the highest level job for the dragon race, but its skills did not include primordial magic. However, Primordial Chanter was a job related to primordial magic. Moreover, these two jobs were very special. Although they were rare jobs, their passive abilities indicated that they could be upgraded to level 10. Rowan immediately fell into a dilemma. Dragon Race Transcender provided a massive amount of attribute bonuses, strengthening defense, attack, and magic attack in all aspects. Although the skills it provided were not primordial magic, they were all very powerful and practical, with no side effects. Primordial Chanter, however, was very special. The attributes it provided were only the attribute bonuses that all rare jobs had. There were no additional bonuses for other attributes. The skills it provided were even more unique, merely offering the opportunity to learn and use primordial magic, but not directly providing primordial magic itself. That is to say, after acquiring this skill, you still had to learn it yourself, and what kind of primordial magic you learned depended on you. Furthermore, although primordial magic was extremely powerful and comparable to world-class items, its consumption was also terrifyingly high. Tiered magic consumed mana, while primordial magic consumed souls, or even one's own life. Each use incurred a terrifying cost, so much so that even powerful true dragon kings dared not use it casually. Moreover, after learning primordial magic, one could no longer use tiered magic because the two conflicted and only one could be mastered. Primordial magic was very powerful, but its restrictions were also terrifying. If he chose primordial magic, he would have to give up tiered magic, but skills could still be used as skills were not tiered magic. So, should he choose primordial magic? Rowan was very conflicted. It was a terrifying power that could rival world-class items and surpass super-tier magic, but the cost was equally terrifying. Using it required consuming a large amount of soul. And it cut off all possibilities for tiered magic, essentially nullifying his Forbidden Curse Weaver job, and greatly reducing the effectiveness of his Elemental Saint Spirit's characteristics. If he hadn't taken these two jobs before, Rowan might have leaned more towards Primordial Chanter. So if super-tier magic couldn't contend with primordial magic, what about Forbidden Curse super-tier magic? What about Forbidden Curse super-tier magic, one tier higher, after the final skill of Forbidden Curse Weaver was strengthened? One was a super-powerful primordial magic that could be confirmed, and the other was an unknown tiered magic with infinite possibilities. Rowan hesitated for a long time, and finally, he gave up on Primordial Chanter. He was obsessed with magic and loved exploring its various possibilities. To give all that up just because of the power of primordial magic, Rowan was unwilling. What about primordial magic? Strengthened super-tier magic was not necessarily unable to contend with it, and it was not impossible to obtain. Even against a dragon king, he might not be without a chance after reaching max level. Rowan clicked on Dragon Race Transcender. Dragon Race Transcender, you are a great existence that transcends the dragon race. You are the strongest life form standing above all beings. Dragon Race Transcender prerequisite, Ancient LV5, True Ancestor Dragon LV1, exempted. Obtained passive skill, Transcender. Obtained passive skill, Ultimate Dragon Body. Obtained active skill, Transcendent Destruction. Transcender passive. This job level can be upgraded to level 10. A Transcender possesses higher comprehension when learning any knowledge. Ultimate Dragon Body, passive immune to magic damage below 8th tier. Physical damage is greatly weakened. Soul defense is greatly enhanced. Infinite lifespan, passive possesses eternal life. Transcendent breath, active LV1 growable skill. Consumes a certain amount of mana to condense one's unique breath. Requires Dragon Race Transcender LV1. High-speed movement, active greatly increases one's flying or movement speed for a short period. Usage limit 3 times/day. Requires Dragon Race Transcender LV3. Overlimit destruction, active greatly enhances the destructive power of the next skill or magic. Usage limit 1 time/day. Requires Dragon Race Transcender LV5. Transcendent Resistance, passive greatly increases resistance to all abnormal statuses. Requires Dragon Race Transcender LV6. Super Life, passive greatly enhances body recovery speed. Even if vital organs are destroyed, there is a possibility of recovery. Requires Dragon Race Transcender LV8. Transcendent Ultimate, active comprehends an ultimate destructive attack suitable for oneself. Usage limit 1 time/30 days. Requires Dragon Race Transcender LV10. Chapter 59, Beyond Breath. There are many skills, and the higher the profession level cap, the more skills one can master. Among them, half are passive skills, strengthening the body in all aspects, 2 are auxiliary skills, and 2 are active attack skills. The ultimate dragon body is extremely powerful. Mastering this magic basically makes one invincible. It grants immunity to all magic below the 8th tier. Rowan's Azura profession, the Azura's body passive, only grants immunity to low-tier magic. However, the Azura's body has a more powerful aspect than the ultimate dragon body. It possesses a 20% damage reduction characteristic against all magic, so its upper limit is actually a bit higher. The Dragon Race Transcender's final skill, Transcendent Ultimate, feels a bit ambiguous in its meaning, but it can only be used once every 30 days. Its power surely won't be small, it might even be more powerful than super-tier magic. After all, this is the skill with the longest cooldown Rowan has ever seen. However, no matter how powerful a skill is, it still depends on the user's attributes and level. The same ultimate skill used by a level 50 person versus a max-level person is clearly vastly different. Skills that enhance attacks, like Limit Break Destruction, are very precious. If this skill were to be strengthened to Transcendent Ultimate, how strong would its destructive power be? Thinking about these things is still far off, but Rowan knows that he won't need to worry about professions for a long time. The gains this time were too immense. In just a few days, he acquired 2 rare professions, one of which was a rare dragon race profession. Although, not being able to master origin magic is a bit of a regret. Adjusting his mood, Rowan collected all 3 corpses, along with all the remaining treasures. The mountain of treasures was all stored in his player space. This time, he struck it rich. It could be said that he is now as rich as a nation. Although compared to rare professions, this wealth is just a bonus. The huge commotion here had already attracted several curious young dragons flying over. The first one, as expected, was the chubby frost dragon with glasses. In the story, after this fellow joined the Bone King, he even led the Bone King to kill his own father, showing extreme filial piety. When the opponent realized something was wrong and tried to escape, Rowan opened his mouth and spat out a 7-colored beam of light. Transcendent Breath. The 7-colored beam of light directly pierced through the bespectacled frost dragon, and the opponent fell dead without even a whimper. Although this skill was only level 1, its power was already terrifying. However, this 7-colored breath looked rather strange. After using this move, Rowan also understood what his attribute-aligned breath was. This 7-colored beam of light is very special. It is all attribute magic attack that ignores immunity. It represents all attributes and comes with the special effect of ignoring immunity. So, what would happen if his transcendent breath was sprayed on his own ultimate dragon body? Rowan estimated that he would be pierced, but wouldn't suffer too much damage. However, it would be hard to say once this skill leveled up to maximum. It's a special method with extremely high potential. Next, Rowan caught them one by one, directly slaying all the young dragons without any hesitation. There was no other way. Rowan, unlike the Bone King, didn't have a powerful faction as a backing. Keeping these young dragons would make them uncontrollable, so he simply killed them all. The experience from young dragons wasn't much, each provided about 100,000, with the most giving 200 to 300,000 experience. After clearing out the dragon race, all the corpses were taken, and their books and collections were not spared. Rowan's player space was originally quite large, but now it was completely packed. Gold and silver treasures aside, the most valuable items were the dwarf race's books. In them, Rowan found all the lost low-tier, mid-tier, and high-tier rune scripts. However, there was only one highest-tier rune script, meaning Rowan only had 2 of the 5 highest-tier rune scripts, with the remaining 3 missing. This is troublesome, he doesn't know where to look. Should he go find the Dwarf King who left the dwarf race 200 years ago? Forget it, he'll gather information later. Perhaps the last old woman among the 13 heroes might know something. However, her relationship with the Platinum Dragon Lord seems to be quite good, which is a headache to think about. After confirming nothing was left behind, Rowan left with a backpack full of materials. After leaving the old capital, Rowan found a place to process the dragon race's corpses. Their dragon blood is excellent alchemical material, and their dragon hide and dragon teeth are very good forging materials. Dragon meat could only be eaten. However, the materials from young dragons were only low grade, those from the consort reached mid grade, and those from the dragon lord had already reached high grade. The entire dragon race is a treasure. It took a full day to clean up the dragon race's corpses and classify the various materials. He extracted and purified the dragon blood. A large barrel of dragon blood, after extraction, was reduced to 1/10 of its original volume. He used optimization on the dragon lord's dragon teeth, dragon hide, and dragon bones. The energy that had accumulated for a long time instantly dropped to less than half. The demand for energy is getting higher and higher now. He used degradation to extract the bodies of 3 young dragons, recovering some energy. The quality of young dragon materials was too low, so they weren't of much use, and the extracted energy wasn't much either. Rowan glanced at his attribute panel in his spare time, and found that his justice value had dropped by 10 points. Slaughtering intelligent creatures might cause a slight drop. However, the drop wasn't too much, as the dragon race are also considered enemies of humanity. If Rowan were to slaughter human young, his justice value would drop severely. There will be no shortage of killings in the future, and Rowan estimates that his justice value is unlikely to exceed 100. It might even fall below 0. Of course, no matter what, it will remain neutral, not falling to evil. With everything prepared, Rowan returned to the Dwarf King's capital. The dwarves were used to Rowan's occasional outings. Before, Rowan also occasionally went out, mostly to find high-level monsters to absorb energy using degradation. Once enough was accumulated, he would optimization high-grade materials. Over such a long time, most high-grade materials had already been optimized into top-grade ones. Top-grade materials cannot be forged in ordinary furnaces. After Rowan spoke to the steward, he generously handed over the dwarf race's best furnace for Rowan to use. Rowan familiarized himself with his power in his house. After he had mostly recovered, he began a 3-day forging spree, summarizing what he had learned during this period. Rowan planned to forge himself a set of protective gear, a physical weapon, and a magic staff in one go. Although for him now, armor no longer holds much meaning. Whether it's useful is one thing, having it is another. Even if it's not used, the huge experience gained from forging high-level equipment is very appealing. Chapter 60 Spiritual Refining. The dwarf clan's best furnace was located in the center of the royal capital, occupying a considerable area. It was constructed using some precious materials, and the flames it generated were much hotter than ordinary flames. Under normal circumstances, this great furnace was not needed, it was only used when forging high-level equipment. A long time ago, this great furnace was frequently used, but as the dwarf clan gradually declined, its use became less and less frequent. The last time it was fired up was 2 years ago. Moreover, even this great furnace was still a bit inferior to dragon flame. The dwarf clan's greatest dream was to own a dragon flame furnace. As a hero of the dwarf clan, Rowan's request to use the great furnace was naturally not an issue. This forging was quite special. Fearing information leaks, Rowan did not want outsiders to observe. After all, neither the top-grade materials nor the dragon fangs, dragon bones, and so on, were suitable for public knowledge. Although the dwarf clan was very regretful, they said nothing. The area around the central furnace was sealed off by dwarf clan warriors. The dwarf clan could only watch from afar, but unfortunately, they couldn't see anything from outside. In front of the forging platform, Rowan adjusted his mindset. He was forging 3 items this time. One was protective gear based on the optimized dragon hide and dragon spine, along with some special top-grade materials. The second was a weapon forged from the special material known as frozen fong pain. The third was a magic staff attuned to elemental magic. The materials were now sufficient for him to forge 3 items. In fact, if all the materials harvested from the Frost Dragon clan were optimized, he could forge 3 more items. Unfortunately, Rowan's energy was not quite enough, and time was not plentiful, so he would save it for next time. The first item, with dragon spine and dragon hide as base materials and some special minerals as auxiliary materials, was a set of armor divided into 3 parts, an upper garment, lower garment, and shoes. Rowan was not particularly skilled at protective gear, so he could only push through it now. First, he processed the dragon spine, extracting, concentrating, and forging. Using dragon spine as the backbone and dragon hide as the body, it took him a full day of work before he completed these 3 pieces of equipment. As for the results, they were very ordinary, barely reaching the passing mark. Legacy-grade equipment successfully forged. *3. Experience plus 120,000 *3. The equipment was formed, but its level was only 51, which was the lowest level for legacy grade. However, this was not the end. He proceeded with rune script enchantment. There were many combinations of rune script, and Rowan directly discarded low-tier runes and the highest-tier runes. Low-tier runes were too weak, a waste to put on legacy-grade equipment, and the highest-tier runes could not be borne by the equipment. Therefore, he adopted a scheme of high-tier combined with mid-tier. With the 3 high-tier runes sturdiness, magic resistance, and damage reduction as the core, and mid-tier runes such as physical resistance, elemental resistance, and mental resistance as connections, he constructed the enchantment. According to Rowan's estimation, 3 high-tier runes were already the limit. He would cram in as many mid-tier runes as possible, as the more he crammed in, the more he would gain. He began enchanting. First, the 3 major high-tier runes were enchanted without incident, then he began connecting with mid-tier runes. Rowan managed to insert 6 mid-tier runes in total, and then he reached the limit again. Is 9 runes the limit? Compared to the Bone King's equipment with 20 rune script, there's still quite a gap. The effect of rune script was not weak, but unfortunately, it couldn't be compatible with the magic infusion system. Although Rowan had studied it for a long time, he still hadn't found a way to make them compatible. However, the Grand Blacksmith's high-tier ability, Spirit Forging, had no such problem. This was also the first time Rowan used the Grand Blacksmith's advanced skill. Spirit Forging, in essence, was imbuing equipment with spirituality. If the equipment itself was excellent enough, it could even give birth to a so-called spirit. Even without a spirit, it could greatly increase the equipment's potential and even have a chance to bestow growth-type abilities upon the equipment. Spirit Forging was already considered an advanced method for a Grand Blacksmith. As for the ultimate skill, Rowan did not yet possess that ability. He used Spirit Forging to tinker with it. After performing a secondary forging on the equipment through Spirit Forging, the equipment's attributes underwent subtle changes, but no spirit was born. After naming the equipment, Rowan saw its brand new attributes. Dragon Spine Tunic. Legacy Grade, 59. Dragon Spine, Spirit Forging, an attribute bestowed by Spirit Forging. For each piece of Dragon Spine equipment equipped, overall defense will slightly increase. Dragon Spine Leggings. Legacy Grade, 59. Dragon Spine, Spirit Forging, an attribute bestowed by Spirit Forging. For each piece of Dragon Spine equipment equipped, overall defense will slightly increase. Dragon Spine Boots. Legacy Grade, 59. Dragon Spine, Spirit Forging, and attribute bestowed by Spirit Forging. For each piece of Dragon Spine equipment equipped, overall defense will slightly increase. Except for the names, the other attributes of the three pieces of equipment were identical. There was no way around it. Rowan had created them according to the same template, so even the experience was the same. However, this set effect was a pleasant surprise. The effect bestowed by Spirit Forging was quite noticeable, but unfortunately, the equipment's potential was too low, and it only provided a basic minimum effect. It had nothing to do with a spirit, and didn't even have growth-type attributes, only giving the lowest basic attributes. Well, no matter what, it was still legacy grade. Out in the open, it was entirely qualified to be passed down as a national treasure. Moreover, the design was quite handsome, but unfortunately, Rowan's current defense was too astonishing, so wearing this equipment had little meaning. He put them away for now. The three-piece set was forged, and a day and a night had passed. But Rowan was still very energetic, so he had no intention of resting. Putting away the Dragon Spine three-piece set, Rowan took out the Frozen Fang Pain. Since the defensive gear was not as important, there was no alternative, but for a weapon, Rowan was not satisfied with just legacy grade. The Frozen Fang Pain was special. It was a non-metallic material, so it couldn't be hammered in a traditional furnace. Rowan selected a Dragon Fang, and another special non-metallic material. These three materials would serve as the core to forge a non-metallic longsword. The heart forging method could forge anything, even non-metallic materials could be forged. Rowan began to use the heart forging method to continuously hammer the materials, using the grand blacksmith's forging methods to refine them together. From dawn till the next day's daylight, a full day and a night, it took Rowan to forge them together. It was too difficult, much more complex than the Dragon Spine equipment. This was basically Rowan's current limit. If he wanted to handle higher-level equipment, it was beyond his current capabilities. As the forging succeeded, a message popped up. Legacy-grade equipment successfully forged. Experience plus 280,000. Rowan let out a long breath. Chapter 61, Relic Equipment and Farewell. The forging was successful, but it was still of legacy grade. Although the experience gained was almost double that of the armor, Rowan frowned. However, when he saw the level, his brows relaxed. The level of this white-grade equipment was 56. With rune script and spirit forging, it was bound to break through to Saint Relic grade. This level still used a combination of high-grade and mid-grade scripts. Rowan chose for high-grade rune scripts, solid plus, sharp plus, freezing plus, armor penetration. The mid-grade rune scripts were attributes that enhanced attack capabilities, such as increase ice attribute damage, and decrease magic resistance. This time, it was a familiar process. It took him most of the day, injecting a total of 4 high-grade and 7 mid-grade rune scripts, making a total of 11 rune scripts. Then, he used spirit forging to forge it one more time. Although he had used it once yesterday, the usage count had already reset today. The forging was complete, and a brand new piece of equipment was out of the furnace. Its level had reached Saint Relic grade. TSK, it's too strong. It's a pity that he couldn't get the experience points for Saint Relic grade, which was a bit of a loss. However, the appearance of this weapon was simply too handsome, making Rowan's heart flutter. The weapon was a long blue greatsword, with a straight blade like a fantastical icicle, emitting a faint blue light. Rowan could feel a cold aura from it. He named this weapon Death Icicle. Saint Relic grade, 65. Spirit of Ice, enhances all ice attribute martial skills of the user. When attacking enemies, it inflicts freezing. Continuously tempered in battle, it can further unleash the potential of this weapon, increasing its level. Handsome, too handsome. Strong, it must also be very strong. Rowan felt that his weapon was even more powerful than the Holy Kingdom's Holy Sword, and its potential hadn't even been fully unleashed yet. Although it didn't reach the highest standard of spirit forging, increasing potential was already a very good attribute. He happily put it away. Although he was slightly tired, it wasn't a big problem. Next was the last piece of equipment, his magic staff. This piece of equipment used the most materials, one material each for ice, fire, thunder, and dark attributes. The main body was the Frost Dragon King's dragon horn, totaling 5 top-grade materials. Time to start smithing. Although there were more materials, the crafting time was similar to that of the Death Icicle. It was forged in about a day. Legacy-grade equipment forged successfully. Experience plus 250,000. Why is the experience slightly less than the Death Icicle? Never mind, the difference isn't too much. Next were the rune scripts. Similar to the Death Icicle, it used high-grade elemental destruction plus magic penetration plus mana concentration plus fast casting, while the mid-grade rune scripts were general ones like decrease resistance and weaken magic resistance. Like the Death Icicle, it had 11 rune scripts. Then, it was the usual spirit forging. Ice Dragon Staff. Saint Relic Grade, 65. Spirit of Ice Dragon, increases magic casting speed and elemental magic destructive power. How should I put it? Although its level was the same as the Death Icicle, its appearance looked very ordinary, far less handsome than the Death Icicle, and its attributes were also very average, seemingly having reached its full potential. Even though it used more materials than the Death Icicle, the result was still not as good as the Death Icicle. Rowan was a bit disappointed. All in all, although it wasn't as good as the Death Icicle, it was still usable. Rowan put it away. Saint Relic grade items were already completely sufficient. Before the Bone King's arrival, this equipment was enough to beat everyone under the Holy Dragon King. Even for Evil Eye, these weapons could cause him a lot of damage. He already had his main equipment. Next, he needed to research some auxiliary-type items. In battle, besides the main weapons and armor, there were various special items that could sometimes play a huge role. Although he had already forged Saint Relic-grade equipment, thinking about the Bone King's pile of divine artifacts, Rowan's joy lessened considerably. It's a long and arduous journey. He added all the experience gained during this period to the Elemental Saint Spirit. Rowan's level increased by 1 again, reaching 46. At this point, the Elemental Saint Spirit was maxed out. As for the Dragon Race Transcender, it required 9 levels, and the enormous amount of experience made Rowan's scalp tingle. He estimated that he would have to work hard for the Dragon Race Transcender for the next half a year. Before level 65, Rowan no longer needed to worry about his profession. Stepping out, Rowan had a feeling of being in a different world. After greeting the dwarf clan's steward, Rowan decided to leave this place. There wasn't much room for improvement here anymore. The dwarf clan's better materials had all been used up, and for a long time, there wouldn't be any materials for him to forge. Staying would be a waste of time. The steward was greatly surprised by Rowan's departure. Although he knew Rowan would leave sooner or later, he didn't expect it to be so soon. The old man looked wistful and finally requested to carve a statue of him to be placed in the city. Rowan was a great benefactor to the dwarf clan, helping them eliminate so many Quagoa, resolving the dwarf clan's crisis of extinction, and avenging them. Carving a statue for future generations to admire was very necessary. Rowan hesitated for a moment but still agreed. He didn't expect that he would also become a legendary figure among the dwarf clan. He also wondered if the Bone King, when he came here later, would still be able to easily gain the dwarf clan's trust as in the story, and if he would be able to discover his statue. Thinking about it, he was still a little excited. That night, Rowan and the dwarf clan drank heavily again. Some of them even cried and wanted to follow Rowan, but Rowan politely declined. He didn't even have a base of his own right now, and bringing the dwarf clan would be inconvenient. However, once he settled down, he could invite some of the dwarf clan to participate in the research of rune script. Although, these guys most likely didn't have the talent to advance the research. The next morning, amidst the farewells of a group of dwarf clan, He left the place where he had stayed for several months. Clutching the crow's feet, he flew over mountains and forests. If he found high-level monsters, he would go down and absorb some with degradation, making sure not to waste anything. In just half a day, Rowan returned to the capital. Flying was indeed fast. It was a pity that he couldn't use high-level teleportation, otherwise, a single teleport would take him back, making it even faster. However, high-level teleportation was a 7th-tier magic, a realm absolutely unattainable by humans, a level of power belonging to demon gods. The Mages Guild of Humanity had not discovered magic of this level, and even 6th-tier magic was considered extremely precious knowledge. Of course, it might also be because Rowan's status wasn't high enough, so he couldn't access it. In a while, the Mages Guild would also have to be taken under his control. He didn't expect those magicians to become his fighting force, but he still needed to absorb their knowledge. Chapter 62, Back to the Capital. 1 year has passed. Returning to the royal capital after a long absence, Rowan noticed that today's royal capital had many more people than before, because today was the day of the Imperial Sword competition. Currently, most people have been eliminated, leaving only the strongest Gazef and Brain. Gazef was also a legendary figure of common birth, whose master was Wesk. Wesk was an old man who used a katana, formerly part of the kingdom's elite adamantite adventurer team. After retiring, he opened a dojo in the royal capital. One of the 13 heroes, the Necromancer, was once a member of his team. Among humans, he was a master, but unfortunately, far inferior to the Bone King's group. During the war when the Bone King attacked the royal capital, he was instantly killed by Aura's arrow. The Adamantite Masters of Humanity, the top existences in the kingdom, were no different from mere foot soldiers in the eyes of the Bone King's group, perhaps even weaker than foot soldiers. Rowan stood below the stage, watching Gazef and Brain exchange blows. One was a genius warrior, the other a genius swordsman. Both eventually entered the realm of heroes, but both died at the hands of the Bone King's group. In Rowan's eyes, their movements were so slow. If it were him, not to mention martial arts, just using normal attacks, he could defeat them in 3 moves. Perhaps, even 1 move would suffice. With the Dragon Race Transcender class, even if he stood still, they wouldn't be able to kill Rowan. Rowan's attention was on the audience below, observing carefully, but he didn't find any special individuals, only ordinary people, and no unexpected intruders. The battle ended and Brain was defeated. Rowan already knew what would happen next, so he didn't waste any more time. Originally, the winner was to be ennobled, but due to the obstruction of the nobles, this winner only became the warrior captain, and no more imperial competitions were held afterward. The nobles of the kingdom, with a few exceptions, were basically corrupt degenerates. Rowan felt a bit emotional. A year had already passed, and his current strength was level 46, with a long road ahead. The stage of rapid level up in the early period had passed. From now on, leveling up would become more difficult. Besides grinding monsters, he needed to plan around the surrounding countries, collecting forging materials and alchemy materials to gain experience. The progress of his forging skill had become very slow. Next, alchemy would be the focus. The specific attributes are in the comments section. Returning home, Alka was waiting as usual. After returning, he reported his current work to Rowan, only reporting key information during soul transmission, while aggregating less important matters. The 8 Fingers' influence had grown significantly. He could obtain news of any stir in the kingdom, but intelligence outside the kingdom was much less reliable. During this period, the 8 Fingers' high-level combat power was also replenished considerably, and that Elf's performance was particularly outstanding. Although Alka didn't say it, Rowan felt that the guy seemed to have some different feelings for Alka. It might also be an illusion. In addition, Rowan had previously instructed to search for news of ninjas and the Blue Rose team, but there had been no results. At this point in time, the Blue Rose team might not have been formed yet, and the lowly vampire was probably still wandering somewhere. And there was no news of the ninja sisters whom Rowan was more concerned about. The 2 of them should be assassins trained by the assassination organization, Igenia, and Igenia's base was in the northeastern part of the empire, near the city Alliance. But the exact location was unknown. The Eight Fingers had great influence in the kingdom, but little in the empire, so the investigation had made slow progress. The reason he wanted to find them was that he was very interested in their method of becoming ninjas at a low level, because in the game, one could only become a ninja at level 60. If it really doesn't work, he'll just have to go himself. Furthermore, Renas from the Empire had arrived in the royal capital several months ago. Alka contacted her. At first, she had a bitter expression, clamoring to see Rowan, even threatening to cause a scene. Then she was severely dealt with by Alka. Alka was a level 50+ existence, a realm absolutely impossible for humans to reach. Let alone a small Renas, even the Empire's guardian, the legendary mage Flutter, would be beaten black and blue. If Alka was so strong, then how strong must his master be? Renas, after being beaten, was not angry but filled with hope. An existence even more powerful than Flutter would surely be able to cure her. Now, Renas had no other thoughts besides curing her disfigured face and seeking revenge. However, Alka stated directly that Renas's strength was too weak, and she was not qualified to see his master, and then began to put her through devilish training. She suffered torment every day, but Renas did not utter a single complaint. Alka's evaluation of Renas was that although her strength was weak, her will was acceptable, and she barely possessed value for training. Good, arrange it for her. Everything was going smoothly on Alka's side, and the same was true for Princess Lana. She had been studying during this time, and successfully became an illusionist not long ago, now in the stage of rapidly increasing her strength. Besides that, nothing else happened. Rowan poured out a mountain of financial reports from his storage space, hoping to see expressions of shock and admiration on Alka's face. However, he was disappointed. Alka's face was calm, as composed as ever. Alas, this artificial human of his was a bit too composed, not much fun. These funds are for you to operate. I require you to obtain a noble title in the kingdom, and then have the kingdom grant you the Forgotten Island in the northern Lindheim as your fief. We will operate it as our main base in the future. Alka immediately perked up. Yes. By the way, this weapon, it's for you. It was my weapon before, and it should be sufficient for you. When you become stronger in the future, I'll give you a better one. Rowan handed his previous top-grade long saber to Alka. Death Icicle was simply too cool. Rowan himself hadn't had enough fun with it, so he really couldn't bear to give it to Alka. He'd give it to him after using it for a while. Alka solemnly accepted the long saber. I will cherish the weapon you bestowed upon me as much as I cherish my own life. There's no need for that, it's just a weapon. If it breaks, we can replace it. Your life is more important. Alka didn't reply, and Rowan looked helpless. After sending Alka away, Rowan organized the pile of magic books he had obtained from the Frost Dragon at home. The content was extensive, but most of it was actually useless, or even erroneous, knowledge. If only he had an assistant to help him categorize and organize the various books. Rowan thought of that old man from the Empire. Flutter would be a very good assistant, but Rowan didn't have enough bait yet, and the time wasn't ripe enough. Chapter 63, The Temptation of the Holy Kingdom. The next day, in an underground space belonging to Eight Fingers, Renas launched a frantic assault on Alka, but he easily fended off every attack. However, Renas did not lose heart and continued her offensive, even knowing it was futile. This man was too strong, inhumanly strong. Renas had never known that a human could be this powerful. After the training, Renas collapsed to her knees, exhausted. At the same time, a long blade was held to her neck. Renas's expression stiffened slightly. Alka, what do you mean? Don't move. If you dare to move even an inch, I will cut off your head. Renas gasped. Alka was extremely ruthless. If he said it, he would do it. Their long time together had not changed him in the slightest. She then thought of something, and her face lit up with wild joy. That's right, you've grown a lot during this time. Master. A smile involuntarily appeared on Renas's face. After waiting for so long, this moment had finally arrived. Heh, you don't need to call me that. Just call me boss. Boss? I've seen your progress. Although your strength is still very weak, as long as you work hard, there is still hope. I can heal you first, but afterward you must work for me. Renas was very happy. It's a deal, but why can't I move? You are not yet qualified to see the master, Alka said coldly from the side. Rowan was amused but did not refute. To prevent information leaks, Rowan did not want too many people to know of his existence. He reached out and placed his hand on her head. Optimization. More than 20 points of energy were lost. Optimization healed her curse, but it did not remove her advanced job, Cursed Knight. Renas felt the changes in her body. She wanted to touch her face, but with the blade at her neck, she dared not move. Afterward, you will go to the northeastern part of the Empire to investigate an assassin organization called Igenia. Collect all information about ninjas for me. You must be careful, there are many experts there, so don't accidentally die. Yes. Rowan left. As soon as Alka withdrew his weapon, Renas eagerly touched her face. It was cured, just like that. Her face had returned to its former smoothness, it no longer festered. It was truly wonderful. Alka turned and left, he still had his own things to do. For Rowan, it was just a matter of convenience, but for Renas, it was the most important thing. Everything felt so dreamlike, she even wondered if she was still dreaming. It was gone, truly gone. No more rough, terrifying face, no more disgusting, foul-smelling pus. Hey, why won't boss let me see his face? Too much curiosity is not a good thing. I've already said, you are not yet qualified. Alka left, and Renas touched her face. Not qualified? How arrogant. Just you wait, one day, I will also grow to Alka's level. Rowan did not hear Renas's challenge. Although he had obtained some of Renas's memories just now, they were of no value. The Cursed Knight job was obtained by accident, and Rowan was unable to trigger a rare job, there was nothing. A class evolver needed to master relevant knowledge, and a job obtained by chance clearly had no so-called knowledge, it was purely luck. Fortunately, Rowan had no expectations. This melee job did not align well with his magic chanting system. Although Renas had only acquired the advanced job Cursed Knight through a stroke of luck, she still had potential, but how much potential she could unleash was hard to say. In fact, Rowan was pessimistic about these natives. No matter how talented or gifted someone was, it would be almost impossible for them to become a combat force when the Bone King arrived 4 years later. However, nothing is absolute. Perhaps he could find a way to significantly improve the strength of the natives. After all, he had the ability of limit break. After returning home, he stayed for another half a month. During this time, whenever Rowan accumulated energy, he would use limit break on Alka. In just half a month, coupled with his previous efforts, Alka had now reached level 55. Meanwhile, Rowan's life creation had reached level 3 due to the frequent use of crows. Level 3 life creation could now summon crows up to level 21. Crows of this strength were already very powerful. First-tier crows possessed night vision, high-speed flight, and could use trivial wind blade magic. Because their level was too low, Rowan had never relied on the crows for combat power. Second-tier crows had greater strength and more powerful wind blades, which could be used more frequently, but there was no fundamental change. Third-tier crows became somewhat different. In addition to their original abilities, they also mastered the abilities of super long-range vision and stealth, greatly enhancing their characteristic of covert observation. Alka, according to Rowan's orders, was pushing forward with obtaining noble status. Because he had a lot of money, things were progressing relatively smoothly. And Renas had also returned to the Empire to carry out Rowan's mission. Initially, Rowan was worried that she would immediately seek revenge. After all, her two most important concerns were healing her curse and revenge. But there had been no movement for the past half-month, so she must have prioritized his mission. Rowan was very satisfied with this. If she had gone for revenge first and then considered completing his mission, Rowan's evaluation of her would have dropped to the lowest. With the Transcender passive of the Dragon Race Transcender job, Rowan's learning speed had increased by a notch. Both magic learning and research were significantly faster than before. Some complex magic patterns now appeared simple to him. For him now, magic below the 5th tier could be learned with a casual glance, 5th tier magic could be mastered in half a day of study, and 6th tier magic could be learned in 1 or 2 days. The speed had greatly accelerated. However, for him now, 6th tier magic was not considered a significant combat force, and more of his attention was focused on researching forbidden spells and alchemy. That day, as Rowan was deducing a new forbidden spell, a new message came from Alka. Morgan, the alchemist master of the Holy Kingdom, was inviting alchemists from all over the world to the Holy Kingdom's capital, Hebens, for an alchemy exchange. Rowan was very tempted. Previously, his energy had been focused on forging and magic, and alchemy was merely training to accumulate levels. His actual knowledge reserve was not extensive. Going to the Holy Kingdom for an exchange and research would be excellent. He might even gain some knowledge, and the demi-human nation was also nearby, so he could conveniently gain some experience. The next day, in an underground space belonging to 8 Fingers, Renas launched a frantic assault on Alka, but he easily fended off every attack. However, Renas did not lose heart and continued her offensive, even knowing it was futile. This man was too strong, inhumanly strong. Renas had never known that a human could be this powerful. After the training, Renas collapsed to her knees, exhausted. At the same time, a long blade was held to her neck. Renas's expression stiffened slightly. Alka, what do you mean? Don't move. If you dare to move even an inch, I will cut off your head. Renas gasped. Alka was extremely ruthless. If he said it, he would do it. Their long time together had not changed him in the slightest. She then thought of something, and her face lit up with wild joy. That's right, you've grown a lot during this time. Master. A smile involuntarily appeared on Renas's face. After waiting for so long, this moment had finally arrived. Heh, you don't need to call me that. Just call me boss. Boss? I've seen your progress. Although your strength is still very weak, as long as you work hard, there is still hope. I can heal you first, but afterward you must work for me. Renas was very happy. It's a deal, but why can't I move? You are not yet qualified to see the master, Alka said coldly from the side. Rowan was amused but did not refute. To prevent information leaks, Rowan did not want too many people to know of his existence. He reached out and placed his hand on her head. Optimization. More than 20 points of energy were lost. Optimization healed her curse, but it did not remove her advanced job, Cursed Knight. Renas felt the changes in her body. She wanted to touch her face, but with the blade at her neck, she dared not move. Afterward, you will go to the northeastern part of the Empire to investigate an assassin organization called Igenia. Collect all information about ninjas for me. You must be careful, there are many experts there, so don't accidentally die. Yes. Rowan left. As soon as Alka withdrew his weapon, Renas eagerly touched her face. It was cured, just like that. Her face had returned to its former smoothness, it no longer festered. It was truly wonderful. Alka turned and left, he still had his own things to do. For Rowan, it was just a matter of convenience, but for Renas, it was the most important thing. Everything felt so dreamlike, she even wondered if she was still dreaming. It was gone, truly gone. No more rough, terrifying face, no more disgusting, foul-smelling pus. Hey, why won't boss let me see his face? Too much curiosity is not a good thing. I've already said, you are not yet qualified. Alka left, and Renas touched her face. Not qualified? How arrogant. Just you wait, one day, I will also grow to Alka's level. Rowan did not hear Renas's challenge. Although he had obtained some of Renas's memories just now, they were of no value. The cursed night job was obtained by accident, and Rowan was unable to trigger a rare job. There was nothing. A class evolver needed to master relevant knowledge, and a job obtained by chance clearly had no so-called knowledge, it was purely luck. Fortunately, Rowan had no expectations. This melee job did not align well with his magic chanting system. Although Renas had only acquired the advanced job Cursed Knight through a stroke of luck, she still had potential, but how much potential she could unleash was hard to say. In fact, Rowan was pessimistic about these natives. No matter how talented or gifted someone was, it would be almost impossible for them to become a combat force when the Bone King arrived 4 years later. However, nothing is absolute. Perhaps he could find a way to significantly improve the strength of the natives. After all, he had the ability of limit break. After returning home, he stayed for another half a month. During this time, whenever Rowan accumulated energy, he would use limit break on Alka. In just half a month, coupled with his previous efforts, Alka had now reached level 55. Meanwhile, Rowan's life creation had reached level 3 due to the frequent use of crows. Level 3 life creation could now summon crows up to level 21. Crows of this strength were already very powerful. First-tier crows possessed night vision, high-speed flight, and could use trivial wind blade magic. Because their level was too low, Rowan had never relied on the crows for combat power. Second-tier crows had greater strength and more powerful wind blades, which could be used more frequently, but there was no fundamental change. Third-tier crows became somewhat different. In addition to their original abilities, they also mastered the abilities of super long-range vision and stealth, greatly enhancing their characteristic of covert observation. Alka, according to Rowan's orders, was pushing forward with obtaining noble status. Because he had a lot of money, things were progressing relatively smoothly. And Renas had also returned to the Empire to carry out Rowan's mission. Initially, Rowan was worried that she would immediately seek revenge. After all, her two most important concerns were healing her curse and revenge. But there had been no movement for the past half-month, so she must have prioritized his mission. Rowan was very satisfied with this. If she had gone for revenge first and then considered completing his mission, Rowan's evaluation of her would have dropped to the lowest. With the Transcender passive of the Dragon Race Transcender job, Rowan's learning speed had increased by a notch. Both magic learning and research were significantly faster than before. Some complex magic patterns now appeared simple to him. For him now, magic below the 5th tier could be learned with a casual glance, 5th tier magic could be mastered in half a day of study, and 6th tier magic could be learned in 1 or 2 days. The speed had greatly accelerated. However, for him now, 6th tier magic was not considered a significant combat force, and more of his attention was focused on researching forbidden spells and alchemy. That day, as Rowan was deducing a new forbidden spell, a new message came from Alka. Morgan, the alchemist master of the Holy Kingdom, was inviting alchemists from all over the world to the Holy Kingdom's capital, Hebens, for an alchemy exchange. Rowan was very tempted. Previously, his energy had been focused on forging and magic, and alchemy was merely training to accumulate levels. His actual knowledge reserve was not extensive. Going to the Holy Kingdom for an exchange and research would be excellent. He might even gain some knowledge, and the demi-human nation was also nearby, so he could conveniently gain some experience. Chapter 64 Elemental Meteor. The Holy Kingdom, half the size of a typical kingdom, is located on the western continent, prioritizes magical education, and harbors animosity towards demi-humans. The nations for holy swords and the national treasure, the Holy Queen's crown, are quite intriguing, and powerful figures include the Holy Queen, and those of the 9 colors. The Holy Queen could be considered a brilliant and ambitious leader. Under her rule, the nation flourished. Unfortunately, the Bone King arrived. The Bone King's subordinate, the archdemon Shaodi, first went to the Iberian Hills, subjugated the demi-humans there, and then attacked the Holy Kingdom. The Holy Kingdom was unable to resist, and out of desperation, sought help from the Bone King. During the war, soldiers were annihilated in large numbers, and the Holy Queen was captured by demon generals, used as a weapon to be swung around, and eventually torn to pieces. Subsequently, the Bone King demonstrated invincible power in the Holy Kingdom. The traitor and fanatic, Ninya, seized the opportunity to cultivate a multitude of followers of the Bone King, eventually even becoming the Pope, and thus the Holy Kingdom gradually fell under the Bone King's control. A once flourishing Holy Kingdom was thus destroyed. Although the final outcome is still unknown, it's clear that the Holy Kingdom will eventually be incorporated into the Bone King's dominion. It truly leaves one with a sense of unease. However, with his presence in this world, the Bone King's plans will likely not proceed as smoothly. Rowan planned to travel to the Holy Kingdom, and upon inquiring, found that Kanina and Wind Chime both wished to accompany him. Speaking of which, although Wind Chime was nominally Rowan's apprentice, Rowan had actually only guided her a few times, leaving her mostly to her own devices. Despite this, she had already taken up a profession, becoming an alchemist LV1, while Kanina had even reached LV2. Rowan's feelings towards the two were quite complex. Wind Chime was just a young girl who knew nothing, but Kanina was different. Besides Alka, she was the person most familiar with Rowan. If she were to be controlled, she could reveal a significant amount of information about Rowan. After a slight hesitation, amidst the anxious and nervous expressions of the two, Rowan finally relented, and the three set off together. Yay! Wind Chime jumped up excitedly. Kanina's suspended heart also gradually settled. This is great, I must still be useful. If I had no purpose, I wouldn't know the meaning of continuing to live. I was originally meant to die, Kanina thought to herself. After becoming a half-undead, her mindset underwent some peculiar changes. Her attachment to life was far less intense than when she was human, and some of her thoughts and dreams from her human period had changed. Having made up his mind, Rowan bought a carriage and then set off with the two of them. As for the shop in the capital, the old man and Alka were watching over it, so there would be no problems. Kanina's sister was also entrusted to Alka's care. When the three traveled, Wind Chime and Kanina usually took turns driving the carriage, while Rowan only researched his magic in the carriage, occasionally teaching Wind Chime knowledge of alchemy. At first, Wind Chime was extremely excited. This was probably her first long journey. Although they encountered thieves a few times on the road, Kanina easily dealt with them. Wind Chime then realized how terrifyingly strong the sister she spent every day with truly was. As they approached the hills, Rowan considered harvesting some experience. You two go ahead first, directly to the capital. I have some things to do in the hills, and will join you in the capital in a couple of days. If there's anything important you can tell the crows. Yes, Lord Rowan. Rowan left the carriage, put on a cloak made of invisibility lizard skin, and completely vanished, then grabbed the feet of two crows and flew towards the depths of the hills. This equipment was not of a high grade, only top tier. He had previously killed a level 20+ invisible great lizard in the Great Forest, and then took the time to craft this special equipment in the Dwarf Kingdom. It had little defensive power itself, only a decent invisibility ability. Unless one deliberately used detection magic, most people would not be able to perceive it. After Rowan put on his invisibility cloak, he completely disappeared, making it essential equipment for daytime flight. Numerous demi-humans lived in the hills. Rowan's view of demi-humans was quite neutral. He neither harbored hostility like Theocracy and the Holy Kingdom nor was as accommodating as the Bone King's faction, but rather maintained a middle ground. He wouldn't specifically go out of his way to massacre them, but if necessary, he would take action. The 10 strongest demi-humans in the hills were known as the 10 Greats, with their levels roughly in the heroic tier. Their individual strengths varied, but no one seemed to have entered the realm of the aberrant. These individuals were used by Shaodi to attack the Holy Kingdom, and as a result, most of them died in the Bone King's group's unknown AoE attacks, practically like discarded trash after being used. This world is so cruel. The strong can arbitrarily dictate the fate of the weak. Rowan didn't have many thoughts about the numerous demi-humans in the hills. If he were to directly sweep through and eliminate most of the tribes here, it would certainly attract the attention of the Platinum Dragon Lord, and he currently lacked the strength to challenge him. Therefore, he definitely couldn't act recklessly with a grand display. Currently, he could only target a small number of tribes to test his newly designed 6-tier magic from a while ago. That magic had always been in the theoretical stage, with no opportunity to use it. Soon after, Rowan, cloaked in his invisibility, arrived at a large ogre settlement. He removed his cloak. To deal with these ordinary monsters, Rowan didn't even want to use his magic staff. Upon seeing Rowan, the ogres immediately rushed over, their eyes gleaming. "Roar, it's a human, it's meat. Kill him." Rowan watched the group of ogres charging towards him. This tribe had over 100 ogres, and the area was relatively open, making it perfect for testing this new magic. His eyes emitted an eerie glow, and the Eye of Forbidden Curse appeared in his pupils. 6th-tier Forbidden Curse, Elemental Meteor. This Forbidden Curse was adapted from various elemental magic, drawing inspiration from some of the Elemental Saint Spirit's ultimate moves, intended to compensate for his lack of large-scale destructive magic. Although it was a high-tier 6th-tier spell, because the Elemental Saint Spirit was naturally close to the elements, developing elemental magic was much simpler than other types. In midair, a meteor appeared, then a second one. No, those weren't meteors but fireballs, closely followed by lightning balls, ice cones, and pitch-black lightning. Like rain, their speed increased, and they locked onto the many monsters on the ground. Everyone got a share. Boom! The fireballs struck the enemies, causing violent explosions. Ice cones directly pierced through enemies, pinning them to the ground. Lightning balls would spread out after impact. Black lightning, upon striking enemies, inflicted various negative statuses upon them. The entire settlement was covered by the colorful and brilliant elemental meteors. Chapter 65, Nightmare of Wandering Hills. The newly developed Forbidden Spell has decent power and a large range, almost comparable to a Tier 7 magic. However, compared to single-target magic, the power of this area of effect magic is much weaker. Moreover, the elements seem to not affect each other. If I could make the elements react with each other, wouldn't this magic become even stronger? Rowan fell into contemplation. This would be a key research direction for the future. This magic also has a drawback: its power is greatly reduced in underground spaces or similar places. Without enough space for these elemental spheres to accelerate, its full power cannot be achieved. And it also makes quite a commotion. On a distant mountain, a four-legged beastman watched the meteor shower descending in the distance, his pupils slightly contracting. What is that? Some kind of elemental magic. That level must be above Tier 6. What exactly is going on? When did such a strong individual appear in the hills? Is it the queen of the Moshian people? No, that fellow can't use magic of this level. He hesitated for a moment but still decided to go and take a look, just a look. He was one of the 10 greats, after all, and his speed was so fast that he could escape even if things went wrong. Many people observed it in this area, but most, due to its terrifying power, not only dared not approach but instead fled far away. Only a few confident individuals came to check the situation. Meanwhile, on Rowan's side, the meteor shower continued for quite a while before stopping. Although all the ogres had been eliminated, it still lasted for a bit longer. The commotion was indeed a bit too loud. This was Rowan's first time using this magic under development, and he had somewhat underestimated the commotion it caused. He nervously put on his invisibility robe and hid to the side. A while later, several figures appeared in the destroyed ogre tribe. A four-legged half-beastman, a colorful snake person, a white ape, and a strangely shaped creature, a Moshian people. 4 of the 10 greats of the demi-human hills had been attracted. 7-colored scale could be said to be the strongest among them. His mutated 7-colored scales could rival the defensive power of a dragon's scales, and the trident in his hand also possessed terrifying special abilities. Although he had not entered the realm of the aberrants, he possessed the strength to contend with them. What is going on? Did someone use a tier 6, or even tier 7, magic here? Looking at the destroyed ogre camp, Seven-Colored Scale's expression was very grim. The destructive power has reached tier 7. The Moshian people are all mages, and the queen of the Moshian people is even a grand mage, so she could easily judge the power of the magic. Can you use magic of this level? The Moshian people woman shook her head. Impossible, even an aberrant cannot use magic of this level. The four only felt a chill down their spines. Although they didn't know the other party's purpose, such a powerful individual was definitely beyond what the four of them present could contend with. Let's go. Seven-Colored Scale turned and ran, no longer daring to join the excitement. The other three also hurried away, fearing to attract the attention of that unknown powerful individual. However, Rowan had already noticed them. He quietly followed the white ape, and after following for a distance, he suddenly struck. Tier 5 Forbidden Spell, a Dark Dragon Thunder. Black lightning shot out from Rowan's hand. After powerful compression, the magic power became tiny, but its destructive and penetrating power were greatly enhanced. The Dark Dragon Thunder pierced through the white ape's chest, and then Rowan followed up, pressing one hand on the opponent's head. Degradation. All of the opponent's energy was extracted by Rowan, and Rowan's energy increased by a large margin. A hero rank existence, after being drained, actually increased his energy by nearly 100 points. That's really good. Recently, Rowan's optimization energy was always insufficient. Before he had to optimization those high-grade materials and also help Alka break through levels. After absorbing several young dragons in the royal capital, he basically had to go out every day to catch a few monsters to absorb. It's just that the monsters around the royal capital were not high level, so he couldn't absorb much, and thus several pieces of high-grade materials had not yet been optimized. Nice, this is a really good place. Rowan beamed with joy. The drained white ape turned into a mummy, which Rowan casually burned with a fire. Continue searching. With the crows providing vision, finding those demi-human powerhouses was not difficult. On the way, he encountered a large goblin tribe. Rowan dared not use elemental meteor again this time. While that move was powerful, it caused too much commotion, and was not suitable for use at the current stage. After casually flinging a bunch of magic to eliminate the monsters, Rowan used the tier for Forbidden Spell, Death Wanderer. He summoned 7 wanderers using the monster corpses, then dispatched 3 tier 3 crows to lead them to find more monsters. The wanderers could possess monsters, then make them fight each other, which was very convenient. As for Rowan himself, he went to hunt down those hero rank monsters. 3 days later, Rowan patted his butt and left the hills with satisfaction. Only the demi-humans of the hills were left, living in terror. During these 3 days, 4 of the 10 greats died, and more than a dozen tribes were wiped out. It was said that a terrifying semi-transparent undead was responsible. These terrifying monsters emerged from unknown places, immune to physical damage, and could only be attacked by magic. However, low-level magic caused little damage, and they themselves were very fast, appearing and then hiding inside other living beings, controlling them. Once possessed, even if you attacked, you would only be attacking the possessed living being, unable to harm the undead itself, which was very disgusting. It was estimated that only powerhouses at the level of the 10 greats could deal with such monsters. The 4 who died must have also been killed by these monsters. It was truly terrifying. During this period, the demi-humans were all in self-preservation mode, and named these terrifying monsters Soul Devourers. Once possessed, the soul would be completely devoured, which was exceptionally terrifying. However, luckily, these monsters appeared for a few days, and then naturally vanished. Some saw their bodies fade into smoke and disappear, and they did not reappear for a period afterward. Although they didn't know what was going on, the demi-humans could finally breathe a sigh of relief. And these soul devourers also became terrifying monsters that could make children stop crying. However, others might have thought it was the doing of these undead, but Seven-Colored Scale knew very well that behind these terrifying undead was another existence, a terrifying existence capable of using Tier 7 magic, and these undead were likely just that existence's summoned creatures. Seven-Colored Scale was very uneasy and even began planning to escape, but after the hills returned to peace later, he also felt a little relieved. Perhaps that terrifying existence was just passing through the hills. Who could it be? Could it be those terrifying Dragon Kings? Seven-Colored Scale decided to be even more careful in the future, and to run immediately if he encountered anything amiss. As the strongest in these hills, he had little means to resist such an enemy. Chapter 66, Karina's Confession. At the same time, in the northwest corner of the Empire, a hooded girl was squatting in an alley with several men lying next to her, and a crow perched on her shoulder. Ugh, fake news again, how troublesome. How can that damn organization hide so deeply? She scratched her hair, looking very distressed. The investigation had made little progress lately, and this was even with the crow's assistance. Without it, she would be completely lost. This crow had departed with her as a partner. It was the boss's crow, said to be able to contact the boss. However, Renas didn't dare to contact the boss because the mission hadn't progressed, and she was afraid of being scolded. This crow was very clever and not weak in strength, but unfortunately, it couldn't speak, unlike the crow she first encountered in the imperial capital. That talking crow was probably the boss's true confidant. After spending time together, she realized that the crow's strength might not be much weaker than her own. She had personally seen this fellow kill highway robbers with a few wind blades. Strong, able to understand human speech, with first-rate reconnaissance abilities, and although it couldn't speak, it was already an incredibly powerful pet. Renas pondered, she would do more missions in the future to see if she could convince the boss to give her this crow. In fact, Renas had secretly given this crow a name in her heart. After grinding for a few days and absorbing a lot of energy, Rowan felt refreshed. Coupled with the experience accumulated from forging equipment recently, Rowan's level had now risen by 1. He had now reached level 47. Because of the crow's presence, Rowan had no trouble finding Kanina and the others. After entering the Holy Kingdom's capital, Rowan wandered around. It had an atmosphere distinctly different from the kingdom and the empire. The kingdom's capital was a bit chaotic, with all sorts of people, a large gap between rich and poor, and diverse elements. The empire's capital was very orderly, its citizens thriving, and strict rules. The Holy Kingdom's capital, however, was peaceful and joyful, with a strong spiritual atmosphere, yet not entirely devoted to faith, with smiles visible everywhere. The Holy Queen governed the country very well, and had a very high reputation among the people. Unfortunately, in just over 4 years, everything here would be destroyed. Arriving at the inn, Rowan met up with Kanina and the others. During the time they waited for Rowan, they had already toured the capital, and their impression of it was quite similar to Rowan's. From now on, we'll start on serious business. From now on, led by Kanina, you will interact with the alchemists here. Ah? Me? Kanina pointed to herself. But my alchemy level is still very poor, this. It's fine, you don't need very profound alchemy. We are just here to gather information and learn alchemy. You are the alchemist on the surface, Wind Chime is your apprentice, and I am your teammate. They weren't wearing masks, so if someone investigated, they could still discover their identities. But it didn't matter, after all, Rowan had no intention of doing anything bad, neither beating anyone nor destroying anything. He didn't know the level of that alchemist Morgan. If his level was truly high, then he would consider using optimization. However, Rowan thought this hope was slim, as this person didn't appear in the plot at all, suggesting he wasn't a true master. Kanina accepted the arrangement, feeling very nervous. If she were ridiculed for her low alchemy level, that would be bad. Her own embarrassment was a small matter, but implicating Lord Rowan was a big one. Rowan saw Kanina's tight little face. He didn't know what she was thinking and comforted her, relax. Just think of it as a trip. We're just going to the alchemy gathering to join the fun. Okay, the alchemy gathering is set for 3 days from now, at the Mages Guild in the royal capital. Understood. Then for these few days, we'll just wander around and see if we can buy some good things. Yes. The Mages Guild's scale wasn't actually very large. If the Adventurers Guild was the largest guild, then the Mages Guild was the second largest. The former was present in cities of all sizes, while the latter only had branches in large cities. As for the Mages Guild, such as this one, it was only established in a nation's capital. In the evening, Rowan was studying the contents of the forbidden spell in his room when he heard a knock at the door. It was Canina who entered, and Rowan was a little surprised. "Lord Rowan, I apologize for disturbing you." "No problem. What is it? Is there something you need to discuss late at night? You went to those demi-human hills a few days ago, didn't you?" Although he hadn't said anything, it was perfectly normal for her to guess. Rowan smiled. "That's right, I had some matters to attend to there. The reason you didn't take me with you was because I'm too weak, wasn't it?" Canina lowered her head, her knuckles white as she clutched her clothes. "You paid a price to save me before, a huge price, but half a year has passed, and not only have I not grown stronger, but I've fallen further and further behind you. If I could still see your back before now." Rowan sighed. Although Canina was no longer an ordinary person, and her potential had increased significantly, she was still too far behind him. It was impossible for her to keep up with his pace. And Rowan wasn't comfortable using an ability like Limit Break on her. "Canina, your progress has actually been very significant. My situation is quite special, you don't need to compare yourself to me." But Canina lowered her head, tears dripping onto the ground. "One day, I will completely fail to keep up with your pace, and then be abandoned because I will no longer be of any use. I cannot accept such a result. Don't worry, I won't abandon you, even if your strength can't keep up." Do you have such a strong obsession with increasing your strength?" "Of course, I want to always be by your side, to be useful, not a burden." Canina looked up, her eyes filled with determination. "If my strength is too weak, I will eventually fall further and further behind, and in the end, I can only follow you like an ordinary person. I also want to be your right-hand man, like Alka." This girl, has she also noticed my trust in Alka? Because Alka is Rowan's created life, the level of trust is certainly different. "Why are you so fixated on me, even though I saved your life?" I don't know either." Canina lowered her head. She seemed a little uneasy. This confession to Rowan had taken a lot of courage. Either her knot would be untied, or she would be alienated by Rowan. Chapter 67, Holding the Future. Rowan hesitated, Canina's eyes were somewhat unfocused, and the surrounding crows monitored everything but found no abnormalities. Rowan opened his eyes. Under the eye of forbidden spells, no magical traces on Canina's body could escape Rowan's gaze. And as the Mother of Life is a master of life and soul, any changes in her soul also could not escape Rowan's eyes. There were no traces of control magic on Canina's body, nor any signs of her soul being modified. She was as always. If she was controlled, it could only be a world-class item, or a spell of the origin magic level. Canina's face flushed slightly from Rowan's scrutiny. "Come here," Rowan beckoned. Canina walked over, and Rowan took her hand, making Canina's face flush even more. Optimization. Rowan read Canina's memories. There were no abnormalities in her recent memories either. Could anyone control Canina, hide it from the Mother of Life and the Eye of Forbidden Spells, and also modify her memories? Rowan wasn't sure, but this possibility should be extremely small. "Lo, Rowan, Your Excellency," Canina whispered. "Canina, I have a way to increase your strength more quickly." Really? That's right, this is a special ability that can only be used on the closest people. The reason I didn't tell you before was because your relationship with me hadn't reached that level of intimacy." Rowan sighed inwardly. The ability to raise someone's level was too terrifying, so Rowan had always been afraid to use it, only daring to use it on his own soul creations. Perhaps he could be a little bolder. Facing the Bone King's faction, one person was too weak. If he could have a few more powerful assistants, the pressure would be much less. So that's how it is, Kanina said softly. Kanina was good in all aspects. After reading her memories, he knew her thoroughly. The possibility of betrayal was extremely small. Perhaps he could try. Kanina, you. Kanina withdrew her hand, and Rowan was a little surprised. Was she angry? Because he hadn't trusted her. Then, he saw Kanina take off her clothes. Then, let me become the person closest to Rowan, Your Excellency. A future without you is no future for me. I want to be by your side forever, not just as a mediocre subordinate. I want to have a future with you. Kanina's eyes were firm. This. Rowan didn't know what to say for a moment. The next day, Wind Chime went shopping with Sister Kanina, collecting information, but for some reason, she always felt a little strange about her. Sometimes she would stare blankly, sometimes suddenly giggle, sometimes blush, sometimes zone out, and when she spoke, a smile always played on her lips, as if she had some unhideable happy secret. It was indeed a happy thing that Teacher Rowan returned, but it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Is Sister Kanina broken? Sister Kanina. What? You seem very happy today. Did something interesting happen yesterday? Kanina's face turned crimson. No, nothing at all, it's just that Rowan, Your Excellency, returned, so I'm just a little happy. Are you too happy? Oh, it's nothing, come on, let's go to the alchemist shop ahead, and see if there's anything eye-catching. Oh. Kanina's face felt a little hot, always worried that her little secret would be discovered, but looking at Wind Chime's silly appearance, there should be no problem. Kanina was indeed in a very good mood. The improvement in her strength was actually nothing. What was truly important was that Rowan, Your Excellency's relationship with her had deepened, and he was willing to reveal his secrets to her. Kanina was deeply moved by this. This showed that she was already a trusted person of Rowan, Your Excellency, just like Alka, a true insider. Just as she had said before, her previously uncertain future had now been confirmed, filling Kanina with strength. In the room, Rowan was still deducing the forbidden spell. Yesterday's events, though not his intention, he would have helped her even without it. But since she had mustered her courage, refusing again would have been a bit hurtful. However, after their relationship deepened, Rowan did indeed trust Kanina more. Because her level wasn't high, and the energy consumed wasn't too much, he gave her 2 significant strength boosts yesterday. This feeling of strength improvement made her somewhat insatiable. At least, she could see her future, unlike her previous state of confusion. But a person's strength, besides level, also encompasses various other aspects. Rowan could help with level and equipment, but learning and using magic could only rely on herself. Now, with another major energy consumer, Rowan also had a headache. Absorbing energy every day was a troublesome matter. Perhaps he could try breeding some strong xenomorph or demi-humans. For demi-humans to quickly improve their strength, the hope might very well lie in alchemy. Rowan's current level definitely couldn't achieve this, but in the future, he might be able to create potions or the like that rapidly increase strength. However, this was just an idea of Rowan's. His current alchemy level was too low. It was still a long way off to achieve such a degree. Days passed one by one. With a goal, Kanina became even more diligent. Aside from special times with Rowan, she was either out collecting information or diligently studying magic or alchemy, working no less hard than Rowan. Rowan was also very satisfied with this. 3 days quietly passed, and Master Morgan's appointed time had arrived. Today, Rowan finally decided to go out, but among the 3, Kanina was in charge. Rowan and Wind Chime were just following along. The Alchemist Guild was very lively today, with many alchemists from other places coming because of its reputation. In Rowan's opinion, Master Morgan was nothing special, but to outsiders, Master Morgan was indeed a master. Rowan glanced from afar at the white-haired old man. Morgan. Level, 18. Profession, Wizard, LV10, Alchemist, LV8. Innate ability, none. Indeed ordinary. His alchemist level was only LV8. However, in this world, most people couldn't reach this level, so calling him a master was fine. Among the people who came here today, Rowan also found an acquaintance. Nympharia, long time no see, Rowan greeted a boy with a golden bowl cut. After a long time, this genius alchemist looked a little taller, but it wasn't very obvious. He was still as weak as before. Chapter 68, The Legendary Alchemist, Masamoj. Ah, Rowan. You're here too. Nympharia's face lit up with surprise. Long time no see. Yeah, it's been a year, and you've grown quite a bit, Rowan said with a smile. Haha, is that so? I heard you've already become a orichalcum rank adventurer. That's amazing. Just SOSO. By the way, this is my teammate Kanina, and this is Kanina's apprentice, Wind Chime. Kanina was the alchemist master now, so Rowan's apprentice was naturally placed under Kanina. The group exchanged greetings. Nympharia was accompanied by his grandmother, a Tier 3 powerhouse who was also known as Erantal's best pharmacist. Whether she was the best or not was unknown, but her alchemist and pharmacist levels were certainly not low. Nympharia was also a genius alchemist, but he had yet to fully mature. Meeting an acquaintance in a foreign land was a joyous occasion. Kanina observed secretly. She rarely saw Rowan chat with someone so happily and relaxed, and she wondered how they knew each other. Nympharia's grandmother was also observing secretly. This young man's strength was probably even more terrifying than it appeared. To become a orichalcum rank adventurer in less than a year was simply incredible. Did I misjudge him before? It shouldn't be, he seemed like an ordinary person then. As for his teammate, the young girl Wind Chime, there was no need to mention her, she was an ordinary person. The girl named Kanina also possessed considerable strength. It was a good thing that Nympharia could make such friends. Learning that Rowan's teammate was also an alchemist, Nympharia's grandmother was a little surprised. She struck up a conversation with her and found her level to be rather ordinary. Of course, she wasn't a beginner, but more like the level of an alchemist in a small, ordinary city. Given her young age, this level was quite normal. Alchemist required both talent and accumulation, and powerful young alchemists were very rare. Morgan's alchemist gathering was primarily for academic exchange. The concept of academic journals had not yet emerged in this world, so different masters would convene a gathering each year to exchange ideas. Sometimes the convener would also announce their research findings. For example, this time, Grand Alchemist Morgan announced a new alchemist potion he had researched, the Fire Element Resistance Potion. After use, it could increase resistance to the fire element for half an hour. As for how much it increased, there was no clear data. Current alchemist lacked standardized quantification, and was still in a relatively primitive stage. Among Rowan's group, Nympharia's grandmother had the greatest reputation, so she took the lead, introducing them to fellow alchemists. Rowan generally didn't pay much attention to ordinary people. However, one person caught Rowan's attention. It was an old man with white hair, sitting shakily in the corner, but everyone treated him with great respect. Masamog. Level, 24. Profession, Wizard, LV10, High-Level Wizard, LV2, Alchemist, LV12. Innate ability, Alchemical Intuition. There was even an alchemist as high as level 12, this was the true big shot. Seeing Rowan stare at the old man, Nympharia reminded him, this is the legendary alchemist Sir Masamog. His classic work Principles of Alchemy can be said to be a must-read for all alchemists. In addition, his Dragon Blood Alchemy and Metal Alchemy are also classics. He has invented many alchemist potions, and even Grand Alchemist Morgan is one of his students. He is truly a living legend. I didn't expect him to still be attending at such an old age. Rowan nodded. He was indeed quite impressive. To be able to master Alchemist to LV12, although not maxed out, this was the highest level production profession Rowan had encountered. Although Rowan's alchemist profession was higher and his alchemist skills were more powerful, in terms of knowledge, he certainly couldn't compare to this old man. Rowan had read his works and found them to be truly remarkable. One should know that any book with principles, introduction, or fundamentals in its title was not something an ordinary person could write. Rowan walked towards him. However, he was stopped by a blonde girl. I'm sorry, my teacher is very old and his energy is not what it used to be, so he rarely discusses alchemist issues with others. I apologize. I was abrupt. Rowan took out a small bottle containing a light blue liquid. Please show this to Sir Masamog, he will be interested. The blonde girl looked at Rowan with suspicious eyes, seemingly conflicted. Although she didn't know what the item in Rowan's hand was, it felt somewhat special. Okay, please wait a moment. She took the small bottle from Rowan's hand, then returned to the old man's side and whispered something in his ear. The old man slowly opened his eyes and took the small bottle. Then Rowan witnessed an interesting scene. Confusion, shock, terror, a ghost-like expression, clutching his chest as if having a heart attack. The little girl next to him was flustered. It was truly difficult to make such rich expressions at such an old age. The blonde girl quickly returned, with a strange expression on her face. Sir, my teacher invites you to the reception room on the side for a detailed discussion. Rowan nodded, then proceeded to the reception room under a multitude of strange gazes. Even Grand Alchemist Morgan noticed the commotion, but he didn't know what had happened, only feeling that his teacher had found an interesting young man. In the reception room, the old man was already seated and had asked the blonde girl to leave. The blonde girl was a little strange and left reluctantly. Today's events were truly peculiar, and she wondered who this young man really was. Among the famous alchemists, she didn't seem to have heard of this one. The surroundings became quiet and the old and young sat opposite each other, staring wide-eyed. The old man took out the small bottle. Although old, his hands were exceptionally steady. This is dragon blood, but not ordinary blood. It's blood that has been extracted, and its color has changed dramatically, so most people wouldn't recognize it. But undoubtedly, it contains unimaginable magical power. Am I right, old man? The old man looked at Rowan. Rowan smiled. Indeed, your insight is good. I extracted the dragon blood. Impossible, how was this done? I saw dragon blood once in the early days from a friend. The blood of such a legendary creature has very high energy, and normal alchemist methods cannot affect its structure. But you not only can affect it but also purify it. This is not something alchemists of our generation can do, this belongs to the realm of gods. Chapter 69, A Pure Heart of Seeking Knowledge, the one who is wise is the teacher. In Masamog's eyes, dragon blood was already a legendary life form, and ordinary dragon blood was an extremely precious material. Even ordinary dragon blood was extremely difficult to extract, even he would have to spend a great deal of effort to extract it. But this young man in front of him, he didn't know how he did it. Rowan took the dragon blood back from his hand, and the old man looked reluctant. Ahem, this thing is still very precious. Rowan couldn't bear to give it away. Rowan did not answer Masamog's confusion, but instead said, I've been researching the uses of dragon blood recently, but progress has been slow. Rowan took out a pile of manuscripts, and handed them to the old man. The title of the manuscripts clearly read, 12 Uses of Dragon Blood. The old man took them and began to read them carefully. Rowan wasn't idle either, he took out another notebook and continued to deduce the forbidden spell he was developing earlier, emphasizing not wasting any time. After a long while, the old man frowned and put down the manuscripts. Amazing, truly amazing. I originally thought my alchemist skills had achieved some success, but I didn't expect that I was just a frog in a well. Alchemist is much more profound than I imagined. I am ashamed. When others call me a master, I feel very ashamed. Only today do I realize that I am still just an apprentice. Rowan smiled and said, "Your skill is beyond doubt, but it is limited to the techniques mastered by humans. In this world, there are too many existences beyond human imagination. Only by coming into contact with them can alchemist advance further. Otherwise, it will only stagnate. Only with more, higher-grade basic materials can greater possibilities be realized." Ashamed. The old man actually shed tears, which startled Rowan. He hadn't even started beating him yet, so why was he crying? The old man wiped away a tear. "I am truly sorry. Thinking of the latter half of my life immersed in false glory, I can't help but feel great regret. I only regret meeting you too late. If you don't mind, please accept me, this old apprentice." The old man bowed down. "Please, even though I'm almost dead, at least I want to glimpse a higher scenery before I die." Rowan was greatly startled by him, not knowing what madness this old man was getting into. Had he become muddled in his old age? Rowan sighed helplessly. "What are you doing? Although your knowledge reserve is indeed somewhat weak, whether it's the extraction method, the approach and technique for processing dragon blood, or the research on the related properties of dragon blood, all of it has far surpassed mine." Rowan's eyebrows twitched. This old man really dared to speak. What did he mean by weak knowledge reserve? Even if it wasn't much, he shouldn't say it to his face. Did he not know what a max-level grand alchemist was? The forbidden alchemy would scare him to death if he used it. The old man continued, "I speculate that it's only because you've been in contact with alchemist for too short a time. But even so, your skill is already much stronger than mine. If we two were building a house, I would only be carving on the foundation, and no matter how beautiful the carving, it would still just be the foundation. But you, after laying the foundation, you continuously build upwards, far exceeding my limits." Based solely on an extracted raw material and a draft, Masamog made such a judgment, and disregarding the difference in status, directly knelt before a young man much younger than himself. No matter what, this kind of courage was not something ordinary people could compare with. Rowan sighed inwardly. In truth, all his successes came from the abilities of a grand alchemist. He didn't actually know as much about alchemist as Masamog did. However, on this point, he was not wrong. Low-tier alchemy potions, no matter how fancy you make them, are still low-tier. And high-tier alchemist brings not only wealth and power, but more importantly, it opens a door to more advanced alchemist. Continuously researching alchemist, with a human lifespan, one might never break through. However, if there's an opportunity to come into contact with more advanced alchemist, then it might be possible to break through one's professional limits and reach a higher level. The higher the level of an alchemy tool, the more advanced the technical skill it contains. Although the old man was incredibly old, he still wanted to see more advanced alchemist before he died. Even if he died the next day, he would have no regrets. This old man was a pure person, similar to Flutter of the Empire, one obsessed with magic, the other obsessed with alchemist. Rowan was silent, while the old man was anxious. He knelt before Rowan, wishing only to come into contact with a higher level of alchemist. "You are already so old and a legend in the alchemy world. Now you're kneeling before a young man like me, wanting to be my apprentice. Don't you feel ashamed?" "Not at all. Your ability is enough to be my teacher, it has nothing to do with age. And as for so-called reputation, it has no use for me. No, the only use for reputation is to help me gather resources so I can research alchemist more easily." The old man's attitude was sincere. "I am willing to abandon all of it, just to learn by your side." Rowan had a headache. He hadn't anticipated this scene. He had only intended to exchange ideas with the old man, and see if there was a chance to glean some knowledge. How did it turn into an apprenticeship? "Enough, get up. I'll temporarily take you as an apprentice, but if your performance is unsuitable, I will expel you," Rowan said with a stern face. Thank you, teacher. Rowan helped him up. Optimization. Over 100 years of memories flooded his mind, but the current Rowan was no longer the same. With his increased level, his physical qualities, and all aspects far surpassed his past self. Thus, his expression didn't even change as he absorbed these memories. At this point, Rowan's fundamental shortcomings in Alchemist were completely filled. The rest was up to him. It would be very difficult to find someone stronger in Alchemist than this old man in this world. The old man only felt a warmth in his body, and all his fatigue vanished, as if he had become more than 10 years younger. Thank you, teacher. Masamog's face was respectful. About me taking you as an apprentice, don't tell anyone. Outside, we'll refer to each other as friends. Also, don't tell anyone that I am an alchemist. Are you worried about me losing face? Please rest assured, I am not the kind of person who cares about others' opinions. No, I just don't want to be exposed to the public eye, Rowan said indifferently. Oh, all right. Your student will keep it a secret. The two sat down again. Because he had received the other's memories, he was very clear about his shortcomings. He gave him a lesson specifically on the issue of material extraction. Rowan's extraction level didn't seem high, but to people from another world, it was already overwhelming. The extraction technique gave Masamog great inspiration. Chapter 70 Kalat. After Rowan gave him a lesson on extraction techniques, he assigned him a research topic, the extraction of dragon blood, and the study of alchemical potions aimed at strengthening physique. Rowan still had some fresh dragon blood from the dragon consort. Although its value wasn't as high as the Dragon King's, it was still an extremely precious material. Rowan wasn't stingy and simply gave a small barrel to the old man as his research material. By the time the two emerged, it was already evening. The blonde girl, who had been waiting anxiously at the door, finally relaxed a little when she saw them come out. However, seeing her usually stern teacher now radiant and beaming like a child, she felt her worldview crumbling. If Rowan hadn't been a man, she might have had some very impolite thoughts. Teacher, are you all right? Good, of course I'm good. Old cough cough, I am a bit old, but my spirit is still very high. I merely discussed some alchemical conjectures with a friend and gained a lot. Rowan smiled without speaking. Yes, I gained your knowledge and gave you some pointers. A win-win. But teacher, this gentleman, he doesn't seem to be an alchemist, does he? So what if he isn't? Can't he discuss alchemy just because he isn't? Must someone be an alchemist to discuss alchemy? Masamog began to babble nonsense. Some time had passed, and most of the people had left. Master Morgan finally had some free time. Teacher, who is this? He, my good friend. Cough cough, these two are my students, Morgan and Lorien. You too, this is Master Rowan. Asterisk cough cough asterisk, what master? Don't call me that. Hello, both of you. Just call me Rowan. The two looked at each other somewhat puzzled but still paid their respects. I should be heading back now. If anything comes up, you can write to the royal capital, I usually reside there. Masamog was a bit reluctant and wanted to go to the royal capital with his teacher, but seeing the other party's stern gaze, he quickly swallowed his words. All right, then we'll contact each other by letter. Rowan nodded, then gestured to Canina and Fyria, who were waiting for him, and they departed. At the Alchemist Guild, Morgan asked curiously, Teacher, could this person be your illegitimate son? The old man's face instantly turned incredibly sour. If you used half of your wild imagination on alchemy, you wouldn't be so half-baked now. The blonde girl Lorien couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. The old man looked at her with a scowl, scaring her into stopping her laughter. You still dare to laugh? You've been studying alchemy with me since you were little, and you still can't even optimization healing potions. Morgan is half-baked, but you don't even have half a bucket of water, humph. He walked away angrily. Lorien followed quickly with a bitter face, while Morgan stroked his thinning hair, completely bewildered. He didn't understand why his teacher was suddenly angry. Hadn't he been in a great mood just now? Also, who exactly was that young man, to be so highly regarded by his teacher? It was truly strange. Could he be an alchemical genius? That didn't seem right. His teacher had seen many geniuses, but he had never seemed this happy. Walking on the street, Nympharia looked on with admiration. Big brother Rowan, you're really amazing. You're so familiar with Master Masamog, and you're even friends. That's incredible. Rowan laughed. It's all right, it's all right. We just get along well, that's all. We're all friends. It's such a pity. If Master Masamog were a bit younger, he would definitely take you as his apprentice. I can tell he really likes you. Take me as his apprentice. Is that appropriate? Cough cough, all right, all right. We should be parting ways soon, Nympharia. If you ever run into any trouble, you can come find me. I'm not good at much else, but I do have a bit of brute strength. This is my address. Rowan wrote down his address for Nympharia. Okay, then we'll see each other next time. Nympharia was very happy, already considering Rowan one of his few friends. They waved goodbye. After parting ways, Rowan said, "We've collected most of the materials, haven't we?" Canina nodded. We've collected most of them. It cost a total of 816 gold coins. Because we spent so much, we almost got targeted, but I shook them off. Also, some high-grade alchemical and forging materials haven't been acquired yet. No worries, I've already asked Masamog to help us collect them. After you pick up the items from him the day after tomorrow, we'll head back. Canina nodded obediently. She was already accustomed to Rowan's mysterious ways. Only Wind Chime's mind was still muddled. Having made significant gains today, Rowan only wanted to go back and continue his research as an alchemist. The foundational knowledge he acquired today gave him great inspiration, enough to advance his previous research significantly. His research on dragon blood could also take a big leap forward, nearing completion. And if the dragon blood potion were to appear in the world, it would undoubtedly be one of the highest-grade alchemical potions among humans. There was no helping it, humanity's upper limit was simply too low. Any good item brought out would be a treasure beyond imagination. However, several figures blocked Rowan's path. Leading them was a brown-haired girl dressed in a priestess's robes, followed by several temple knights. This was Kirat. Rowan took a look, it really was her. Kirat. Level, 30. Occupations, Priestess, LV 15, High Priestess, LV 10, Pontiff, LV 10, Holy Exorcist, LV 5. Innate ability, none. Her level was very high, she was a hero rank expert. Rowan had some impression of this person. She was the Holy Queen's right-hand woman, the temple's highest priestess, the priestess chief, and the captain. Her strength was formidable, capable of using fifth-tier faith-based magic. She and her sister were hailed as the Holy Kingdom's genius sisters. Her elder sister had a reckless personality, and was the temple's highest authority, while she, as the younger sister, was intelligent and rational, skilled at assisting her sister. Her strength already surpassed that of Locky's, the leader of the Adamantite rank team, Blue Rose. It was a pity that during the Bone King's invasion, she was captured by Demiurge, and her head was cut off to be used as a casting tool for the crowned demon. Her fate was extremely tragic, and her deeply affectionate sister almost went mad. What a pitiful fellow. Her intelligence wasn't low, she was one of the very few who realized that the Bone King and the disguised Demiurge were working together, and that everything the Holy Kingdom suffered was his self-directed act. Unfortunately, she discovered it too late. In the face of absolute power, even discovering the truth was meaningless. Chapter 71 Invitation. Kirat sized up the group. Wind Chime, frightened, hid behind Rowan, while Canina quietly gripped her magic staff. Lord Rowan, and also, Lady Canina, would you be willing to join me for tea if you have time? Invited for tea. A hot-tempered person would probably not give face to this, as the other party seemed to have ill intentions. However, Rowan had always been amiable and disliked causing trouble. Ah, of course. Thank you very much. Rowan was a bit surprised, having expected the other party to be more impolite. Kirat led the two to a nearby shop and spoke directly. Lord Rowan is a orichalcum rank adventurer who ascended last year in the kingdom, possessing great strength, and also being a master craftsman, with a significant reputation in the royal capital. Miss Canina is a genius priest from Theocracy. Despite her young age, she has also become a orichalcum rank adventurer. After her previous team met with tragedy, she formed a team with Lord Rowan. For some reason, she has not returned to Theocracy. I wonder if what I've said is correct. Poor Wind Chime was completely ignored. As for Canina, her brows were tightly furrowed. She was extremely displeased. What a rude person, secretly investigating others was one thing, but to immediately expose someone's past upon meeting was too impolite. To her, Theocracy was merely her birthplace. After bringing her sister over, she no longer felt any nostalgia for that place. Rowan smiled. Lady Kirat, your investigation is truly thorough. It's merely basic information. However, Lord Rowan, you actually recognize me. The Holy Kingdom's genius sisters, their names are like thunder. The three most famous geniuses of the Holy Kingdom are the Holy Queen and the Genius Sisters. She had been praised many times, but hearing it from Rowan, Kirat couldn't help but smile. You're too kind. Then I won't beat around the bush. I would like to invite both of you to join our Holy Kingdom. You haven't been beating around the bush at all. Kirat said, with Lord Rowan's forging skills, you will surely shine in the Holy Kingdom. As you all must have seen these past few days, under the leadership of the Holy Queen, life in the Holy Kingdom is peaceful and tranquil, definitely better than in the kingdom. Furthermore, the Holy Queen is willing to hire you as the chief court blacksmith, and the remuneration will certainly satisfy you. Although the Holy Kingdom's territory is not as large as the kingdom's, its strength is far greater than the kingdom's, both in terms of high-level combat power and its foundations. Rowan thought for a moment and said, sorry, I'm used to staying in the kingdom, and don't want to move around. However, I think we can cooperate. My location doesn't really matter. Kirat was stunned and asked curiously, cooperation? That's right. You provide the materials, and I'll help you forge. I'll just take a small, insignificant commission. Of course, don't come to me for low-level equipment, I only want to forge high-level equipment. Kirat hadn't considered this, she had expected Rowan to agree without hesitation. After all, Rowan had not received any official invitation in the kingdom. Although he had a considerable reputation among adventurers, he had not attracted the kingdom's attention. Here, the Holy Queen valued him so much that she sent her right-hand woman, the High Priestess, to personally invite him and promised to make him the chief court blacksmith. Generally speaking, no one should refuse. But Rowan still refused and even made a strange suggestion. This left Kirat in an awkward and uncomfortable position. All right, we can try it for a while. Come with me, I'll take you to visit the forging facility. Rowan asked Canina to take Wind Chime back first. Canina was a bit worried, but seeing Rowan's gaze, she agreed. Along the way, Kirat introduced Rowan to various matters concerning the Holy Kingdom, including the situation in different regions, the development of the royal city, and the various measures taken since the Holy Queen's ascension. Life in the Holy Kingdom was indeed good. There wasn't the heavy sectarian pressure of Theocracy, yet its administration was stricter than the kingdom's, and it was very severe on illegal activities. Therefore, for ordinary people living there, the sense of happiness was the highest among the three human nations. Even higher than the Empire. And since the Holy Queen's accession, she had accomplished many great deeds beneficial to the nation and its people. Rowan just listened, occasionally agreeing. It was clear that Kirat held the Holy Queen in high regard. The Holy Queen, well, her strength seemed decent, and she possessed a high-level magic item. Rowan also wanted to meet the Holy Queen, but given his current status, it would probably be quite difficult. Alchemy was quite developed in the Holy Kingdom, but forging techniques were relatively much more ordinary. Although the Holy Kingdom possessed Sapphirtia, one of the 4 holy swords, and the Holy King's crown, those were legacies from previous players and not forged by them. Rowan had never seen such legendary equipment and truly wished to see it. Kirat led Rowan to the Holy Kingdom's forging facility. The forging facility was an organization within the Holy Kingdom, housing several skilled blacksmiths from the kingdom, and about a dozen apprentices. The apprentices, needless to say, only had 1 or 2 levels in the blacksmith profession. As for those blacksmiths, their levels were all above 5, though mostly around 5 or 6. Even so, they were considered very skilled. Ordinary people who could advance the blacksmith profession to level 5 had genuine talent. However, they were still somewhat inferior to the dwarves in the dwarf kingdom. Rowan remembered that the head dwarf blacksmith had reached level 8 in the weaponsmith profession. The gap was not small. Lady Kirat. The blacksmiths greeted her one after another. This person's reputation in the Holy Kingdom was indeed considerable. A middle-aged man walked over and Kirat introduced him. This is the director of the forging facility and also the chief blacksmith, the most formidable forging master in the Holy Kingdom. Atra. Level, 11. Profession, warrior, LV4, blacksmith, LV7, armorer, LV3. Innate ability, none. Not bad, level 7, while not among the most powerful in the dwarf kingdom, was still considered a master. This is Master Rowan from the kingdom. Rowan went over and shook his hand. His level was too low. Rowan had no intention of using optimization to obtain his memories. This strongest blacksmith of the Holy Kingdom was not qualified for Rowan to use optimization. Master Rowan, I've heard of you. However, the Holy Kingdom and the kingdom might be a bit different. We only welcome people with genuine talent here, not those who merely fill a quota. The other party had a serious expression, immediately asserting dominance. Rowan couldn't help but find it amusing. Was it like this everywhere? Did people in technical fields always have to show off their skills to earn respect? Heh, then I'll prove myself. Bring the materials. Chapter 72 Cooperation. The blacksmith apprentices quickly prepared materials for Rowan, but they were all ordinary materials. How stingy. Back in the dwarf kingdom, for my first forging, they provided very precious intermediate materials. But the Holy Kingdom, these don't even count as low-grade materials, they're just the most common kind. Too narrow-minded. Rowan wasn't angry. For materials like these, he couldn't even be bothered to use the heart forging method. He picked up the materials and started hammering away. When an expert makes a move, you know it. Even without the heart forging method, his professional technique was eye-catching. Atra, how is it? Quillet whispered from the side. Atra's expression was a bit serious. Impressive. He might be slightly weaker than me, but not by much. Besides me, no one here can compare to him. He's a formidable blacksmith. Quillet was a little disappointed. Is that all? She had thought that Master Rowan would be stronger than Atra, especially since he had been promised the position of chief blacksmith. It seems they might have been a bit too hasty. Soon, Rowan forged a longsword. Although it was made of ordinary materials, the equipment's grade still reached the lowest level. Atra picked it up and examined it carefully, his eyes gleaming slightly. Impressive, this is a rare fine product. Although his technique is slightly inferior to mine, the quality of this weapon is no worse than what I forge, and perhaps even a bit better. This title of master is not undeserved. Rowan's eyebrow twitched. What do you mean technique is slightly inferior to yours? This uncle, with his thick brows and big eyes, is quite the self-promoter. Quillet picked it up and inspected it with an item appraisal spell, looking very satisfied. This equipment far surpassed ordinary equipment. Common soldiers weren't even qualified to use equipment of this grade. It is indeed very impressive, Master Rowan. Since you wish to cooperate for a period first, you can forge here from now on. You can tell me a commission rate, and I will discuss it with the Holy Queen. Rowan said, all right, but please don't give me these ordinary materials. I need higher grade materials, the higher the better. Understood. The two settled the matters and Rowan thus became a specially appointed blacksmith at the forge. Plans truly can't keep up with changes. He had originally intended to leave tomorrow. For Rowan, commissions and the like were secondary, the most important thing was the experience gained through forging. However, he no longer cared for the meager experience from ordinary equipment, at the very least, it had to be magical materials. Quillet returned and discussed it with the Holy Queen, finally settling on a plan. Rowan could forge at ease, they would provide high-grade materials. Failed forges wouldn't count. If only lowest-grade equipment was successfully forged, there would be no commission. After all, the value of these materials themselves exceeded the value of lowest-grade equipment. If a low-grade equipment was successfully forged, a commission of 3 gold coins would be taken. If it was intermediate-grade equipment, 30 gold coins. As for high-grade equipment, neither side made an agreement, as it was deemed impossible. Even if Rowan could forge one, he wouldn't give it to outsiders. High-grade equipment could already be called a treasure. This agreement seemed relaxed, but Rowan knew in his gut that if too many forges failed, the cooperation would quickly cease. Rowan quickly began his forging life, with many precious materials being brought in. This special treatment made everyone in the forge quite envious. Even Autre grumbled, saying that even as the chief, he didn't receive such good treatment. Autre didn't know the saying, an outsider monk is better at chanting scriptures. Additionally, the Holy Kingdom arranged 2 apprentices for him, which Rowan didn't particularly care about. If they harbored thoughts of secretly learning his craft, it only showed that the upper echelons of the Holy Kingdom were fools. More likely, it was for surveillance. Rowan was a bit speechless. It was truly judging a gentleman's heart with a villain's mindset. Was he the kind of person who would cut corners, pretend to fail a forge, and secretly take materials? The 2 apprentices were twins, not very old, and looked quite sturdy. To differentiate them, Rowan called them Azwa, left, and Au, right. Their work was very simple, to help Rowan tend the furnace and assist with rough forging. They weren't needed for the core work at all. The 2 started out respectful, but gradually their respect turned into admiration, because Rowan was simply too strong. A week quietly passed. In the Holy Kingdom, within the royal palace, a spacious room contained a row of weapon racks, displaying one weapon after another. The Holy Queen, Kalka Besserez, inspected each piece of equipment, gently caressing them with her hand. This is Master Rowan's achievement for this week. Besides her, only Quillet remained in the room. She said with some emotion, yes, it's almost unbelievable. In just 1 week, he used up so many precious materials, forging 63 low-grade pieces of equipment and 28 intermediate-grade pieces. These here are the intermediate-grade equipment Master Rowan forged. The Holy Queen thought for a moment and said, our forge, not counting the lowest grade, only managed 31 low-grade pieces and 8 intermediate-grade pieces in a whole year, right? And the spoilage rate was more than 3 times Rowan's. That's right, it's truly incredible. I initially thought he was similar to Autre, but unexpectedly, he's not just a little stronger, he's a true master. Quillet was a bit annoyed. That guy goes straight back to rest after forging. Honestly, it's as if I'd eat him if he stayed with me a little longer. The Holy Queen couldn't help but laugh. He is indeed an interesting person. One of him is worth 10, no, 100 ostras, isn't he? Not only is his craftsmanship superb, but his speed is also so fast. It's truly incredible. The poor chief of the forge was thus reduced to a unit of measurement. Quillet continued, not only that, I feel he's still holding back. If we fully support him, he might even be able to forge higher-grade equipment, weapons that could be called treasures. The Holy Queen was silent for a moment. Are you serious? But it's just my intuition, I can't guarantee it. It seems they had underestimated him. This one was a true master, just like Master Masamog of the Holy Kingdom, destined to be a figure remembered in history. The Holy Queen sighed. What a talent, but unfortunately, he's unwilling to stay in the Holy Kingdom. I heard he's also a orichalcum rank adventurer, very strong. His strength is passable, quite decent. What a pity, Quillet. What do you think would happen if you pursued him? Quillet's face flushed crimson. Don't say such foolish things, Your Majesty the Holy Queen. Just kidding. Humph. Seeing Quillet get angry, the Holy Queen found it somewhat amusing. Chapter 73, Forgotten Island. The Holy Queen recalled Rowan's information, feeling that he was a very remarkable person. Speaking of which, I'm so excellent and beautiful, why am I still not married? As soon as this thought crossed her mind, the Holy Queen began to feel anxious. Actually, as long as he's not using me, even an ordinary man would be fine, though it would be even better if he were a bit more outstanding. However, becoming the Holy Queen has made it even harder to find a suitable man. This Rowan seems to have a strong personality, and I heard he looks quite ordinary. But that's okay, as long as he has a good personality. I wonder if he'll be like other men, trying to use me to gain something. Perhaps I can find an opportunity to get to know him, not in a formal setting, but in a very casual one. The Holy Queen began to let her imagination run wild. As she grew older, she became increasingly anxious about these matters, and now she was obsessed with any magic that could preserve her beauty. Besides her appearance, the only thing she cared about most was finding a man who genuinely cared for her. Although her mind was wandering, her demeanor remained dignified. Quillard had no idea how much the Holy Queen had already thought. In the room, Rowan focused on writing in the book in his hand. Next door was Canina, who was diligently studying magic. And in the room next door, a young girl was studying alone, looking rather dejected. He stayed in the Holy Kingdom for another week, gaining a good amount of experience and gold. He only forged and did not use rune script, so the finished products were significantly weaker than equipment forged with full effort. But it didn't matter, this level of equipment was just for gaining experience. Inside the carriage, Rowan was scribbling in a notebook. This was his recent work on refining 12 uses for dragon blood. After acquiring a large amount of foundational knowledge, Rowan's ideas flowed like a spring, and many previous bottlenecks were easily overcome. Now his theoretical deductions had advanced significantly. Next up were the practical tests. If all went well, he would soon be able to refine a batch of mid-grade potions. The local potions were all low-grade, which Rowan didn't care for at all. He had only used them for practice to gain experience, and would never stockpile or use them. The effects were too weak, there was no need to stockpile them. These things weren't even considered resources. Mid-grade potions, however, were quite good, but in this world, they were already in a realm that human alchemy could not achieve. For example, the blood vials the Bone King casually gave out belonged to this category, and were even called divine blood by the people of this world. As for high-grade consumables, Rowan currently had no clue. The extracted dragon blood currently had 12 directional effects, but Rowan valued to the most a potential potion that increased potential, and a breakthrough potion that allowed one to break through a realm. However, since they were only mid-grade potions, it was estimated that the weaker the race of the potential potion user, the more potential would be increased. For example, for humans, depending on the user's talent, the level cap could increase by 5 to 10 levels, and subsequent growth would also be easier after use. This potion was useless to Rowan, but ordinary people could make use of it. It's a pity that while the cap increased, it was still difficult for most people to reach their own cap. Moreover, the human limit was only level 40, so adding 5 or 10 levels to the cap was not that significant. Even if they reached the human limit, they would still be cannon fodder in later battles. The breakthrough potion, on the other hand, was for breaking through a level when stuck at a bottleneck. Both of these potions only targeted those below level 45, possibly because the White Dragon King, as the raw material, was only level 46. The potion's effects were very strong, but they were useless to Rowan. The former was self-explanatory, as Rowan had no potential limit, and for the latter, having reached level 46, using it would not increase his level. If he could capture those true Dragon Kings to refine alchemical potions, the effects would certainly be stronger. It's a pity that he couldn't defeat a true Dragon King at all. Those who could defeat true Dragon Kings didn't need these potions, and those who needed the potions couldn't defeat true Dragon Kings, which was truly frustrating. Besides these, there were also some alchemical potions with temporary effects, such as increasing strength, defense, and resistances. These were also useful to Rowan, but he felt it was a bit of a waste. In short, it was fine to experimentally produce 1 or 2 bottles, but it would be more suitable to use them for potential potions. Cultivating some subordinates was also very important. However, the amount of dragon blood was limited after extraction, so not too many could be made. Although Rowan didn't need to consider rare jobs for a long time, that might not be the case later. He had a vague plan in mind. Perhaps he could cultivate some talented students, allowing them to break through on their own and master advanced jobs. In the game, advanced jobs required a very high level to master, but this world was different. The two most obvious examples are the Ninja Sisters, who mastered the ninja job that could only be obtained at level 60 in the game, but in the story, they hadn't even reached level 30. Also, Zeshi Zetsumei of Theocracy certainly hadn't reached level 90, but she had taken on the rare job of Eclipse, which could only be obtained at level 95. This world does not follow the same rules as the game. It is possible to acquire advanced or rare jobs early through certain means. However, this shortcut method would lead to a degradation of job abilities. Neither the Ninja Sisters nor Zeshi Zetsumei were able to fully unleash the potential of their respective jobs. This was different from Rowan's class evolver. Rowan's class evolver exempted the prerequisite conditions, and the job had all the effects it should have. However, if one took on a job early through other means, it was not certain. If he could thoroughly research the underlying logic, perhaps he could cultivate a few talented individuals with advanced jobs. And by optimizing these people, he could trigger the corresponding rare jobs himself. Relying solely on himself was not impossible, but there was more uncertainty. If by the time the Bone King arrived, he was missing 1 or 2 jobs that weren't maxed out, that would be awkward. Therefore, cultivating high-level jobs himself was an indispensable step. If he could acquire the means of job advancement in this world, coupled with the potential breakthrough, and limit breakthrough potions, the difficulty of cultivating advanced jobs could be significantly reduced. As Rowan pondered the feasibility of his plan, Alka's message came through his consciousness. With money paving the way, Alka successfully obtained the title of Viscount in the kingdom, and was granted the desolate island of Forgotten Island in the northern Lin Sea as his fiefdom. Very good, very good. A decaying kingdom also had its advantages. In other places it might not have been so simple, but in the kingdom, anything could be handled quickly as long as there was money. With a base of operations, he could begin to lay out his plans. Chapter 74, Igenia. In the study of magic and alchemy, there was too little Rowan could do in just 4 years, so he needed some helpers to assist him with simple but tedious tasks. Rowan sent a message to Alka, asking him to do one thing. Establish a fleet of ships to the Forgotten Island, and at the same time transport various grains and materials to the island, including metals, alchemical materials, building materials, and so on. Rowan planned to make it his research base. If development proceeded smoothly in the later stages, it could even serve as his fortress. Of course, this would definitely be an overt base. For his true core base, Rowan would find a more secluded location. In the future, if he were to contend with the Bone King, this overt island would be used as his headquarters. As for Renas, she had also made significant progress. Renas succeeded. She successfully located the hidden assassination organization, Igenia. However, the enemy was very strong, and Renas was unable to infiltrate, so it was only a half success, and she had not yet found a way to break through. Forget it, I'll just go myself. There are many experts in this organization, and Renas would definitely not fare well if she were caught. After entrusting some matters to Canina, Rowan used teleportation to reach outside the city, then had the crow carry him. The Holy Kingdom was still quite far from the Empire, with another kingdom in between. Although the speed of the Tier 3 crow had increased considerably, it still took a full day to reach the northwestern corner of the Empire. Too slow. If I can't learn high-level teleportation in a short time, I should at least raise the crow's level. In a small city in the northwestern corner of the Empire, Renas sat in a tavern, drinking sullenly. Although she had found the target's location, their defenses were too tight. Not only that, but there were also many experts inside, leaving no opportunity at all. Because of her reconnaissance, she almost exposed herself. Renas even doubted whether she could escape from the encirclement of those guys. The task the boss assigned is truly troublesome. Would it be better to call for backup? Relying on myself is indeed difficult, but if I call for backup, wouldn't I seem useless? Renas didn't want people to think she was useless, nor did she want to be abandoned by her family like before. Now, the boss had become her new family. After much hesitation, Renas still decided to ask for reinforcements. If she delayed the boss's business due to her stubbornness, it would be even worse, the boss might even kill her. Just thinking about it, if Alka was so terrifyingly cold, the boss would only be even more terrifying. Just as Renas made up her mind, a crow landed on the windowsill, gently tapping on the window with its beak. Renas was stunned. After downing the wine in her glass in a few gulps, she paid the bill and left. The crow led Renas left and right, then in a corner, they met an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. Renas was a little puzzled. When the crow landed on the man's shoulder, she still asked somewhat uncertainly, "Bo boss?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Renas, I heard you've found the location of Igenia. Come with me then." "Yes, boss." "Well done." Renas showed a smile. This feeling of being needed was quite nice. Rowan's current appearance was naturally modified using disguise magic. This magic was not very profound and was relatively easy to learn. Led by the crow, Rowan took out the Azura mask and put it on. Relying solely on disguise magic was not enough. Someone might be able to see through such a disguise. Renas also followed suit, taking out a mask and putting it on. As the largest assassination organization in the Empire, Igenia was extremely powerful. Its headquarters were underground, located behind a common tavern. Rowan opened the passage using a cipher. The cipher was naturally learned by the crow during its stealthy observations. The underground was somewhat dim, and the passages extended in all directions. However, with the crow leading the way, they wouldn't get lost. Occasionally encountering traps, Rowan directly endured them with his body. Did you think the ultimate dragon body was a joke? Of course, if the traps they set could reach the level of an 8th-tier magic, then Rowan would admit defeat. Soon, Rowan and his companion arrived at the core area. A masked woman was already waiting. Rowan knew that over a dozen experts were hidden in the shadows. It seemed that after triggering the traps earlier, the people inside also knew there was an intrusion. "Stop, who are you?" Rowan sized up the opponent. Her strength was over level 30, her main profession was ninja, and she appeared to be the eldest of the ninja triplets. In the story, 2 of the ninja triplets, the younger sisters, joined the Blue Roses adventure team, while their eldest sister, who was the leader of Igenia, never made an appearance. Later, the entire organization was subdued by the Bone King, becoming part of the Bone King's forces. Now that he was here, if he couldn't make them his own, it would be better to destroy them. "You can call me Azura. My purpose here is simple, either submit to me, or die." "Heh, arrogant. We'll have to see if you have the strength, sir." Ninjutsu. Azura slash. A beautiful blue longsword appeared in Rowan's hand. With just one strike, the guy's arm was severed, directly interrupting the ninjutsu she was about to release. She let out a scream. "As a ninja, you are a complete failure." Standing openly before an enemy is simply foolish, and your prearranged countermeasures are as conspicuous as a firefly in the dark to me. The opponent's expression changed. Attack. The experts hidden in the darkness leaped out one after another, many of them demi-humans. However, it was all in vain. A blue light flashed. Badogiri. A dazzling blue sword light flashed. The men in the azure mass stood in the center, surrounded by spraying blood and severed limbs. The death icicle was so useful, sharp, armor-piercing, lightweight. Everything seemed like mere paper before it, and its design was cool too. Rowan liked it very much. It was a pity that his main method was magic. Using this weapon for her was truly a waste of a treasure. Devil. The ninja leader's face was pale. She knew that the enemy before her was someone she absolutely could not resist. With just one move, he had slaughtered all her subordinates. Why could such a strong human exist in this world? Why was this happening? Go and subdue everyone else. Kill anyone who resists. The crow will lead you. Rowan said coldly. Renas quickly gathered her spirits. Yes. She rushed off, afraid that if she was a step too slow, the boss would cut her down too. Instantly killing a group of experts no weaker than herself with a single move. This boss was truly a bit too brutal. Chapter 75 Ninja. After Renas left, Rowan directly drew out her soul, intending to use soul transformation. However, to his great surprise, this guy's soul was incredibly resilient. After using soul transformation, it began to collapse. Speechless, is his will that firm? A miscalculation. But never mind, he wasn't too concerned about this organization. The only thing he cared about was their method of training ninjas. Even if the leader died, there were others. A few crows died. They were killed by some of the resistors here. As an underground assassination organization, the people here were all quite capable. Of course, that was relative to ordinary people. For Rowan, they were all characters who could be instantly killed. Rowan didn't care that a few crows died. He summoned a few more, tasking them with finding everything in this underground lair. After Rowan busied himself for a while, killing some people, he also found some interesting individuals. One of them was the ninja leader's deputy, whose strength reached level 28. This level of power was already very strong. Rowan used Soul Glass, and the other party's will wasn't as firm. He was directly transformed by Rowan's soul, becoming Rowan's loyal subordinate. Then, Rowan used optimization on him. Optimization. Knowledge continuously flooded Rowan's mind. This person had grown up in Igenia since childhood, following the previous boss when he was young, and later pledging allegiance to the leader. He was considered an old-timer within the organization. Rowan mastered the training methods for the rogue profession, the assassin profession, and the ninja profession. The former two were basic professions and were ignored by Rowan. The ninja, however, was an advanced profession that could only be mastered at level 60 in the game. But in this world, a few geniuses could bypass this level restriction through special training. However, after bypassing the level, the profession's strength was not as good as in the game, belonging to profession degradation. But Rowan didn't have this problem. Her class evolver exempted prerequisite conditions, and the profession itself didn't suffer degradation. Instead, it recognized that Rowan had already met the basic requirements. Basic knowledge of the advanced profession, ninja, has been learned, meeting the job advancement standard. The prerequisites for this profession are Assassin LV-15, Rogue LV-15, Comprehensive Level LV-60, Exempted. Class Evolver triggered. The rare profession derived from the ninja profession is Jonin. Please select one of the rare professions or abandon this profession. Rowan took a closer look. There was only one rare profession, and Jonin was still a physical profession of the rogue system. Rowan was so annoyed his nose almost twisted. In the world of Naruto, various ninjutsu were clearly magic-based, so how did they become physical here? He had held such great expectations in vain. Although the ninja profession system was good, the physical assassination profession was incompatible with Rowan's development strategy. Ninja and its advanced professions were specialized in stealth and physical output. If it were different types of magic-based professions, it might barely be compatible, but this kind of profession from another major system wouldn't work, unless Rowan wanted to haphazardly construct his profession system. Helpless, Rowan couldn't contaminate his professional structure for some convenient abilities, and could only choose to give up. From the other party's mind, Rowan obtained a lot of information about Igenia, including information about the ninja profession. As Rowan expected, people in this world, by studying professions, found a shortcut that didn't exist in the game to advance to the advanced profession of ninja. To advance to the ninja profession at level 20-something, a profession that usually required level 60, the person who discovered this was truly a genius. However, the ninja profession achieved through a shortcut was a degradation version of the profession, and its strength couldn't compare to the original ninja. This was the price of taking a shortcut. But even so, it was still much stronger than ordinary professions. To advance to the ninja profession, 3 conditions were indispensable. First, sufficient talent was needed. While mastering rogue and assassin, one had to learn ninja skills. The first 2 levels didn't need to be maxed out, but the higher the level, the easier it was to master ninja skills. Secondly, after specializing in 1 or 2 ninja skills, 2 special magic rituals were used. These magic rituals could grant the user special level bonuses. These level bonuses were illusory, not true level stacking, but they could break some special item level restrictions. Finally, after performing the magic ritual, during the duration of the ritual, one had to master a high-level ninja skill. After mastering it, one would obtain the ninja profession. Rowan was no longer interested in the ninja profession, but this ritualistic method was still very inspiring. If it worked for ninja, could it work for other professions too? The rank of this magic ritual was a bit low. It could be modified to improve its effect and duration. After optimization, learning high-level skills would be easier. Igenia's ninja job advancement method still had too low a success rate, and required true geniuses. Within the entire organization, not many had advanced to the ninja profession. If this magic ritual could be modified, the success rate of his plan to cultivate high-level professional subordinates could be greatly increased. This trip was not in vain. While Rowan was collecting information, many members of Igenia were gathered in the central hall. There were over 30 people in total. Many more had already been killed in the chaos, and the strongest group of resistors were killed by Rowan, while the remaining resistors were killed by Renas and the Crows. Among the more than 30 controlled individuals, Rowan also discovered 2 interesting individuals, Tia and Tina. These 2 were undoubtedly geniuses, having already advanced to the ninja profession. Their gazes towards Rowan were filled with fear and anger, presumably having learned that their elder sister died at his hands. The 3 sisters had now become 2. Rowan reached out and pointed, and 2 pitch-black chains bound and hoisted these 2 little ones up. No matter how much they struggled, they couldn't break free. It was just a simple tear for magic, but in Rowan's hands, it already possessed considerable power. The 2 bound individuals turned pale. What do you want to do? Rowan walked up to them, his ferocious Azura mask appearing very frightening. I'm considering whether or not to kill you too. The 2 pursed their lips. Although they feigned composure on the surface, their eyes revealed panic. Rowan continued, I am not a person who enjoys killing. If your sister hadn't attacked me first, I wouldn't have wanted to do this. So what about you two? Do you want to avenge your sister? No, we don't, Tia said through gritted teeth. Please spare us both. We are willing to obey you. Rowan was a little surprised. He had thought these 2 would go mad and try to kill him. After all, he was the great villain who had killed their relative and also killed more than half of the organization's members. It was no exaggeration to call him their sworn enemy. Chapter 76, Conquering Igenia. Then what about your sister? Did she just die for nothing? Rowan asked with a half-smile. Sister, why waste words with him? If he wants to kill us, then kill us. We are not afraid of death. Her younger sister, Tia, had a more volatile temper and was already struggling. However, no matter how much she twisted, she couldn't break free from the chains Rowan had created with magic. No, please spare us. My sister doesn't understand anything. I am willing to bear all of this. Rowan waved his hand, and the chains unlocked. Tia knelt before Rowan, while Tia looked at Rowan without fear, but at least she didn't attack. I'm giving both of you, and everyone present, a chance. You two will help me manage this place and train assassins for me. I will return here in a few months. Of course, you can try to escape. If I catch you after you escape, then you will know that sometimes death is a better outcome. Everyone present dared not make a sound. After Rowan finished speaking, he left with Renas. The Tia sisters didn't know that among the kneeling people, two pairs of eyes gleamed with an eerie light. Tia remained kneeling there, motionless. After a long wait, she slowly stood up, her face heavy with thought. Tia's face showed pain. Tia, why did you do that? Living, no matter what, is better than dying. It's just, why did he leave just like that? Is he really not afraid of us escaping? Tia was also very curious. It's really strange. Could it be that he left something to monitor us? Tia's mind was also in a chaotic mess. Boss, you're just letting them go? Renas asked, confused, after they returned to the surface. In her opinion, the boss was clearly not a soft-hearted person, leaving these people behind. Could it be that he took a liking to that pair of ninja sisters? No way, does the boss really have that kind of taste? Renas speculated wildly in her heart. Rowan smiled. Actually, whether they live or die doesn't affect me much. The purpose of coming here was to gather information, and now that purpose has been achieved. So giving them a chance is fine, but if they waste my kindness, I will make them repay it twofold. Renas couldn't quite understand Rowan's thoughts. If they wanted to escape, could the boss really stay here to monitor them indefinitely? I need to go back first. Do you have anything you need to do next? Rowan asked. Renas shook her head. I'm still too weak right now, there are many things I can't do. The things she referred to were actually about seeking revenge against her own family and her fiancé's family. After her appearance was restored, this was the only thing she couldn't let go of. Then go help Alka. He is severely short-staffed right now. Yes, boss. Oh, I have one more request. I hope this crow continues to partner with me. Renas stroked the crow on her shoulder. This guy probably didn't know that all these crows were the same, just created familiars. All right. After Rowan finished speaking, he grabbed the crow and flew away. Renas looked helpless. The boss really isn't going to bother with the remaining people from Igenia, huh? Forget it. If the boss doesn't care, why should I worry? In fact, Rowan was not neglecting them. He had left several high-level crows here, and two soul-modified individuals were hidden among the remaining people. One of them was higher level, the right-hand man of the eldest of the three deceased sisters. The other was mid-level, created by Rowan later. These two were placed there by Rowan as spies, constantly monitoring the movements of these individuals. In the following days, they were initially quite stable, but after confirming Rowan had truly left, some people began to escape. Unfortunately, they didn't know they were already under Rowan's surveillance, and all the escaping individuals were caught by the spies without exception. They were secretly sent to the Holy Kingdom, and would serve as experimental subjects for Rowan's ritual magic tests later on. As individuals who trampled on Rowan's goodwill, Rowan would make them repay it twofold. However, the two sisters, who harbored deep resentment, showed no intention of betrayal. Instead, they trained even harder than before. They also took over their elder sister's position, becoming the new leaders of Igenia. With the help of the spies, they successfully gained control of Igenia. During this time, Tia had asked Tia if she planned to escape, but Tia had denied it. As twin sisters, Tia was somewhat confused about what her sister was thinking. Could it be that she enjoyed being a slave so much? Rowan returned to the Holy Kingdom, having also spent 2 days in the hills absorbing energy. Nothing particularly special had happened during his absence, though his impromptu apprentice, the old man, had come to look for him once and left disappointed when Rowan wasn't there. As for the Holy Queen, high-grade materials were currently depleted, and there were no new forging requests for the time being. It would likely take some time to collect more. In the next few days, besides studying magic and researching how to prepare dragon blood potions, Rowan would often take walks outside, when he had free time, using his player's eyes to see if he could find any geniuses. If there were suitable candidates, he could cultivate them to see if he could develop a high-level magic-based profession. Although he didn't need to worry about rare professions for now, filling the 10 levels of Dragon Race Transcender would take a long time. But it was good to plan ahead, as cultivating a high-level profession wasn't something that could be done overnight. As a result, he didn't find any geniuses, but he did discover a special individual. Naya. Level 3. Justice value 300. Paladin, LV1, Holy Archer, LV1, Evangelist, LV1. Looking at this name and the person's characteristic fierce gaze, Rowan confirmed it was this individual. Naya, a remarkable character who occupied a significant portion of the Holy Kingdom arc. If Princess Anna of the Holy Kingdom was inherently wicked, then this individual was a pitiful soul who lived in falsehood from beginning to end. Her father was the captain of the Holy Kingdom's soldiers, one of the 9 colors of the Holy Kingdom, and her mother was a paladin. Early on, due to her fierce gaze, she had no friends. She yearned to become a paladin, but was strongly dissuaded by her mother. However, she was resolute and joined the paladin order as an apprentice paladin. Although she lacked swordsmanship talent, she trained diligently. Her mother died in an demi-human invasion, and her father died in a demon invasion led by Shao Di under the Bone King. In her early days, she deeply loved her country and its people. Even when faced with difficulties, she would restrain herself, believing it was for the sake of the country. Later, after interacting with the Bone King, her beliefs were shaken, and after the Bone King expressed willingness to help the Holy Kingdom, she developed a good impression of him. However, what she didn't know was that everything about her was deliberately orchestrated by the Bone King. Chapter 77 Little Nija. In the series of Bone King's campaigns, he displayed his benevolence, gifted the rune script bow, saved the lives of the kingdom's people, helped defend the city, and even used 9th-tier resurrection magic to revive the fallen ninja. Afterward, she became a fervent believer in the Bone King, proclaiming his greatness everywhere after the Holy Queen's death, even replacing the temple's position. In later stages, she always wore a mask and was known as the Faceless One. This fellow always lived in falsehood. However, to some extent, she was also lucky, because the Bone King invested so much in her, even using 9th-tier resurrection magic for her. She is a very complex and tragic character. Rowan didn't like such a foolish character, but her particular brand of foolishness was quite suitable for the evangelist profession. If he assisted her, could she become a high-tier evangelist? Her evangelist class was quite rare. He didn't expect to see this profession so early. Rowan remembered that after encountering the Bone King later, there was also the founder class, presumably for establishing a church that worshipped the Bone King. Truly a speechless, disgusting pawn. Sir, do you need any help? Ninya asked. This person had been staring at her, making Ninya feel a bit strange. Was it because of her eyes? No, most people would avoid her gaze upon seeing her fierce eyes. Oh, sorry, I was thinking about something. Ninya nodded and turned to leave. Rowan had no intention of changing this fellow's fate. If this girl continued on her original path, Rowan might set up some measures against the Bone King using her. Of course, not now. Rowan's current strength was too weak. Any method would be incredibly childish and laughable in front of the Bone King. At least, he had to wait 2 more years. Rowan continued to wander the streets, seeing if he could find any talents. This world still had many talents. Some special innate abilities could unleash unimaginable power. For example, in Fyria, he could use any magical item without restriction. In the hands of the clown, it was a pure waste. If the Bone King gave him a super high-level item, the power he could unleash would be terrifying. There were actually many similar abilities, but most people never knew what kind of abilities they possessed throughout their lives. A 1,000-mile horse is common, but a bowl is not. And with Rowan's player's perspective, these people had nowhere to hide from his eyes. In fact, the number of people who awakened innate abilities among humans was not small, but he looked down on most ordinary innate abilities, and only wanted to find some special ones. Unfortunately, there was still no discovery. Some innate abilities in this world were even more terrifying than world items. For example, the nation-destroying Loli's innate ability, magic replication, could copy a spell and store it, allowing her to use it as her own magic. It is said that on the day the kingdom was destroyed, she survived by relying on this innate ability to copy the primordial magic of the rotten coffin dragon lord. Theoretically, this fellow could use primordial magic. And Zeshi Zetsumiai's contact perception could extract a trump skill from a past holder of an item, which was unreasonably strong. If her own class build wasn't so messy, her strength would also be extremely terrifying. The Queen of the Dragon Kingdom possessed the innate ability Primordial Reenactment, which allowed her to mimic and use primordial magic. The innate abilities of these fellows could all pose a threat to the Bone King, even if their levels were far below his. The beings in this other world were limited by their levels and horizons, failing to unleash the potential of their innate abilities, but if he guided them, the situation would be different. Some special individuals, if cultivated to max level, could unleash abilities comparable to world items. However, the difficulty of cultivating them to max level was actually not much lower than the difficulty of acquiring a world item. It was getting dark and Rowan planned to go back. Just then, he discovered an interesting fellow. Naya, Catfolk. Level 2. Classes, Catfolk, LV1, Slave, LV1. Innate ability, Prayer for Miracles. Prayer for Miracles, when using miracle-type magic or skills at the cost of life, this skill can be elevated by 2 tiers. Miracle. It seemed like a very good ability. Elevating by 2 tiers, although not as heaven-defying as fellows like nation-destroying Loli or Zeshi Zetsumiai, it was definitely not weak. If 10th tier magic were used, who knew what level of power could be unleashed? The upper limit was hard to determine, but the potential was not weak. This fellow looked like a dirty child, with slave anklets on her feet, appearing about 10 years old, disheveled. It was hard to tell if it was a boy or a girl, and many scars could be seen on her exposed arms. She was helping a merchant load goods onto a carriage, and the merchant was scolding her from time to time. As a slave, she longed for a miracle to happen. However, the ability granted to her by heaven was to strengthen miracle-type magic and skills, and as a slave, it was impossible for her to access such things. It was like a person dying of thirst in the desert, not being given water, but an empty water skin instead. It was truly frustrating. How much for this little fellow? I want to buy him, Rowan said, pointing at the dirty child. The fat merchant looked at Rowan, his squinted eyes scrutinizing Rowan with an unfriendly gaze. However, upon seeing Rowan's orichalcum rank waist tag, he reined it in slightly. An exaggerated smile appeared on his fat face. Adventurer, this is a precious beastman, and a catfolk at that. They are extremely rare in the Holy Kingdom. One price, 20 gold coins. 20 gold coins. This was undoubtedly an exorbitant price. An ordinary human slave might not even cost 1 gold coin. Rowan took out 20 gold coins and threw them to him. The fellow immediately bowed and scraped, accepting the money, then reluctantly wrote a document and handed the little slave over to Rowan. If it weren't for the mithril waist tag, this fellow's asking price would probably have doubled. The little slave stood obediently beside Rowan, head bowed. She had already heard the conversation, showing no resistance or complaints. For her, being bought and sold was a normal occurrence. Do you believe in the existence of miracles? Rowan asked. She paused, then said in a very small voice, miracles, they exist. Rowan couldn't help but laugh. Miracles do exist. Meeting me is your miracle. And in return, I hope you can also display your abilities. The merchant left with his other slaves, pushing his cart. What he didn't know was that a crow with eerie red glowing eyes had quietly set its sights on him. Chapter 78 Notes sent to the Empire. Rowan brought the little one back to the inn, scaring Canina and wind chime quite a bit. Rowan's public explanation was that the little one possessed magical talent, so he would take him as an apprentice and teach him magical knowledge. And in the future, he hoped he would be willing to give his life for him, though, of course, Rowan would also resurrect him. Rowan added in his heart. The little one was dazed, not knowing what was happening. What taking him as an apprentice, what teaching him magical knowledge, his brain simply couldn't process such information, as those were things that only occasionally appeared in dreams. Rowan asked Wind Chime to give the little one a good wash, and then change him into clean clothes. Then, it was over an hour later before Wind Chime returned to the room with the little one. Seeing the little one's fresh appearance, Rowan was stunned. This little one seemed to be a girl. Although she was clean, her skin was tan dark, covered with various scars of all sizes, definitely not pretty to look at. She curled up her body in self-abasement, head bowed, not daring to look Rowan directly, and immediately knelt down. Canina, who was studying nearby, also put down her book in surprise and looked at the little girl. Wind Chime's eyes were red. Little Naya is covered in wounds. Besides whip marks, there are scratches and bruises from working. How could anyone be so cruel? Little Naya is too pitiful. Kanina's eyes also showed pity, and Rowan was slightly silent. Slavery existed in this world, and there were probably many like her. Fortunately, she was so young. If she grew older, even if she wasn't pretty, her identity as a cat person could fetch a large sum of money, and she would suffer even more torment. The world before the Bone King's arrival wasn't much better. What a rotten world. Rowan looked at the kneeling girl and asked, Your name is Naya, isn't it? Yes, yes, respected master. Rowan had no interest in owning slaves, nor did he feel anything special about the title master, he just found it strange. From today onwards, you are my apprentice. You should call me teacher. Teacher. Get up. The other party timidly stood up, not daring to look at Rowan at all. Rowan also had a headache, he wasn't good at raising children, especially such a special little one. Canina, can I trouble you to look after her for a few days? Tomorrow buy a text learning scroll for her to master writing first, and then teach her some basic magical knowledge. Of course, leave it to me. Thank you for your trouble. It was good to have someone share the work, he could devote more energy to magic and alchemy. Rowan looked forward to this new little apprentice he had taken in. Miracle-type magic was a very special kind of magic, with extremely powerful effects. For example, the Bone King's ring could use the super-tier magic, Wish upon a Star 3 times, which had incredibly powerful effects, almost omnipotent, although it failed to break the control effect of the 20-item, Alluring Beauty. But what if this little girl used this magic with her innate talent for praying for miracles? However, this was only an imagination. In just 4 short years, it was completely impossible to grow into an existence capable of using super-tier magic. If she was properly nurtured, she might be able to take on a high-tier miracle-type profession. And if she utilized her innate talent, a rare miracle-type profession could be anticipated. Rowan had recently successfully concocted the dragon blood potion, and his attention had slightly returned to magic. Because the White Dragon King's materials were relatively limited, not many magic potions were concocted. Among them, 6 bottles of potential potion and 6 bottles of breakthrough potion were concocted. These 2 types of potions were the main focus of this concoction. Rowan and Alka could not use them because their levels had exceeded the limit. Rowan had already planned the distribution of the 6 bottles of potential potion in his mind. First, Canina definitely needed one, and Wind Chime would also get one. This girl had been with him for some time now. Even if she hadn't contributed much, she had worked hard. Flutter of the Empire would also get one. The old man's enthusiasm and talent for magic were still commendable and worth investing in. The remaining 3 bottles, Rowan planned to give to little Naya and Renas, but these 2 still needed a bit more observation. The last bottle would be kept as a backup. In addition, there were strength amplification potions, dragon force potions, magic resistance potions, and so on. These were all special enhancement potions that were also effective for Rowan, serving as backup means. Concocting potions of this grade provided a lot of experience. On average, 1 bottle could provide 100,000 experience points, which was very substantial. After concocting a batch of potions, Rowan's experience bar was filled by a small portion. With a breakthrough in alchemy, Flutter's side could also begin to be arranged. Based on his recent research on professions, he wrote a handbook. After slightly perfecting it today, Rowan sent a 3rd-tier crow with this handbook, and a letter of his own to the Empire. Rowan had always coveted the Empire's resources, and in the Empire, Flutter would be his best breakthrough point. The 3rd-tier black crow clutched the handbook and letter, soaring high in the sky. It flew over mountains and dense forests, into the Empire, over the capital's walls, and into the magic tower. After reconnaissance, it landed outside Flutter's window. Flutter, the old man, was still as before, immersed in the study of magic every day. However, during this period, he was actually more preoccupied with the Azure Masked Man who had suddenly intruded that night. That fellow's strength was terrifyingly powerful, and he possessed some extraordinary recovery magic. He didn't know how he managed it. The small creature outside the window caught Flutter's attention. He looked up, his pupils slightly contracting. A 3rd-tier crow monster. The thing in its hand. Is it a messenger? Who would be so extravagant as to use such a high-level monster as a messenger? He opened the window, and the crow flew in, dropping the things it was holding onto the table. Then, it grandly landed on the edge of the table, and began preening its feathers. Flutter picked up the letter. Its content wasn't extensive. The letter was from Azura, stating that he had recently been researching the concept of professions for magic casters and, based on some ritual magic, had discovered some characteristics of professions. Using some special methods, one could obtain higher-level professions, and taking on high-level professions had a high probability of breaking human limits and reaching magical realms unattainable by humans. Magical realms unattainable by humans. Flutter hastily opened the handbook. The handbook was entirely handwritten, documenting Azura's research on magical professions. This was a book of research data on professions. Although Flutter had some concept of professions, he had never delved deeply into them, and didn't know much about advanced professions. As for the claim of breaking human limits, he had never even considered it. 79 remarks on the launch. This book is expected to be released tomorrow. First, I want to thank everyone for their support. As a new author writing a fanfiction novel about Bone King for the first time, it's inevitable that some details might be overlooked. I've accepted all of your helpful suggestions, and have been continuously making revisions. I hope everyone will continue to show their support in the future. Thank you. Chapter 80, Scheming for the Mages Guild. In the manual, classes were divided into basic, intermediate, and advanced classes. Basic classes were easy to achieve, and some related class examples were given. Above these were intermediate classes, which only a few people could take up, and were based on basic classes. Advanced classes were even higher-level professions, requiring not only class support, but also certain special conditions to be met. Detailed explanations of the classes were provided within. Flutter's brow sometimes relaxed, sometimes furrowed tightly, and sometimes showed a look of deep contemplation. As a magic master, Flutter had deep research into magic and magical classes, but he had never categorized them in such detail. Furthermore, the text introduced the relationship between classes and strength breakthroughs, as well as conjectures about taking up advanced classes by breaking through strength limitations using special methods. By utilizing special methods, one could not only take up advanced classes but even break through limits. Flutter was incredibly excited by what he read. In fact, his forbidden spellcaster and immortal were both advanced classes, and he had used certain methods to take up these two classes previously. Magic, classes, strength levels, limit breaks. The manual simply outlined a path, but many specific details were not explained, making Flutter feel incredibly eager. Can my strength advance even further? What about higher tier magic? Flutter wished he could go find that person right now. However, that person hadn't disclosed his location, only telling Flutter that he would return to the Empire after some time. Flutter was furious. How long was some time? Couldn't he be more specific? He currently had a pile of questions he wanted to discuss with this person. Crow, do you know the location of Shura? Flutter asked the crow. Flutter wasn't crazy. In fact, many Tier 3 magical beasts already possessed intelligence, and the crow, being one of the smartest birds, must also have gained sentience. Unfortunately, the crow merely gave him a side eye, then squawked a few times, seemingly urging him to quickly give it some food. Flutter, in his agitation, pulled out several strands of his beard. Because of this matter, Flutter spent the next few days constantly thinking about class-related content, so much so that Blood Emperor noticed something was wrong. Flutter simply claimed he had encountered a difficult problem in magic, and did not tell him about Shura. In the Holy Kingdom, Rowan was still researching magic these days, though recently he focused more on special types of magic, such as those related to souls and magic dolls. Little Nia's learning ability was quite good, perhaps because she was worried about being sold, so she had been studying exceptionally hard these past few days. In just a few days, she mastered some basic magical knowledge. Rowan then officially began teaching her a class called Meditator. This class belonged to the mental system, was not mentioned in the original work, and was a native profession. Prayer-type classes were very rare, completely unmentioned in the original work, and Rowan only knew of 3 so far. Among them were 2 basic classes, Meditator and Petitioner, and 1 intermediate class, Wishmaster. The former 2 were relatively simple, and Rowan planned to have her master these 2 classes first. Rowan had already collected the relevant knowledge and compiled it into a thick magic book for little Nia to study. Earlier, Rowan had acquired Flutter's memories to supplement his foundations, and coupled with the blessings of numerous rare classes and the various books he had collected, Rowan's achievements in magic had actually long surpassed Flutter's. It was no exaggeration to call him the human race's #1 mage. He deserved the title both in terms of strength and knowledge. He understood the knowledge of various basic magical classes, which was more than enough to guide a little girl. Analyzing low-level magic from a high-tier perspective allowed him to directly penetrate its essence. Therefore, his teaching was extremely clear and direct. Although little Nia was timid, her enthusiasm for learning was excellent, and Rowan believed she would be able to take up these 2 classes soon. While little Nia was diligently studying, Rowan called for Kanina. Through Rowan's frequent efforts to optimization during this period, Kanina's level had reached 32. With this level of strength, she could practically walk sideways in the kingdom. Because of this excessive effort, Rowan's energy levels were constantly low. As soon as they replenished slightly, they were drained again, which was quite taxing. Kanina, Two-Faced Variant. Level, 32. Justice Value, 20. Class, Priest, LV15, Priestess, LV10, Two-Faced Undead, LV5, Grand Mage of the Dead, LV2. Kanina was very special. The 2 magic systems of life and death could coexist within her and boost each other, achieving effects that ordinary people could absolutely not reach. Normally, this class composition wouldn't allow the use of Tier 5 undead magic, yet she could. In fact, Rowan's Mother of Life, being a higher tier class than Two-Faced Undead, also possessed similar characteristics. However, he had previously been obsessed with forbidden spells and elemental magic and hadn't invested much in life and death, but due to a recent plan, he refocused his attention on the soul and life domains. Kanina was different. she could only follow this path to the end. Canina, how much do you know about the Mages Guild? Lord Rowan, I have been investigating the Mages Guild recently. Please forgive me if there are any inaccuracies. Don't worry about it so much. Just tell me what you know. Yes. Unlike the Adventurers Guild, the Mages Guild is much smaller in scale, only having branches in large cities. Furthermore, the internal connection between its organizations is not close, they operate as independent entities in each city. In the kingdom, the Royal Capital Mages Guild is the largest. Its main responsibilities are teaching magic and selling various magical items. The method of teaching magic is also apprenticeship-based. If an ordinary person is unlucky, they have to pay a large sum of money to become a magic apprentice. As long as one becomes a magic caster, they can join the Mages Guild. The current president of the Royal Capital Mages Guild is named Neilwyn, a tier for magic caster. Although his strength is not top tier, he is also a baron of the kingdom, giving him high status. Rowan thought for a moment but couldn't recall this character. He figured the character was too weak to have had a chance to appear, or perhaps died later in some unspecified AoE attack. A tier for magic caster, that strength is indeed weak, but among the nobility, he should be considered quite ambitious, Rowan said. That is true. 90% of the kingdom's nobles are the type who deserve to die. The president of this Mages Guild doesn't have a good reputation either. He is greedy for money and lustful, anything that passes through his hands requires payment, and he is very lecherous, especially fond of young girls from non-human races. Is that so? Canina, I have something I want to ask of you. Chapter 81, The Secret Controller. Canina was startled upon hearing this. What was happening? Did Lord Rowan want me to approach that guild master? No, surely not. I clearly said that guy was greedy and lecherous, yet he still wants me to approach him. Could it be that he intends to? No, Lord Rowan definitely isn't that kind of person. Lord Rowan, please speak. Rowan felt a bit helpless. Although their relationship was already very intimate, Canina still called him Lord Rowan. While her formal manner was somewhat cute, it felt a little stiff. Although he had subtly mentioned it before, Canina still wanted to maintain that form of address. He didn't know what she was thinking, but he decided to let her be. Here's the plan, we'll return to the kingdom together. I will directly control him. Once we're back, you will help me secretly take control of the Mages Guild and find a way to link all the Mages Guilds across the entire kingdom, collecting all their resources, whether they be supplies, materials, or knowledge. Yes. Only then did Canina feel relieved. I must be crazy to have thought Lord Rowan had those intentions. If you can't handle it alone, you can ask Alka for 2 helpers. Yes. Canina's strength had fully reached the hero realm level. Coupled with the equipment he had secretly given her, as long as she avoided those few special individuals, there wouldn't be any major issues. After finalizing the plan, Rowan followed Canina that same night, traveling to the kingdom under the cover of darkness. This time, however, Rowan did not hold on to the crow like before, instead, he used flying magic. He had taken the time to learn this spell previously, and Canina had also learned it. The two flew toward the capital city. Their speed was much slower than the crow's, but it couldn't be helped. It was fine to hold on to the crow when he was alone, but doing so while with Canina would severely damage his image. It wasn't until the morning of the next day that the two arrived at the kingdom's capital. Without wasting time anywhere else, Rowan brought Canina directly to the Mages Guild. After being announced, Rowan and Canina were permitted to see Guildmaster Neilwyn. After all, they were orichalcum adventurers, and Rowan himself was a forging master, so they had a reputation. The two arrived at Neilwyn's office. Sitting behind the desk was a fat man wearing a magic robe. When the fat man saw the pair, his eyes were fixed intently on Canina, causing her to frown deeply. Rowan was speechless. It seemed the rumor about him being lecherous was true. This guy was courting death. Neilwyn. Level 23. Class: Wizard, LV12, Elementalist, LV5, Illusionist, LV4, Summoner, LV2. Innate ability: none. His strength was decent, after all, he was a guild master, and if he were too weak, he wouldn't have reached this position. However, his class structure was rather chaotic, meaning he didn't have much potential. "This beautiful young lady, is there something you need from me?" Nilwen wiped his hands, stood up, and smiled suggestively at Kanina. "Forget it, I can't be bothered to ask questions. This fat pig is truly repulsive." Soul stripping. A plump soul was pulled out by Rowan. The target didn't even have a chance to react. After clearing out the yellow waste from the soul and filling it with loyalty, the modification was complete, and it was stuffed back in. Everything went smoothly. This guy's will clearly did not fall into the category of firm resolve. The lustful look in his eyes instantly became crystal clear. He rushed over and knelt before Rowan. "Greetings, Master." The modified man would now only be loyal to Rowan's commands, working for him until death. Rowan casually pulled out a chair and sat down. "Tell me about the situation of the Mages Guild." "Yes." Nilwen began to recount all the matters, big and small, concerning the Mages Guild. The fat man's ability to learn magic was mediocre, but his ability to make money was excellent. He charged apprentices openly and aggressively scoured for various precious magic materials. Unfortunately, the materials they considered precious were merely average in Rowan's eyes. In terms of magical knowledge, although the guild had accumulated it over a long period, there weren't many high-level spells. There were 13 fifth-tier spells and 3 sixth-tier spells, all of which Rowan recorded. There was one 7th-tier spell. This was a magic that humans absolutely could not master, said to be left behind by a god. It was currently the treasured artifact of the kingdom's Mages Guild, and only the mages in the capital city across the entire kingdom possessed this treasure. Rowan was very interested in this 7th-tier spell. Nilwen quickly retrieved the magic scroll and handed it to Rowan. This was not a magic learning scroll, but a regular scroll that detailed the spell's principles and usage. To learn it, one had to rely on themselves. 7th tier, Chain Dragon Lightning. A lightning element spell that fires powerful dragon lightning, capable of chaining effects between multiple targets. Rowan had an impression of this spell. Nabe, a maid under the Bone King, once used this spell to kill a bone dragon that was supposedly immune to magic. Later on, there was a Gundam equipment that also used this spell to instantly kill 6 Death Knights. Its power was quite impressive. If it were another type of magic, Rowan would need a longer time to slowly learn it, but for elemental magic, having the elemental saint spirit made learning it extremely simple. Unfortunately, Rowan's magic level was still slightly lacking, preventing him from casting this spell. But it was close. He estimated he could use it soon, so he just filed it away for now. Besides these, the Mages Guild also possessed knowledge for learning various magic classes, including Wizard, Secretary Mage, Armed Mage, Battle Mage, etc. Mana-based classes were the most numerous, while Spirit-based, Faith-based, and other systems were much fewer. After controlling the Guild Master, the rest could be handed over to Kanina. Rowan commanded Nilwen to assist Kanina, and gave Kanina 2 third-tier crows. Her mission was to collect the Mages Guild resources and secretly control the Mages Guilds in the kingdom's other cities. However, all of this had to be done secretly, without fanfare. Kanina agreed. She was internally thrilled, finally able to start working for Lord Rowan like Alka. However, the fact that she couldn't stay by his side was truly frustrating. "I must finish this quickly so I can return to his side," Kanina secretly resolved. After giving Kanina the necessary instructions, Rowan took out the potential potion he had recently researched and asked Kanina to drink it. Kanina had absolute trust in Rowan and drank it without hesitation. This item could increase potential, but its effect was gradual. Immediately after drinking it, she only felt her body heat up. There were no other obvious changes, and her status panel remained the same as before. Kanina's talent was already strong. Now, with the potential potion, reaching level 60 in the future would not be a problem. With this matter settled, Rowan grabbed a crow and hurried back. Compared to flying, the crow's speed was much faster. Chapter 82, The Theory of Classes. After returning to the Holy Kingdom and resting for a day, Rowan prepared to head to the Empire. He hadn't forgotten that Flutter was waiting for him. As for Wind Chime and little Naya, they were entrusted to his inexpensive apprentice, Masamog. Wind Chime had already mastered a lot of basic knowledge but lacked practice, so leaving her with Masamog was naturally fine. And Naya had also taught her a lot of knowledge, enough for her studies during this period. Masamog was very willing to help, but he wanted even more to travel with Rowan, a request Rowan ruthlessly denied. The old man was too old, and Rowan worried he might die on the road. Although the rare class Mother of Life possessed the ability to grant life, Rowan did not want to use it directly on Masamog yet. He would wait until Masamog demonstrated sufficient value. After all, the ability to grant life was extremely special, and leaking it would cause considerable trouble. This trip to the Empire had a special purpose, and to prevent his identity from being exposed, Rowan used magic to conceal his appearance. Strolling along the streets of the Empire, Rowan noticed subtle changes in the city once again. It had only been half a year since he last visited, yet under the leadership of Blood Emperor, the Empire was changing rapidly every day. It was a pity that such talent was useless in the face of absolute power. When evening came, Rowan put on a mask and flew directly into Flutter's mage tower from the air. Seeing the familiar mask, Flutter became very excited. "You've finally arrived. Come, let's go to my magic laboratory. Based on your notes, I've recently gained some new insights." Rowan nodded. Flutter had several magic laboratories, each dedicated to different research methods. Previously, his main focus was on magic power, forbidden spells, and undead magic. But now, Rowan had opened a different door for him. Research into magic classes, specifically the class of magic chanter, was something he knew quite a bit about, but he hadn't noticed the special aspects within it. Although he had a rough understanding of the connection between classes, he had no systematic framework, only a feeling. In his view, research into the class system offered no benefits. However, the notes Rowan brought him revealed the hidden secrets of the class system, possibly touching upon the very system of magic itself. This made Flutter extremely excited. The two sat down in the laboratory, a candle flickering on the table, and Flutter excitedly asked Rowan several questions. "Ahem, I know you have many questions, but before we get to that, let me ask a simple one. What is a class?" Flutter thought for a moment and said, "A class is a manifestation of extraordinary power, an embodiment of the effect on a being after developing a certain type of power. For example, a magic chanter and a swordsman are two different manifestations of power." Rowan smiled. "It certainly is a manifestation of power, but I have a slightly different view." "So, what is the process by which we become stronger?" "Becoming stronger. By constantly strengthening oneself through training or study." Flutter seemed to doubt himself slightly. Rowan laughed. "It certainly seems that way. I used to think that continuous cultivation was a process of self-strengthening, but I don't think so anymore. Every person is essentially a wooden stake. Some stakes are large and have high potential, while others are small and have low potential. Before acquiring a class, studying and training are like pouring water onto the stake. A little might seep in, but the efficiency is extremely low, and hardly any water can be stored. This is likely the most primitive human state. A class, at the moment of job acquisition, carves a cavity into the stake. With this cavity, injecting water becomes much easier, and the water can be stored. Our process of studying and training is the process of filling this cavity with water. In fact, this is the meaning of experience. Leveling up is the process of injecting experience into the cavity. Rowan hadn't felt this way earlier, but as his level increased, he gradually realized this point. Players gain experience by defeating monsters, whereas the natives of this world can only gain it through study and training, making their speed incomparable to the former. Interesting, a good hypothesis. Flutter pondered slightly. Everyone is constantly carving cavities for themselves. People with different talents carve different numbers and sizes of cavities. Once a cavity is opened, the process is one of continuously filling it. This filling process can be described using level. For example, you, Flutter, have unlocked 5 classes, and your level is around 42. Flutter widened his eyes. You can see that? Rowan lied brazenly. I can't see it, but I can roughly sense it. This is quite remarkable, because the limit for the human species is level 40, and you have already surpassed humanity. Yes, I actually sensed the existence of a limit long ago. Although I don't know why, I broke through this limit, but progress remains difficult even after the breakthrough. Those powerful entities call people like us abnormalities. You must be in this realm too, right? Flutter possessed the insight magic eye, which also allowed him to roughly estimate the opponent's strength. That's right. We broke the inherent limits of the human species, essentially expanding the stake a bit. But this extent is limited, because the inherent cap of the human race restricts you. Flutter scrutinized Rowan. I did have this suspicion before. Some powerful humans choose to become undead for greater strength, and their power increases quickly after doing so. You haven't taken this path yourself, have you? No, I don't need to do that, because I found a way to increase my own potential and raise the potential of humanity. You. Furthermore, there is more than one method. The first is through high-level alchemical potions. And the second is the class system. The class system. According to your theory just now, isn't a class just opening a cavity for oneself? If the stake itself is only that big, how can opening a cavity raise the limit? Theoretically, it is possible, Flutter. Why do you think you, as an ordinary human, were able to break through the human limit? Is it just because you lived for a long time? Flutter couldn't answer, because examples of pure humans like him were virtually non-existent in this world. It's simple, it's because you possess high-level classes. Classes are divided into high and low tiers, and there are various types of classes. Classes of the same type complement each other. When you acquire a class, besides carving a cavity for you, it also endows you with a certain amount of potential. The higher the class level, the more potential it grants. I hypothesize that if an ordinary person simply acquires some high-level classes, there's a great possibility they could break the level 40 restriction. Of course, this method also has its limits. I estimate that even if this person consistently acquires high-level classes, their upper limit can only be raised by about 10 levels. Rowan began to state his hypothesis. In fact, he couldn't prove this point, but such a possibility certainly existed. Chapter 83, Flutter joins. Flutter hadn't considered these things. He nodded thoughtfully, an interesting theory, but it can't be verified because the level 40 cap is something ordinary people can never reach in their entire lives. If I didn't have such a long lifespan, I wouldn't have reached this limit either. However, I'm very curious about you. How did you do it? It's simple. That leads to my second speculation about the class system. Since classes create a hollow for us, we just need to fill it. Ordinary training and learning fill it very slowly. Geniuses are a bit faster, but overall, it's still very gradual. So, is there a faster way to inject it? Flutter's interest was piqued. Shura's theory that classes increase potential was indeed interesting, though it lacked much factual evidence for now. As for accelerating growth, that was a very core concept. There are 2 ways to quickly improve, one is to enlarge the inlet, and the other is to inject with high-intensity pressure. That being said, achieving this is not easy. The former is equivalent to improving one's aptitude, which only some precious alchemical items and skills from special classes, like Rowan's transcendent passive, can do. As for the latter, there are more methods: the dragon blood alchemical potion that Rowan researched, special ritual magic, and the world item greed and avarice. Also, Rowan's skill limit break. This indicates that certain energies can be converted into experience points through special means. The world item greed and avarice can store and use experience. Although this item was not used in the story, nor did it show the ability to grant experience for leveling up, Rowan believes this possibility exists. So how do we do it? Flutter asked. If he could increase his potential and quickly improve his strength, he wouldn't waste time stagnating, and would have a chance to glimpse higher realms. He had to find out, no matter the cost. Flutter's thoughts raced, but he maintained his composure on the surface. Rowan took out 2 potions and placed them on the table. One was as black as a deep abyss, and the other was light blue like the sky. These are 2 potions I researched using extracted Dragon King's blood, the potential potion and the breakthrough potion. The former directly grants potential, providing 5 to 10 levels of potential and also increasing growth speed. The latter allows one to directly increase by 1 level, but unfortunately, it only works below level 45. Imagine, with just these 2 potions, you'll have the chance to advance further and master 7th tier magic. And this is only part of my research. Regarding methods to increase strength, there are also some special magical items and a certain magical ritual. Leaving items aside for now, some special rituals can temporarily increase one's level, allowing them to learn magic beyond their current tier. Although temporary, this undoubtedly offers an interesting research direction. A storm surged in Flutter's heart. Rowan pushed the 2 potions towards him. Currently, I have 4 research directions. The first is the structural composition of the magic class system, and the research into the job requirements for various high-level magic classes. This part has made some progress. The second is the research into potions for increasing potential and accelerating strength improvement, which has also achieved some success, as these 2 potions demonstrate. The third is magical items with special effects. Due to a lack of materials, there has been no progress. The fourth is ritual magic. This type of magic possesses abilities completely different from tiered magic, and its potential is very high. I have already collected a lot of data, but I lack in-depth research. Rowan finally revealed his true intentions. I want to invite you to participate in my research, and to gather resources from the Empire for me. Whether it's magical knowledge, alchemical materials, magical materials, or forging materials, I need all high-level extraordinary materials. These 2 potions are your reward, and you will also benefit when the research progresses. How about it, will you be my assistant? Of course, I'll do anything, even if you want to become the Emperor of the Empire, I can help you. Flutter finally couldn't contain his excitement. He greedily grabbed the 2 potions, no longer able to maintain his previous calm demeanor. How do I use these alchemical potions? Just drink them directly. Flutter didn't doubt it, picked up the black bottle and chugged it down. His face turned crimson, as if he had drunk 3 caddies of fake wine. The potential potion mostly expanded his upper limit, there was no change in his actual strength. He then drank the blue bottle. This time, he felt a powerful force surge into his body, continuously filling his hollow. Oh, so strong. Soon, his strength increased by 1 level. Excellent. I'd like to entrust you with 2 research projects, one on the class system, specifically the methods and conditions for job advancement to intermediate and advanced classes, and the relationship between high-level classes and the level cap. The second is research related to ritual magic. For the former, Flutter had the Imperial Magic Academy with abundant resources. For the latter, Flutter himself was a master of ritual magic, making research into this type of magic second nature to him. No problem. Flutter agreed. Actually, for Rowan, who possessed a player panel, these 2 types of research had no impact on his strength, but they were beneficial for choosing rare classes later on. Therefore, Rowan still valued them greatly. Of course, what he valued most were the Empire's resources. Flutter, whose strength had increased, began various tests and found that he had indeed become stronger, with some inexplicable changes, likely the so-called potential changes. Because of this, Flutter sincerely became Rowan's assistant. As they subsequently formulated various research plans and shared research materials, he became even more convinced that this person not only surpassed him in strength, but also possessed richer knowledge. Truly, there are always those who are better. The next day, Flutter began arranging various resources. Rowan, however, did not return. Instead, he changed his appearance and sought out special talents within the Empire. Unfortunately, while many possessed innate abilities, most were of little practical use. Alas, such things are hard to come by. After staying with Flutter for a few days, Rowan took away a batch of high-level materials. The most precious materials in the royal palace were all plucked clean by Rowan, of course, under Flutter's name. Flutter's reputation in the Empire was far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Taking some national treasury resources was completely fine. After all, it was for magical research. Even if Rowan wanted to empty the national treasury, he would help. Fortunately, Rowan was only interested in those precious materials, and had no intention of touching ordinary items. Chapter 84, Scavenging Imperial Materials, Preparing a Clone. With Flutter assisting in research and collecting resources on the Empire's side, there were no issues in the short term. Rowan left behind a Tier 3 crow, telling Flutter to use it for communication if anything important came up, and then he departed from the Empire. Besides communication, the crow's purpose was naturally also for surveillance. Rowan generally trusted Flutter, but not absolutely. Before the Bone King appeared, it was unlikely that he would harbor thoughts of betrayal. He began planning his next steps. The Forgotten Island in the north was starting to be put into use, and there were many things to do there. From now on, he needed to separate his main body from Shura, and stop switching back and forth between the two identities. His main body would just be a powerless master of production professions, while Shura would be the mastermind behind the Forgotten Island. This state needed to be maintained until the Bone King arrived. Even if the situation turned unfavorable in the future, and the Bone King investigated Shura, he wouldn't immediately find the main body. Therefore, he certainly needed a body to act as Shura. This involved advanced knowledge, such as creating clones. Fortunately, Rowan was the mother of life, and he had profound insights into the creation of life and the control of souls. Furthermore, as a high-level grand blacksmith and alchemist, crafting a body was not a difficult task. In the plot, the Platinum Dragon Lord controlled a suit of armor to remotely interact with the Bone King's group, and Rowan felt this was a good approach. Moreover, as the Mother of Life, he could do more than that. While the clone's effect could be similar to the Platinum Dragon Lord's armor, it certainly couldn't reach that level. According to the plot, the Platinum Dragon Lord's armor was as high as level 85, and was very likely an item created with origin magic. Related plans had been in preparation for some time, and Rowan had also been researching content related to souls and life recently. First, he had to design the body. There were two design schemes. One was to use a corpse directly and convert it into an undead creature to control. The downside was that Rowan was very unfamiliar with undead magic, so it was very difficult, and the level of the resulting undead clone would not be high. The second was to create a non-biological body, like the true Dragon King's armor clone, but it couldn't just be armor, it had to have a real body. The difficulty in creating such a non-biological body was also significant, mainly due to the materials and the design of the internal magic patterns. After weighing the options, Rowan chose the second one. Relying on his grand blacksmith abilities, he would forge the skeleton and body, equip it with a high-defense shell, use his alchemist abilities to arrange special organs inside, and then use magic to lay out magic patterns to simulate the functions of life. Once the basic functions of the body were realized, he would extract a crow's soul, process it, and inject a small piece of his own soul fragment as a means to remotely control the clone. In this way, he could achieve remote control of the clone, and even if the clone encountered danger, he could destroy this soul fragment through self-destruction to prevent the enemy from obtaining intelligence. Of course, if he encountered a terrifying existence capable of controlling souls, preventing self-destruction, and tracking the main body through the soul fragment, then Rowan would just have to accept his bad luck. However, as far as he knew, not even the true Dragon King should have such a terrifying ability. The general plan was in place, but the Holy Kingdom did not have a higher-level furnace. There was no choice but to visit the dwarf clan again. Although the dwarf clan's great furnace was also quite average, it could barely be used. That great furnace was the best one Rowan could currently access. Carrying the materials collected by Flutter in the Empire, Rowan headed straight for the dwarf clan. The dwarf clan was naturally very welcoming of Rowan's arrival, and they were very happy to let him borrow the great furnace. In fact, besides Rowan, very few people in the dwarf clan were qualified to use that great furnace anymore. Just like last time, Rowan went straight into the great furnace to begin his seclusion, declining the help of the dwarves. Refinement: a heart of the stone dragon. Grade: heritage grade. The national treasure of the Empire, it came from the heart of a stone dragon. It was a special mineral that possessed both biological attributes and metallic properties. It had been in the Empire for some years and was originally a top-tier material, but after optimization, it reached heritage grade. For so many years, the Empire's blacksmiths had no idea how to handle this, but Rowan managed to get his hands on it through Flutter. This heart of the stone dragon would be used as the core of the body. Refinement: extraction of bone of the Dragon King. Grade: heritage grade. The White Dragon King's bones, having undergone both refinement and extraction, were synthesized from the bones remaining after forging the dragon spine equipment last time. It was also the last bit of bone material Rowan had left. After optimization and extraction, it reached the limit of top tier, and through some alchemy and forging methods, it reached heritage grade. Well, it was indeed the heritage of the White Dragon King, living up to its name. Refinement: extraction tendon of the Dragon King. Grade: heritage grade. It possessed the same properties as the Dragon King's bones. After extraction, its volume shrank significantly, but its performance improved greatly. It possessed excellent magic conductivity, and would serve as the magic transmission network for the clone. Refinement: extraction the skin of the Dragon King. Grade: heritage grade. Like the Dragon King's bones, this was the last of the materials remaining from forging the axe. In addition to the double strengthening of optimization and extraction, a lot of effort was spent using alchemy to reinforce it, and it would be used as the outer skin. These were also the 3 special items left behind by the Dragon King. With this, the Dragon King's heritage was considered exhausted. Sigh, the White Dragon King was truly a treasure from head to toe. It was just a pity that there wasn't a second one. Today was truly a day to miss the White Dragon King. Refinement: abeliate. Grade: relic grade. Another national treasure of the Empire, it was a high-level magic material in the game, and reached heritage grade. It was unknown where the Empire obtained it. It was a true national treasure of the Empire. It was just a pity that the quantity was too small, only the size of a fingernail, and it could only be used as a connection at critical positions. Refinement: mithril. Grade: top tier. Mithril was just a low-tier metal in the game, but in human kingdoms, it was a very precious material. It possessed excellent magic affinity and was expensive, so it would be used as the body. Refinement: a soft jade. Grade: top tier. A material similar to mithril, but it was not a metal. Its hardness was not as high as mithril, but it had higher flexibility and possessed excellent magic properties, used as a supplement for the internal organs. The role of the internal organs was different from that of humans. The internal organs of this clone were actually storage organs for various types of magic power. As the driving energy source for the clone, if they were hidden inside the body and protected by magic, they would not be easily destroyed. In addition, there were a dozen or so miscellaneous materials. The lowest grade was intermediate, and most were high tier or top tier. Some were from Rowan's collection, and some were scrounged from the Empire. These materials would be used as auxiliary items. These materials were the most precious part of what Rowan could produce. This time, he would spare no effort to forge this clone, with the goal of surpassing relic grade. Chapter 85: Puppet Clone. Preparing the materials took Rowan over a week. Each material could be forged into high-grade equipment. When you read this, I hope readers remember our domain, Taiwan Xiaoshua Wang, for easy reading anytime. Rowan took out his great hammer and began the first step of formal forging, forging the skeleton. He forged each part of the body as a piece of equipment and inscribed high-grade rune script onto it. Because there were numerous parts working together, it was impossible to engrave too many rune scripts, so only high-grade scripts were used. A week passed, 2 weeks passed, 3 weeks passed. The grand furnace was now a restricted area, guarded by dwarf race warriors, preventing anyone from approaching within 100 meters. On this day, the 8 leaders of the dwarf race gathered outside the grand furnace. Master Rowan couldn't have had an accident, could he? It's been 3 weeks. If it were me, I'd have starved to death by now. Did Master Rowan encounter some difficulty? The chief administrator said, no one is allowed to enter. Master Rowan has already instructed us that whether it's 3 weeks, 3 months, or even 3 years, we are not to go in. The commander-in-chief also said, exactly. Master Rowan's strength is beyond our imagination. A mere few weeks is nothing. The workshop master said with some envy, I really want to observe Master Rowan's forging. I bet he's forging super high-grade equipment and items. Hey, you still need to guess. The dwarf race members whispered outside, guessing about Master Rowan's forged equipment, but none dared to approach a single step. Inside the grand furnace, Rowan's eyes were bloodshot. Creating a puppet through forging put immense pressure on him. Its difficulty far exceeded that of the holy relic equipment he had forged before. But fortunately, each component had now been forged. Forging each part separately and then assembling them was Rowan's idea. And now, all the parts had been assembled, a process that went smoothly without major hitches. Standing before Rowan was a man with pale blue skin, who did not look like a normal human. But it didn't matter, appearance was irrelevant. The clone was mainly for helping him with tasks and serving as an overt commander. It didn't need a very handsome appearance. Every component of this puppet was inscribed with advanced rune script, and each part, after forging, had reached at least legacy grade, with the core components being even higher grade. Rowan then put in tremendous effort to connect them all, forming a complete entity. He was so absorbed that even his heart forging method advanced a level, now reaching level 6. However, Rowan no longer had the mind to study the heart forging method, his entire focus was on the puppet. Though not yet complete, the dummy now possessed a powerful aura. As a piece of equipment, it had reached the limit of holy relic grade, but it hadn't broken through, it still lacked something. It lacked the spirit belonging to equipment, but no matter, spirit forging was created for this very purpose. Using spirit forging on the entire puppet as a whole. A strange power was injected into the puppet's body, and the puppet seemed to become more agile. Spirit forging complete. A terrifying aura shot into the sky, and a prompt appeared before Rowan. The ultimate skill of the Grand Blacksmith had not yet been used, but Rowan couldn't use it because the puppet before him didn't have enough capacity to withstand forbidden forging. Its basic materials were still slightly inferior. Legendary grade equipment forged successfully. Experience plus 15 million. Phew, so this is legendary grade equipment. The experience it provides is indeed extraordinary. However, Rowan's experience bar was already at 10 million, and the experience provided could only grant 1 level. Compared to the time spent, it didn't seem like much. Clone puppet. Level, Legendary, LV65. Spirit of Sanctuary, weak, can protect the soul within from harm, and its effect can be increased by devouring the souls of living beings. Not bad. The attribute granted by spirit forging is decent, compensating for the clone's weak soul that could easily be targeted. Moreover, it's a growth-oriented ability. I wonder how strong it will be when it reaches its limit. The future is promising. Next. Life creation. A Tier 3 crow was created, but its body was quickly discarded by Rowan. The crow's soul belonged to Rowan's created souls, not naturally born souls. Southwest, it was inherently close to Rowan and controlled by him. If it were the soul of another creature, it couldn't be controlled so freely. He would only be able to use the soul stripping skill. And souls obtained using skills could only be modified, not controlled. But that wasn't enough. Although the crow's soul was under Rowan's control, it was only a rough control, unable to perform delicate tasks, which was far from sufficient. He extracted a wisp of soul fragment from his own body, the pain of soul tearing making him frown tightly. He merged the separated wisp of soul into the crow's soul, greatly increasing Rowan's control over this soul, and then injected it into the puppet's heart. That's right, the core of the puppet was actually its heart, and the head above wasn't a fatal organ. As long as the heart wasn't destroyed, it wouldn't die no matter what. After injecting the soul, the puppet's heart began to beat slowly. Now it was activated. The puppet opened its eyes and the equipment's attributes began to twist and change, eventually transforming into monster attributes. Unnamed, inorganic life. Justice value, 0. Level, legendary, LV65. Inorganic life, LV20, wizard, LV15, elementalist, LV10, forbidden spellmaster, LV5, grand elementalist, LV5, ancient, LV5, elemental saint spirit, LV5. Quite strangely, this equipment transformed into a life form after a soul was injected, and its spirit forging ability also became a skill. Its class composition was inherited from Rowan, but it only inherited the elemental saint spirit rare class, the others were prerequisite classes for it. However, the ancient class belonged to the dragon race, possibly because Rowan used too many Dragon King materials, causing this class to appear randomly. Overall, this method of creation was somewhat similar to creating Alka, but the essence was different. Alka's creation was the result of skills and class characteristics, although closely related to him, Alka was a different individual. This inorganic life form, however, was a product of soul connection, maintaining a constant link with Rowan's will. Furthermore, the puppet's potential for growth was also different from Alka's. Alka, like ordinary life forms, could grow and level up through learning and training. But the puppet clone could not, it could only upgrade by strengthening its body. And based on Rowan's current experience, strengthening such a finished product was almost impossible. Even if it were possible, the materials consumed would exceed the value of the puppet clone itself. The materials for the puppet clone had already been reinforced to their limit before forging. Chapter 86, The Birth of Azura. As for the puppet's combat power, based on my self-testing, it won't be too weak. It is slightly stronger than ordinary level 65 creatures, and can roughly reach the level of the dragon race. Due to the lack of various tests, it can only be estimated. The creation of this puppet opened up new lines of thought for Rowan. If more advanced materials were used, couldn't the resulting level be even higher? If that were the case, could he create a puppet legion? Although the idea is good, it is not realistic to implement. First, to create a clone-type magic puppet, one needs to use one's own soul fragments. Rowan estimates that he can only split off about 4 fragments, any more would cause his main body's consciousness to weaken, and going further could even cause his soul to collapse. This quantity is related to level, roughly 1 fragment can be split for every 10 levels. In other words, at max level, one could only create 10 clones without affecting the main body. Secondly, the materials required to create a clone are far too precious. As of now, the value of these materials is not much lower than the clone itself. It was only through Rowan's long-term accumulation, combined with the Empire looting its national treasury, that he barely managed to craft a level 65 puppet. Furthermore, level 65 in the Bone King faction is merely the standard of a battle made. It cannot be considered core combat power at all, but rather just elite monster level. The Great Tomb has a whole bunch of beings at this level. Although the clone's strength can be improved later by increasing the material grade, the highest level of artifacts that can be forged is only around level 70 to 80, which is far inferior to the core max level combat power of the Great Tomb. Therefore, the fantasy of relying on a clone legion to oppose the Bone King faction is still far from sufficient. More alternative methods are needed. However, while the upper limit of the clones might not be that high, it is at least a path approaching the strongest, with plenty of potential yet to be tapped, making it worthy of in-depth research. The puppet clones have high potential, while low-intelligence puppets could be used as ordinary soldiers. However, compared to the undead created by the Bone King, the cost of these puppets is too high and not cost-effective. Therefore, research into puppets actually has two directions. One is to increase the potential of the puppet clones, seeking ways to break through the equipment level cap to reach higher tiers. The second direction is to reduce the cost of low-level puppets to form large-scale legions for combat. As of now, both directions have a long way to go. As for the highest level clone that can currently be produced, Rowan is quite satisfied. However, if all trump cards were played, in terms of true combat power, this puppet likely still wouldn't be able to defeat the main body, even if the opponent's level were a dozen levels higher than the main body. This was Rowan's first clone puppet, whom he named Azura. From now on, all tasks Rowan had been doing will be transferred to Azura, and subsequent related plans will also be completed by Azura. As for the main body, it will only maintain the status of a normal production profession, acting as a law-abiding master. Even if he needs to do something, he will act only after completely concealing his identity, striving to leave no traces behind. After the soul was injected, it was as if Rowan had split off a small thread, with a portion of his consciousness remaining within the clone. However, this sliver of consciousness is far inferior to that of the main body. Usually, it can only perform simple tasks, and cannot handle overly complex or profound work because it cannot process information as quickly. Nevertheless, at critical moments, Rowan can shift his attention over. In a focused state, the puppet clone possesses a thinking speed close to that of the main body. It is just that when focusing on that side, the main body becomes slow to react, which is somewhat frustrating. Fortunately, this method is only needed for tasks like crafting or setting up high-level magic array. For tasks like ordinary combat, casting magic, communicating, or forging standard equipment, Rowan doesn't need to focus his attention there. Azura's own processing speed is sufficient for normal use. Overall, this is a very powerful puppet clone. Under conventional circumstances, it reaches the combat level of a godman, and in a focused state, its combat power can be slightly increased. It can fight Zeshi Zetsumii, but would likely be unable to defeat her. It can contend with the level 80 magic tree sealed in the Tobu Great Forest, but likewise could not defeat it. All in all, it is a barely capable fellow. Still need to keep working hard. The experience gained was not hoarded. Rowan chose to level up. His Dragon Race Transcender class improved by another level, bringing him to level 48. He felt his strength had increased a little more. However, this stage is quite awkward, as he is in a level desert. There are plenty of people higher leveled than him, and a whole bunch he could crush, but very few with a comparable level. Multitasking was a bit uncomfortable at first, but after getting slightly used to it, it was no problem. Azura did not look too different from an ordinary person. Most people seeing him would only think that he didn't look like a local, not that he wasn't human. His appearance was not outstanding, he had a generic face. Rowan gave him the dragon spine set. Rowan's own defensive capabilities were far beyond his current level, so the dragon spine set was useless to him. It was better to give it to the puppet to strengthen its defense. After it was equipped, he draped an invisibility cloak over him. This was the limit for him and the large furnace. If he wanted to forge higher-level equipment, that is, artifacts, it would exceed the furnace's limits. Materials of that level could not be melted, even by the large furnace. Later on the Forgotten Island, he would need to prepare a more advanced furnace. Stepping out from the large furnace, Rowan felt as if a year had passed. Upon emerging, he was inevitably bombarded with curious questions from the dwarves, which Rowan laughed off. Meanwhile, Azura, hidden to the side, went unnoticed by anyone. That evening, after having a drink in the Dwarf King City, Rowan departed. The dwarf tribe was truly quite decent. Later on, he could discuss with them whether they would be willing to leave this place. This place was not very safe and could easily attract the attention of the Bone King. As for the dwarf tribe in Carne Village, Rowan hoped in his heart that they could relocate, because he had left too many traces in both places. If the Bone King were to discover them, the fate of the residents in these locations would not be pleasant. However, because there was a lack of suitable locations, Rowan had not yet brought it up. The Forgotten Island, being his future combat headquarters, was not very safe. Rowan needed to find a sufficiently safe place before proposing that they relocate. If they were truly unwilling to leave, Rowan might have to consider some special measures to prevent information from leaking. Of course, these measures would certainly not involve killing them to silence them, but rather employing methods like memory erasure to wipe away any traces of his presence. Alternatively, he could leave behind some ordinary, false memories to interfere with their judgment. He currently lacked the means to accomplish this, so it would have to be left for the future. Chapter 87, The Days Rowan Was Absent. In the distant northeastern corner of the Empire, the underground training ground of Igenia. Taiwan Novel Network offers a great experience, easy reading. Tina and Tia finished their training, and were resting on the ground. Tia, are you really planning to submit to that guy? He killed our older sister, Tina whispered. Tia remained silent. Tina continued, I've checked carefully. There are no surveillance spells here, and Teacher Hogg has also checked multiple times. There's nothing monitoring us. Master Hogg was the right-hand man of the previous leader, and his strength was considerable. Normally, he should have inherited the position of leader, but that person appointed the current leader instead. He remains an assistant. However, the sisters relied heavily on this old man. With his help, Igenia was managed in an orderly fashion. Tina had secretly asked for his opinion, and Hogg's response was that he would follow both leaders and support whatever choice they made. Hogg was one of the few people the sisters could trust within Igenia. What they didn't know, however, was that this old man they valued most was actually Rowan's informant. Nearly a month had passed since the last invasion, yet that person still hadn't appeared. As a result, Tina's thoughts had become restless. Tia said, actually, I'm not very sure. Not sure? Yes. I think I want to wait and see. Wait? Are you really going to become that person's subordinate? Tina felt a chill in her heart. She couldn't understand why her older sister would think this way. That was the person who killed their sister. Letting go of revenge was one thing, given how terrifying that guy's strength was, but not taking revenge and still wanting to be his subordinate, that was incomprehensible. Could it be that her sister had masochistic tendencies? I just want to gain greater strength to be as powerful as that person. Even if he killed our sister. I give up on you. Even if you submit to him, how do you know you'll become as strong as that person? I don't know. Tina was nearly infuriated to death. Tia continued, he is the strongest human I have ever seen, so even if there's only a slight possibility, I want to try. Tina felt helpless. What could she do? She was frustrated too. Could she really abandon her sister and run away? Unlike their eldest sister, who was the leader and didn't spend too much time with them, Tia was inseparable from her. Therefore, no matter what decision her sister made, Tina would not leave her side. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Empire, the Blood Emperor, just like Tina, was also in a state of vexation. However, the source of their troubles was different. The root of the Blood Emperor's worries lay with Flutter. Recently, Flutter had been very strange. He seemed obsessed with researching magical classes and ritual magic, no longer delving deeply into the necromancy he studied before. Furthermore, he was collecting large quantities of high-level magical materials, and several national treasure-level magical materials from the Imperial Treasury were also taken by him. Flutter's response was that they were for magical research. But he didn't disclose any more specific research details. Although things looked the same on the surface, some changes he was unaware of must have occurred. Something must have happened recently. He tried to gather information but found nothing. What exactly was the old man doing? Did he have a collaborator outside, and did this collaborator provide him with new magical ideas, causing him to suddenly change his research focus? The materials he was collecting were inconsistent with his research direction. Perhaps they were being provided to an outside collaborator. So what was this collaborator? An individual? An organization? Or a nation? He hadn't heard of any powerful mages appearing in any country recently. Could it be theocracy? No, that didn't seem likely. With too little intelligence, the Blood Emperor couldn't guess the underlying reason. The Blood Emperor was quite helpless regarding the old man. He was too obsessed with magic. He had no way to deal with the elder who watched him grow up. As the guardian god of the empire, his prestige even surpassed that of the Blood Emperor. The so-called authority of the emperor was completely incapable of pressuring him. Truly headache-inducing. The Holy Queen of the Holy Kingdom was also troubled, because she had originally planned to find an opportunity to meet with Master Rowan, but learned that he had returned to his home country, and would only come to the Holy Kingdom after some time. She highly valued Rowan. His abilities were undeniable, a true master, and his conduct was impeccable. He hadn't done anything bad. The Holy Queen hoped he would fully join the Holy Kingdom, but she hadn't found a breakthrough point. This made her very frustrated. Besides Master Rowan, the southern nobles were constantly stirring up trouble for her. Her rise to power was supported by the northern nobles, but the great southern nobles supported her older brother. What a group of unpleasant individuals. Those damned nobles accomplished nothing themselves, but they were all incredibly good at dragging others down. She heard that the Blood Emperor of the Empire had killed many useless nobles, and even more were removed from the ranks of nobility. But the Holy Kingdom couldn't do the same, because the Holy Kingdom neither had a guardian god capable of stabilizing the nation like the Empire did, nor was it currently facing the war with the Hill's demi-humans. Once internal turmoil weakened their strength, the entire nation would be destabilized. Although the temple stood on her side, truly moving against those great southern nobles would definitely trigger internal warfare, weakening the Holy Kingdom. Truly vexing. In the kingdom, in the royal palace garden, Lana gently touched a flower with her finger, and a beautiful butterfly materialized above it. Hee, what a beautiful butterfly, even though it's just an illusion, isn't that right, teacher? The raven tilted its head and blinked innocently. The raven tilted its head, showing an innocent expression. Princess Lana sighed. Her teacher was not inside the raven, and she didn't know where he had gone. He hadn't come back for a long time. She wondered where he was, and what he was doing. Was he researching magic? Or adventuring across the world? Had he encountered powerful enemies? Had he endured difficult battles? Did he have trustworthy teammates? Had he met interesting people? It was truly enviable. She wished she could destroy this cage, wished she could follow her teacher, experience all sorts of grand adventures, and destroy all kinds of powerful beings. That would surely be interesting. I am still too weak. She caught the illusory butterfly in her hand and slowly crushed it. Under the same sky in the royal capital, Canina, sitting on the top floor of the Mages Guild, was also dealing with numerous matters with a headache. Although she wasn't the guild master, she was the one who actually controlled the Mages Guild. In fact, most of the Mages Guilds in the kingdom had fallen under her control. She personally subdued several of them. The mission is difficult to complete. She didn't know when she would meet the requirements of Lord Rowan and return to his side. Although working for him and being valued was a happy thing, being away from his side was painful. Humans truly are contradictory life forms. Now that she controlled more mages guilds, manpower was becoming insufficient. Should she apply to Alka for some personnel? If it weren't for Lord Rowan's requirement to remain hidden in the shadows, things would be much easier if she could operate openly, at least allowing her to recruit some manpower. But operating in the shadows meant many things couldn't be done. She needed to think of other methods. During the days Rowan was immersed in forging, various kingdoms were affected by him in different ways, like seeds planted that were now sprouting, and would one day bear fruit. Chapter 88, Forgotten Island. The boss arrives. To the north of the kingdom, there is an island in the Linda Sea. Because the island is relatively remote, although it is part of the kingdom's territory, it has never been a priority for the kingdom's upper echelons. This island is called Forgotten Island, and true to its name, few people know of this place. Perhaps only coastal fishermen have a general understanding. Now, this is Baron Alka's territory. Since being granted this territory, the Baron has recruited a fleet to transport supplies to this island, seemingly intent on developing it. However, this is not an easy task. On Forgotten Island, Alka watched the dock become operational, the newly built warehouses fill with supplies, and his recruited subordinates construct various buildings. He was very satisfied. Those who came to the island were all screened. Their strength aside, their loyalty was not an issue. Hey, are you really planning to heavily develop this broken island? I really don't understand you. What's the point of developing such an island? There's nothing here. Natalia, an elf with a longbow on her back, had a look of dissatisfaction on her face. Alka was already used to this difficult person. She liked to offer her suggestions on everything, even if no one adopted them, she still had to say something. Although her words were a bit harsh, her strength was decent enough, making her one of Alka's capable assistants. It's just the master's task. Always talking about the master, you. Alka's brow twitched. A presence flew towards them from the sky at an extremely fast speed. The elf also noticed it and drew her bow and arrow. Wait, it's the master. The elf did not relax, instead, she became even more nervous. This was likely her first time meeting the so-called master. A figure leaped from the sky, landing in front of the two. Natalia sensed him, but didn't detect anything useful. Whether it was magic fluctuations or life essence, it was all at the level of an ordinary person. Either this person was very ordinary, or their strength was terrifying, far surpassing her own. Natalia believed it was the latter. From his appearance, the person looked very ordinary, wearing a magic chanter's robe, seeming listless, with dull, lifeless eyes like a dead fish, as if he had been up for several days. Rowan had already greeted Alka remotely. He knew that the person in front of him was Rowan's clone, and that Rowan's main body would rarely interact with this side in the future. This made Alka feel very sad. However, for the master, no matter how difficult the task, it must be completed. Although it was a clone, it could barely be considered the master, which was a small comfort. Master, Alka said respectfully. Shura said indifferently, don't call me master. From today onwards, just call me boss. Yes, boss. Shura looked at Natalia, who also said somewhat nervously, boss. Good. Alka, take me to see the volcano. Yes. The volcano is located on a mountain peak on the edge of Forgotten Island. This volcano is an important reason why Rowan values this island. The volcano is not large and its power can be controlled using a magic array to serve as the furnace's power. This is no small feat, but once successful, Rowan will obtain a super furnace far exceeding the dwarf clan's great furnace. Therefore, no matter how difficult, it must be done, and it is a project that must be completed before building the Mage Tower. The two led Shura to the edge of the volcano, where 8 tall pillars had already been erected. These are the refined steel pillars arranged according to your requirements, but the magic engravings on them are not yet complete. Understood. I'll take care of it here. Thank you for your hard work. Alka said solemnly, everything for the boss. Rowan's mouth twitched slightly. This fellow, who knows where he learned that slogan? Rowan's design for the volcano actually referenced the dwarves' great furnace. These 8 large pillars will be the 8 supports of the furnace. By arranging magic restrictions and drawing on the volcano's power, a super-large-scale magic array will then be set up to condense the volcano's energy. The difficulty is not small, with each magic spell being at the 7th or even 8th tier level. While Rowan's main body isn't qualified, this clone can accomplish it. However, it's not something that can be done simply. There's still a lot of work to do, and Rowan estimates that this clone will have to devote its energy to this super magic array for a long time. Meanwhile, the main body first hunted in the Tobu Great Forest for a few days, absorbing some energy to replenish its depleted reserves. Then, it went to Cat's plane to clear out the cultivated undead, and then cultivated another batch using the corpses. The experience was too little. One wave didn't even fill up one level's worth of experience. As the level increases, more and more experience is needed. Relying solely on monster hunting, it's impossible to reach max level by the time the Bone King descends. The bulk of the effort will likely still need to be placed on the two subprofessions. Furthermore, areas outside of human influence must also be considered. Non-human species generally have higher levels than humans, and thus provide more experience. Rowan returned to the Holy Kingdom once more. Both Wind Chime and Little Naya were very happy about Rowan's return. Wind Chime's emotions were written all over her face, while Little Naya didn't express her feelings, remaining silent as usual. Rowan glanced over, very pleased. During this time, Little Naya had taken up the basic professions of meditator and wishgrantayer, indicating she had indeed worked very hard. Masamog was also very happy about Rowan's return. Unfortunately, his research on dragon blood had not made much progress during this period. Although he had Rowan's provided dragon blood second use as a reference, it was still not easy to research a dragon blood potion that could strengthen the body. But at least, he wasn't standing still. Although the time spent with Masamog was not long, Wind Chime's progress was very obvious. Her alchemist level had also risen to 2. With the guidance of this legendary master, her progress was still very fast. At least, it was faster than progressing with Rowan, as Rowan had many things to do and couldn't spend too much time on her. Taking the 2 children, Rowan bought a house in the Holy Kingdom, and continued his research and teaching work. Compared to the kingdom, life in the Holy Kingdom was indeed more comfortable, with a more relaxed environment. With some tasks taken over by Flutter and the Shura clone, Rowan felt much more relaxed, and his main body could focus more on critical matters. For example, learning high-level magic, researching forbidden spells, and delving deeper into alchemy. These all require a lot of time, and there is no expert experience to draw upon. Chapter 89, The Holy Queen's Test. That day, Rowan continued his research at home, accumulating a pile of various notes. "Teacher, someone is here for you. It's that cleric named Kirat, and another woman I don't recognize." Wind Chime's voice came from outside the door. I understand. Have them wait in the living room, and make them some tea." Writing up to this point, I hope readers remember our domain name. Read good Taiwanese books worry-free. Understood. Rowan tidied up slightly. When he arrived in the living room, 2 people were already sitting there waiting. Kirat was an old acquaintance, so there was nothing much to say about her. As for the person beside her, it was a blonde girl with a long, thick braid. Although the other party's appearance was different from the Holy Queen's, Rowan saw through the disguise immediately. Cosmetic magic was full of flaws in Rowan's eyes, and the clearly displayed name above her head also revealed her identity. Kalka Besserez. Karma, 500 Level, 24 Classes, Cleric, LV 15, Priestess, LV 5, Saint Empress, LV 4. Seeing Rowan, Kalka looked nervous, awkwardly fiddling with her thick braid. She stood up. Hello. Both Rowan and Kirat, who was standing nearby, were speechless, their thoughts strangely identical. "Big sister, you are really putting on an act." Kirat said helplessly, "Master Rowan, long time no see. This is my friend, Elise." "Yes, she's a commoner." "Ah, the Holy Queen, one of the few genuinely good people in the Bone King's world, and the character whose tragic fate Rowan regretted the most in the original story. Her ending was truly devastating. Kalka was extremely kind, perhaps even idealistic, and maybe because of this idealism, the Blood Emperor ranked her as the 3rd woman he hated most. Incidentally, the first woman he hated was Princess Lana, the spiritual aberration of the kingdom, and the second was the old dragon queen of the council state who pretended to be young. Kalka's talent was still very strong. She was also a genius magic chanter who could summon 4th-tier angels, but she was personally more obsessed with various beauty magic spells and techniques. Ahem, hello, I am Rowan. Please don't call me master, just call me by my name. Rowan smiled. Kalka muttered internally, this Master Rowan seems easy to talk to, and he looks very young. Achieving this much at his age is quite remarkable, and his own strength is not weak either, Is this what a genius looks like? Hello. Kalka smiled. Kirat said, Rowan, since you arrived in the Holy Kingdom, I haven't properly shown you around. Today is perfect, and my friend here is also free, so I wanted to invite you to tour the royal capital together. Are you available? Rowan hesitated slightly. He actually preferred staying home to research magic, but since the Holy Queen herself had come out, it would be rude not to give her face. Of course. Let's go then. Kirat led the two away, clearly not wanting to bring Rowan's two junior apprentices. Windchime felt grief and indignation in her heart, thinking this woman was truly wicked, and she definitely had to secretly tell Sister Canina when she returned. Walking on the street, Kalka seemed less constrained and gradually lowered her guard. But Rowan knew it was all an act. It would be strange if this person didn't have the actor class. Rowan, do you know the history of the Holy Kingdom? Kalka asked. Meanwhile, Kirat subtly distanced herself, careful not to disturb the two of them. I know a little. It was supposedly established by the Holy King more than 200 years ago. 3. That's right. More than 200 years ago, the Holy King founded the kingdom. Over these 2 centuries of development, the Holy Kingdom has continuously grown stronger. It is a nation that values magical knowledge, especially faith type. All the nobles conduct research into faith type. However, in terms of magical research, we have now been surpassed by the Empire. That Blood Emperor is truly an impressive individual. Rowan chuckled. The Blood Emperor is indeed very formidable, but the Holy Kingdom is also very powerful. It is said to possess 2 sacred artifacts, the Holy Sword and the Holy Crown. In this regard, it is much stronger than the Empire. I haven't heard of any powerful treasures in the Empire. You are absolutely right. These 2 national treasures were passed down by the Holy King. The crown on the Holy Queen's head is the Holy Crown. By the way, you must know about the Holy Queen, right? Of course. She is said to be the jewel of the Holy Kingdom, a magic genius herself, and possesses extremely beautiful looks. Kalka smiled, but when she heard Rowan's next sentence, her smile froze. Naturally, I am more interested in the 2 sacred artifacts. National treasures. It would be great if I could study them. Rowan thought, are you trying to win me over? Then show some sincerity. If you let me study the 2 national treasures, I might just join you, Oh right. After all, you are a master blacksmith. But it must be very difficult, since they are the national treasures of the Holy Kingdom. That is true. Probably only the people at the very top can access them. What a pity. Rowan muttered internally, show some sincerity. Ha, that is indeed the case. I heard from Kirat that the Holy Queen once invited you to join the Holy Kingdom, and become the chief blacksmith. If you had accepted, you would still have a chance to access the national treasures, right? Why did you refuse? So direct. So you disguised yourself as a commoner to approach me just to gather intelligence, is that right? Is the value I demonstrated really that high? High enough to warrant the Holy Queen disguising herself to approach me? Mainly, I don't want to be restricted to the Holy Kingdom. I might travel to every country for a bit. Rowan replied. Although the actual situation wasn't exactly this, the reasoning was close enough, as he truly needed to travel around. While joining the Holy Kingdom would provide a lot of resource support, it would also bring inevitable trouble. If they offered him the national treasures, he would consider joining the Holy Kingdom. Of course, that possibility wasn't very high. Is that so? That's truly unavoidable. I heard you are still an orichalcum adventurer. Do you plan to continue adventuring? No, I don't plan to continue being an adventurer. Rowan showed a look of helplessness. While I have a slight talent for blacksmithing, I'm not good at combat. Orichalcum is already my limit. I don't possess power as great as theirs. Orichalcum rank is already very impressive, at least much more capable than me. Unlike me, who can't do anything right. Being looked at by a beautiful girl with eyes full of admiration would usually make a person lose their bearings, but Rowan was secretly vigilant, wondering what schemes the Holy Queen was plotting. Rowan could only find other topics to steer the conversation away. Afterward, they didn't continue discussing those sensitive topics but instead toured the royal capital, talking about its various sites. Both had ulterior motives, one aimed to keep Rowan, and the other aimed to empty the Holy Kingdom's treasury. Among these various countries, Rowan had the best impression of the Holy Kingdom. If possible, he didn't want to resort to any less than positive methods. In the evening, they waved goodbye. Rowan did not expose the Holy Queen's disguise again. Chapter 90, Late Night Visit to the Hills. Returning home, Rowan called for little Nia. Nia, cat-human race. Level, 4. Class, cat-human, LV1, slave, LV1, meditator, LV1, wishgrantaire, LV1. Innate ability, pray for a miracle. Her level increased by 2, which isn't slow, but the slave class is a bit jarring. How has your studying been lately? Rowan asked. No slacking off, teacher, Nia said weakly, tightly clutching a thick book, the one Rowan had compiled for her studies. The food she had been eating lately was much better than before, so the skinny little girl looked slightly sturdier, no longer appearing as if a gust of wind could knock her over, and she was also a little fairer-skinned. Good. Put your book down. You're coming out with me tonight. Yes. Little Nia didn't ask any questions. Her past experiences had taught her only to quietly obey orders. Using flight, Rowan took Nia out of the royal capital, entering the hills area after some time. Rowan landed with her on a hilltop. Do you know where this is? Nia shook her head. This is the Aberlian Hills. Have you heard of it? Why yes, I've heard of it. I heard there are many terrifying and powerful demi-humans here, and many warriors of the Holy Kingdom died in the wars against the demi-humans here. Not bad, you don't know absolutely nothing. Rowan searched his inventory and pulled out a long staff, tossing it to Nia. This staff was made from an ancient branch, a practice piece Rowan had made previously in the Dwarf Kingdom. After inscribing the rune script, its grade reached the highest level. To Rowan, this item held little value, but to an ordinary person, it was an extremely precious treasure. Nia didn't realize the value of the weapon in her hands. The staff looked almost as tall as her, and its crooked shape was slightly awkward. I'm giving you this staff for self-defense. It comes with an anti-detection ability, so ordinary people can't see its special qualities. Furthermore, it enhances your magical output, and comes with the special spell Mana Bullet. This spell's power can be adjusted based on the magic power input. The more magic power you input, the greater the destructive force. Therefore, you can't view it as normal tier magic. Got it. I got it. Little Nia gripped the staff tightly. Rowan nodded and led her down the mountain. The reason he brought her here was actually to conduct an experiment, whether ordinary people could also grow quickly by killing monsters. The monsters here had relatively high levels. Rowan soon encountered a suitable experimental subject, a group of goblins, including one big goblin that had reached level 8. A few simple spells cleared out the regular goblins, and then he used a knife to chop off the big goblin's for limbs, sparing its life. The big goblin let out painful cries. Although little Nia's face was pale, she neither turned to run nor froze with weak legs. Instead, she stood to the side, gripping the staff tightly. While she appeared calm, her tightly clenched hands betrayed her inner nervousness. Now, sense the magic patterns in the staff, and then kill it using Mana Bullet. Okay. Little Nia began trying to sense the magic patterns. The staff glowed faintly but quickly extinguished. Her first attempt to use the attached spell failed. Rowan said, "Don't be nervous, take your time." "Oh, okay." Little Nia fumbled for a long time, taking a full 10 minutes to finally sense the magic patterns. Although Rowan comforted her, she was still covered in sweat. This speed was decent, her talent was not weak. If reinforced later with a potential potion, she could be considered a genius. Mana bullet. A glowing sphere of light suddenly shot out from the top of the staff like a cannonball, accurately hitting the goblin's head. The dying goblin's skull was blasted open by the mana bullet. The power was good, and the accuracy was high. To achieve this level on the first try meant her mentality was acceptable. Seeing her face flushed and somewhat excited, Rowan complimented her. "Well done." Little Nia offered a smile but quickly suppressed it. The big goblin died, but Rowan did not receive an experience notification. Looking at Little Nia, her level had also not increased. Let's catch a few more and try again. There were quite a few magic beasts at night. Rowan quickly caught several, a variety of types. Rowan specifically left monsters around level 10, chopping off the legs of each one and reducing them to a near-death state before letting Little Nia finish them off. However, to Rowan's disappointment, she had killed 6 in total, yet there was still no sign of a level up. Although he wanted to continue, Little Nia's magic power was already exhausted. Her level was too low, and she naturally had very little magic power. It doesn't work, she is only level 4, and her experience bar isn't large. If it were him, he would have leveled up twice by now. Humans in this world generally gain experience and increase their strength through studying, working in their related professions, or practicing cultivation. While combat also grants experience, the amount gained is not as much as when players harvest monsters. Rowan had a rough guess in his mind. He summoned a flock of crows, selecting 3 third-tier crows to stay by Little Nia's side, leaving her some water, food, and a thick coat. "I'll be gone for a few days. During this time, practice your magic well around here. These 3 crows will protect you." "Understood. I wish you all the best." Rowan nodded, then used flight magic and flew away. The scattered crows began scouting the area. He had been in a rush to go to the Holy Kingdom before, but various matters had delayed him. Up until now, Rowan had only occasionally cleared out some tribes or captured a few high-level magic beasts to absorb energy and gain a small amount of experience, which was far from enough. The crows had excellent visibility from the air and quickly spotted a target. It was a group of troglodytes hiding in a cave. Because they left the cave entrance late at night to gather materials on the surface, they were spotted by the sharp-eyed crows. There were many different types of monsters in the hills area. Among them, the troglodytes and blue maggots lived in underground hollows, and both races were excellent burrowers. The troglodytes were a type of ape slightly larger than humans. Because they lived underground continuously, their eyes had degenerated and disappeared. However, their strength was acceptable. Surviving in the demi-human-filled hills certainly meant they had skills. Rowan approached from the air and quickly arrived at the location where the crows had found the troglodytes. Troglodytes rarely came to the surface, only doing so occasionally when they needed special items. Because they lived underground year-round, their eyes had degenerated, and troglodytes were generally ape-like in form. Chapter 91, Placing Pieces in the Hills, Secretly Controlling 3 Tribes. Chapter 92, Placing Pieces in the Hills, Secretly Controlling 3 Tribes. This troglodyte squad before him was a team that had come to the surface to gather supplies. The surface was very dangerous for troglodytes, so those who came up were all warriors of decent strength. Rowan glanced over, their levels were around 8 or 9, with the leader reaching level 12. Rowan landed in front of the troglodyte squad, giving them a massive fright. Roar. Who are you? Lightning bolt. A few bolts of lightning wiped out the ordinary troglodytes, yielding a small amount of experience. To Rowan's experience bar, the experience from these few troglodytes was like pouring a bowl of water into a pond, almost no visible change. The leading large monkey realized things were going south, and tried to flee. However, Rowan used soul stripping to pull out his soul, followed by a round of modification. This large monkey was clearly not strong-willed, and he was quickly transformed into Rowan's loyal follower. After stuffing the soul back in, the creature knelt respectfully before Rowan and recounted everything he knew in detail. This large monkey was named Kakakuku, a member of the Kaka tribe. The Kaka race lived in intricate underground tunnels and were omnivores. They ate everything: animals, insects, plants, and the fish in the underground rivers were their favorite. The Kaka tribe was the largest among the several troglodyte tribes. Their leader was powerful, while not at the level of the 10 demi-human paragons. He was a top expert just below them. As fellow underground creatures, their relationship with the Blue Maggot clan was not good. Battles occurred frequently, but they were kept within a certain range, and had not escalated to a full-scale racial war. Rowan put on a cloak, used disguise magic, and then donned a mask. Since his identity as Shura had already been handed over, Rowan chose a demon mask this time. Led by Kakakuku, Rowan walked through the winding underground tunnels. He didn't like the feeling. The underground was very oppressive. If a collapse occurred, it would be quite troublesome. If not for having teleportation at hand, he wouldn't be willing to come underground. The man and the monkey wound their way along and soon arrived at a massive underground cavern. This was the headquarters of the Kaka race, with small holes carved into the walls where the troglodytes lived. Kakakuku, who is this? Several troglodytes surrounded Rowan with spears. Humph, move aside. This is the king's honored guest. We are going to see the king. The troglodytes were a bit suspicious, but Kakakuku was somewhat famous in the tribe and belonged to the upper middle class, so they didn't doubt him. Is that so? After hesitantly stepping aside, Kakakuku led Rowan to the highest and largest cave. The strongest troglodyte lived there. And the so-called strongest troglodyte was still just a large monkey, looking a size bigger than the ordinary ones. Who are you, and what business do you have with me? The troglodyte king looked at Rowan at the entrance. Only level 26. Just a weakling. Rowan didn't even bother with nonsense. Soul stripping, modification, then stuff back in. Besides the tribal king, there was also a tribal priest. The two were the strongest in the tribe. Rowan also found the priest, performed soul stripping and modification, and then stuffed the soul back. He obtained some information from these two high-ranking members, but not much was truly noteworthy. The reason Rowan controlled the troglodytes was primarily to have them mine for him. There were many good things underground. Minerals were one type, and special resources were another. Not only were there minerals but also various alchemy materials. Although the levels weren't very high, it was better than nothing. Accumulating small amounts would allow him to craft a large batch of low-level items. To Rowan, items equaled experience. Having controlled the troglodyte leadership, Rowan made mining their primary task, telling them to waste less time on other things. If food was insufficient, he would provide it for them. All they had to do was help him mine and collect materials. For tribal races like this, the method of control was very simple. As long as the strongest few in the tribe were controlled, they would control the ordinary members of the entire tribe, requiring no effort from Rowan. However, because the soul-stripping skill had usage limits, Rowan could only rest in this tribe for a while before setting out again. After staying for a day, led by Kakakuku, Rowan went to find the Blue Maggot clan. As the two major races living underground, the troglodytes were very clear about the location of the Blue Maggot clan. However, Rowan really didn't want to deal with these guys. Because the Blue Maggot clan was actually made of giant insects, looking like maggots, which was very disgusting. But it couldn't be helped. To gain experience, he had to interact with even the most disgusting creatures. Rowan held his nose and caught a few high-ranking members, controlling them using soul stripping. Then, he left immediately without looking back. This underground space really wasn't a place for normal people. Returning to the surface, Rowan let out a long breath. With 2 major races underground collecting materials for him, he only needed to come by every once in a while to collect them. As for the surface, the situation was a bit more complicated. There were many races on the surface, and after some selection, Rowan chose the Moshian people as his targets for control. The Moshian people were born with powerful magical abilities, and were a very strong race in the hills. It was the same old routine: soul stripping, modification, and giving orders. The mission for the Moshian people was also very simple: collect some surface resources and, if possible, provide some food for the 2 underground races. For the hills, Rowan just harvested some resources without causing too much destruction. But even so, it still had some impact. Most notably, the plan to attack the Holy Kingdom this month was cancelled. You see, the hills would attack the Holy Kingdom every month or 2. However, after Rowan arrived, he harvested so much that the high-level combat power of the hills was 20% lower than normal, so they didn't have the strength to assemble troops. Returning to the mountain peak, Rowan found little Nia leaning on her staff, draped in clothes and dozing off. After not seeing her for just a few days, her level had actually increased by 1, now reaching level 5. Through the crow's vision, Rowan was actually aware of what had happened recently. This little girl hadn't slacked off just because he wasn't around; she had been studying seriously every day. During that time, she had encountered monsters a few times, killing the enemies using the magic she had learned and the magic bullets from her staff. Ahem, Rowan cleared his throat. She was still sleeping. Ahem, ahem. Ah, teacher. Little Nia panicked and wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. You're back. I'm so sorry, I accidentally fell asleep. It's fine. I didn't mean to. She was a bit panicked. I'm not blaming you. You're still growing, so you'll grow faster if you sleep more. Let's go home. Okay, teacher. Because of the existence of his clones, they would handle the troublesome matters. Rowan's main body only needed to study magic properly and play his role as a master blacksmith. Chapter 92, The Great Desert Tornado. Chapter 93, The Great Desert Tornado. After returning home from the hills, Quirit of the Holy Kingdom rushed over before I could even take a break. This fellow often comes over to keep up appearances, and over time, our relationship has grown closer. From Quirit's perspective, Rowan is a newly made friend. Although they haven't met many times, they stand on equal footing in terms of status. The Holy Queen and Quirit have an excellent relationship, but one defined by hierarchy. Her sister is family, and everyone else is a subordinate. She doesn't have many true friends, which is why Rowan is quite good. There is no hierarchy or conflict of interest between him and Quirit, embodying the feeling of a gentleman's friendship being pure as water. Of course, that's Quirit's view. In Rowan's eyes, this guy is just trying to establish presence whenever possible, purely to recruit him. Once they were in the study and alone, Quirit said, Rowan, have you heard about the big event that is about to happen in the neighboring Dolor Great Desert? Rowan was stunned by his question. Rowan knew about the Dolor Desert. It was right next to the Holy Kingdom. Resources there were relatively scarce, and there was nothing particularly noteworthy. It wasn't mentioned in the main storyline, though a side story might have briefly touched upon it. Its location should be below the hills area. After finishing business in the hills, I flew straight back and didn't detour to the desert. I haven't heard of any big event. It's like this: have you ever heard of the Great Desert Tornado? Rowan shook his head, looking bewildered. He shook his head, pretending not to know, but in reality, he did have some related information, just not much. Some desert monsters lived there, and the creatures in the desert region worshipped a dragon race known as the Translucent Dragon King. The Translucent Dragon King clearly does not belong to the true Dragon King lineage. It didn't appear in the storyline, so its strength is hard to gauge, but it shouldn't exceed level 80, nor does it possess origin magic. Rowan currently has many backup plans, so he isn't overly worried. Well, the Dolore Desert has a very famous sight. A massive tornado, thousands of meters in diameter and impossibly tall. What's peculiar is that it occurs every 30 years on the same date and at the same location. According to the Holy Kingdom's records spanning hundreds of years, it has never failed. That's a new one. Rowan genuinely hadn't paid attention to that. It sounded like an urban legend. So a new tornado is about to appear. Yes. Every year around this time, a large number of adventurers want to investigate the tornado's secret, but no one who enters the tornado has ever returned. Even so, it attracts many adventurers. As long as you don't enter it, it is quite safe. That great tornado is truly one of the continent's greatest spectacles. Rowan eyed the other person suspiciously. The Holy Kingdom representative blushed slightly. Ahem, this year, the Holy Kingdom will also organize an expedition team to go, and I will be one of them. So I wanted to ask you if you'd like to join us. Rowan was indeed a little interested. Such a highly regular great tornado didn't seem like a natural formation. I apologize. Although I would really like to check it out with you, I have some matters back home that I need to return and handle, so I might not be able to go. Rowan started making excuses. He wanted to go, but he couldn't act freely if he went with these people. Oh, I see. In that case, there's nothing we can do. Yes, it's a pity. After exchanging a few more words, Kirat said goodbye and left. Is this guy trying to invite me along so they can play the emotional card later and recruit me into the Holy Kingdom? They are really dedicated to the Holy Kingdom. Both the Holy Kingdom and the Holy Queen value the Holy Kingdom immensely and wish to do something for it. When they encounter talented individuals, they try to recruit them. They genuinely care about the Holy Kingdom. Unfortunately, Rowan cannot be tied down to this place. So, sticking to the usual arrangement, Wind Chime will remain in the Holy Kingdom to look after things. As for little Nia, Rowan was more conflicted. He highly valued this little girl. If he kept her by his side, he could foster their relationship and provide guidance, allowing her to grow quickly. If he just left her to grow naturally, she might not achieve the desired results later on. However, keeping her by his side was inconvenient, and they might encounter dangers. Rowan called little Nia over and told her frankly that he was going to a very dangerous place where he might not have time to look after her, and she might die if danger struck. Then he asked if she wanted to follow him. If she went, she might face fatal danger. If she didn't go, she would stay in the Holy Kingdom with Wind Chime and study diligently. Little Nia hesitated. Rowan initially thought she would stay in the Holy Kingdom, but unexpectedly, the little girl quickly and resolutely said, I want to follow teacher. Why? That place is very dangerous. It's okay. Nia will also become stronger. Little Nia hugged her staff, meeting Rowan's gaze, the timidity in her eyes having largely faded. Well, that's fine too. You can't become strong just by studying, experience is equally important. Prepare yourself, then. We will depart in 3 days. Yes. Although they were going to the desert, the preparatory work was necessary, and there was quite a bit of it. First, Rowan went to gather intelligence. The information he received was consistent with what Quirit had said. According to historical records, the time for the tornado's appearance was next week. In fact, every time the tornado appears, the Holy Kingdom organizes a team of experts to investigate, and Quirit is one of them this time. Besides the Holy Kingdom, the theocracy and the Empire also send people to scout. As for the kingdom, they do not, as they lack the capability. Additionally, Rowan tried to find information about the Great Tornado and the Translucent Dragon King, but unfortunately, all the information was worthless. The Translucent Dragon King has always been a legendary existence, and no one has ever seen him appear. Regardless, nothing that needs preparation can be left out. Rowan urgently created a clone and named it Shadow 1, tasking it with gathering intelligence for him. Because it was rushed and lacked sufficiently excellent materials, its quality was predictable, barely over level 30. Furthermore, he prepared some equipment for little Nia. A supreme magic robe that could conceal her figure, reduce her presence, and had decent defense. Magic boots that could increase her escape speed, and in critical moments, could be infused with magic to maintain invisibility for a period. Rowan invested a lot of effort into her, and didn't want her to perish prematurely. As for the limit break ability, Rowan had not used it on her yet. Strength increases quickly at low levels, and using it on her now would be a waste. The energy is better suited for crucial optimization forging materials. Given her low level, using precious energy on her would be pure waste. 3 days passed. After confirming nothing was overlooked, Rowan departed with little Nia. Chapter 93, Desert Town. Chapter 94, Desert Town. The Dolor Great Desert. 2 outsiders arrived at a northern desert town. One was a tall, thin, middle-aged mage, and the other was a small mage holding a large magic wand. Both of their appearances looked very ordinary, like the faces of people from the Empire. They looked travel-worn, as if they had come from a very far place. Recently, there have been many outsiders coming to the desert, so the arrival of these two did not attract anyone's attention. There are actually quite a few races living in the desert, mainly the scorpion people, as well as some monsters and even elemental creatures. It is very rare to see human figures here. It is only lively during the time when the great tornado descends. The two who arrived here were naturally Rowan and little Nia. Rowan used magic to conceal their original appearances, posing as 2 wandering mages. Without using high-level detection magic, it is impossible to discover their true identities. If someone were to cast detection magic on them to their faces, Rowan would let that person know what a rampaging wandering mage is. Although the surroundings were full of strange-looking scorpion people, many were eyeing the two with ill intent, as if they wanted to devour them alive. Amidst the various gazes, little Nia remained calm and composed, unaffected. Putting other things aside, this mindset is actually quite good. In truth, it wasn't that Nia had a good mindset, she just had a blind faith in Rowan. As the time for the great tornado to appear approached, the number of outsiders in this area increased. This kind of border town had become much livelier than before, and of course, it had also become much more chaotic. Rowan saw quite a few humans. Humans from afar, I think you need a guide. An old scorpion person blocked Rowan's path. This old one is over 70 years old this year, and has experienced the great tornado twice. This time will be the 3rd. Would you like to consider it? This was an old scorpion person. Rowan glanced at him, and saw that he was a level 9 mage. No problem, what's the fee? Hee, I will guide you for a month and arrange your accommodation. I'll charge you 80 silver coins. 80 silver coins. Such a profiteer. Rowan couldn't help but think of the profiteers at tourist attractions in another world, who would desperately try to make money whenever the peak season arrived. However, here it only happened once every 30 years, so it was understandable. Rowan pulled out a handful of silver coins and tossed them to him. The old scorpion person immediately beamed with joy. Many thanks, many thanks. Please follow me, the two of you, my home is over here. Rowan was skilled and bold, so he wasn't afraid of being ambushed. The old scorpion person lived in a house on the edge of the town. The houses here were all built of stone, and everything was covered in sand, with not a trace of green to be seen. Their food was also different from that of ordinary humans. The old scorpion person offered food as well, but Rowan had no intention of trying it. The old scorpion person arranged accommodation for them upstairs, which was kept reasonably clean. Rowan asked the old scorpion person for some information. However, to his disappointment, having lived here his whole life, his understanding of the Great Tornado was only superficial, even attributing it to the result of the translucent Dragon King's divine power. There was simply no valuable information. And every time the Great Tornado appeared, it was also the time when the desert residents held grand celebrations. Their celebration had only one theme, the translucent Dragon King. Rowan secretly observed the town through the vision of a crow and discovered that the creatures here all worshipped the translucent Dragon King, and their faith in it had been engraved into every aspect of their lives. However, Rowan did not find any traces of the Dragon King's existence. The translucent Dragon King was just a legend. There was no indication that this Dragon King had ever existed. Little Nia had been very calm outside, but after they checked in, she became somewhat nervous, probably because she was sharing a room with Rowan. Rowan reached out and pointed into the air. A strange magical network spread out from his fingertip, like a large green mosquito net being draped over everything. Inside this magical barrier, the air became less dry, and the ubiquitous tiny sand particles were cleared away. What magic is this? Nia curiously examined the magical barrier. It seems this magic is not among the first-tier spells you taught me. Oh, why do you think this is a first-tier spell, and not a second-tier one? Because the magic power consumed by this spell is very low, even lower than most first-tier spells, Nia replied. Her talent was good. Although she hadn't been learning for very long, she could now determine the approximate tier of a spell. You could say it's a first-tier spell, but this is actually a spell I created on a whim. Little Nia, you must remember, magic is not fixed, it is arbitrary and free-flowing. The tiered magic you have learned is merely magic created by predecessors that is stable and refined enough, but that does not mean you can only use these spells. Magic, can it be created at will? Nia asked, somewhat puzzled. Yes, but most people in this world are limited by their talent. It is already very difficult to learn magic, and very few people research and discover magic with divergent thinking. I hope you are the latter. As Rowan spoke, he tapped his finger lightly. A firebird made of flames, a lightning bird made of electricity, and a freeze bird condensed from ice circled around Nia, nearly making her dizzy. Magic is a phenomenon caused by relying on one's own spirit to leverage the power of this world. Among the four major systems, the magic power system uses one's own magic power to leverage the ubiquitous magic power of the world to release power. If you can feel this, you can control these natural magic powers at any time. But since you are of the spirit system, you need to use your spirit to resonate with the world. Teacher, I can't do it. I can only feel my own spirit. Take your time. You can't sense it because your spirit isn't strong enough. However, when casting magic, this spirit will fluctuate. You need to pay attention to that fluctuation. Now cast a spell you just learned. Yes. Nia said, and with a serious face, she used a spirit system spell on Rowan, mental disturbance. The destructive power of this spell was quite limited. It could only interfere with enemies, causing them to suffer negative states such as dizziness or nausea, but it was of no use to Rowan. That's not right. There is a problem here. First, Rowan was teaching Nia in the room, while in a desert far from the town, a man wearing a black robe with a long sword at his waist was walking forward step by step. A crow circled in the air, seemingly guiding his way. Beneath the black robe was an ordinary, expressionless face, and his gaze appeared somewhat dull. This was precisely the puppet Rowan had created using scraps, codenamed Shadow 1. Ahead, a large scorpion people tribe could already be seen. He approached the tribe step by step. When he got within a certain range, the warriors of the scorpion people tribe charged at him. They did not issue any warnings. In the eyes of the scorpion people, a lone human was merely a sheep, and they would dare to attack even a whole squad of humans. In the eyes of the scorpion people, humans were nothing more than food. However, they underestimated the strength of the human before them. A blade flashed, and the leading scorpion person was cut down with a single strike. Experience plus 550. A notification popped up before Rowan's main body, but he did not stop his actions and continued to explain the key points of magic to little Nia. Chapter 94, Giant Desert Worm. Chapter 95, Giant Desert Worm. Subordinates could not provide him with experience, neither Alka nor the Crow, but avatars did not have this problem. Whether it was this current scrap avatar, or the avatar on Forgotten Island, which was a masterpiece of his forging and alchemy skills. Both would bring Rowan experience because, strictly speaking, they were also a part of Rowan's main body. This gave Rowan a new idea for gaining experience. The main body could focus on researching magic while harvesting monster experience could be left entirely to the avatars. Unfortunately, due to the effects of soul splitting, Rowan could not create too many avatars. If he split off too many, it would weaken his soul and significantly decrease his cognitive abilities. According to Rowan's estimation, with his current strength, splitting off 4 would be about the limit. On the other side, although Shadow One's level wasn't particularly high, it was already at a crushing level for these Scorpion people. One by one, the Scorpion people fell under Shadow One's blade. With a single Batogiri, a whole circle of enemies around him collapsed simultaneously. Before long, a ring of Scorpion people lay around him. The Scorpion people leader didn't even flee, instead, he pulled out a horn and blew it. The entire Scorpion people tribe became restless as group after group of Scorpion people rushed out with weapons. Scorpion people were combative. When encountering a powerful enemy, they would swarm forward rather than run away. Shadow One slaughtered tirelessly. Occasionally, some low-level magic or arrows hit his body, but they didn't affect him much. One by one, the Scorpion people fell, and the corpses around him grew in number, covering a large area in a short time. The leader of the Scorpion people tribe was a powerful warrior in his early 20s, but under Shadow One's thunder slash, he was cut down without any ability to resist. After an unknown amount of time killing, Shadow One was covered in the blood of Scorpion people. Finally, they broke and began to flee, and Shadow One started his pursuit. Meanwhile, Rowan was in a very pleasant mood. Although the experience wasn't much, at least it was coming in. Accumulated over time, he would level up sooner or later. On the distant Forgotten Island, the Azura clone setting up magic circles also provided him with job experience. Although it only came in every few days, each amount was massive, basically over 100,000 experience points. For a 10 million point experience bar, it was still a bit low. After returning, he would need to collect some materials and make another avatar. Shadow One killed every living creature he saw, leaving behind only an empty camp. After searching around, he found mostly worthless items. He discovered several statues of the translucent Dragon King. In this desert, the faith in this Dragon King was truly ubiquitous. Additionally, there were some barely usable materials, which the crow brought back to Rowan's main body. Shadow One rested for a while before setting off again, mainly to relieve mental stress and repair minor physical wounds. After packing up, he continued his journey. The crow was his eyes, searching for Scorpion people, and the locations of various other monsters, keeping his slaughter efficiency high. 3 days later. From the Holy Kingdom's party, a paladin emerged from a damaged camp. "Captain, this camp is the same as the previous ones, the inhabitants were slaughtered rather than plundered. Food and water are still there. Judging by the monsters' wounds, they all died from sword strikes." Quirit had a bit of a headache. Clearly, this wasn't a conflict between tribes. If it were, the wounds would be varied and food and water would have been taken. In the desert, those are the most vital resources. But the evidence before her suggested this wasn't a tribal conflict. It was likely done by a lone individual rather than a unit. She didn't know what this being's objective was. The people of the Holy Kingdom loathed demi-humans. The more of them died, the happier they were. Their only concern was who had done this and whether they would attack them. Quirit estimated that if she led a squad of guards, she could achieve this level of destruction, but she couldn't do it alone. She lacked the ability to wipe out an entire tribe by herself. "Let's go, ignore it. We just need to do our own job," Quirit said. Even if they encountered that being, her side wouldn't necessarily lose. After all, they were an elite squad, far superior to any demi-human tribe. "Yes, Captain." Quirit opened the map. Their goal this time was the place where the Great Tornado was generated, also known as the location of the Great Altar. Every time, the Great Tornado generated there at the same time with great precision. But after many years of research, no one had discovered its secret. After the great tornado formed, some ventured inside, but not a single person who entered ever returned alive. They were either torn apart by the terrible storm as they approached, or they used teleportation magic to enter, only to vanish and never come out again. There were various speculations regarding the Great Tornado, with three main theories currently prevailing. The first speculation was that this was a remnant of a failed magical ritual from a once-existent great empire, which lay hidden beneath the desert. The second speculation was that it was a phenomenon caused by some sort of super magic item. The third speculation was that it was a phenomenon appearing upon the birth of a monster called the Angry Snake, though no one had ever seen such a creature. Of course, the locals believed it was a miracle caused by the god they worshipped, the translucent Dragon King. In any case, opinions were divided, and no one had definitive evidence to explain the phenomenon. Although Quirit was leading the squad this time, she actually had no confidence and treated it as a mere observation mission. Thinking about a certain guy who had rejected her invitation, Quirit felt both angry and annoyed. After the Holy Kingdom's party had traveled some distance, the scout team in the group issued an alert. "Captain, there's someone ahead, dressed in black, acting alone. Their strength is not weak." Quirit's expression turned serious. Acting alone? Could it be the person who slaughtered the Scorpion people tribes? "Keep your distance and observe first. See if it's someone from the Empire or the Theocracy," Quirit ordered. Yes. What was going on? Was it a coincidence? Or a premeditated action? Neither the Empire nor the Theocracy should have any conflict of interest with the Holy Kingdom. On the contrary, they often collaborated because of the demi-human problem. Just then, a slight vibration came from the ground. "Not good, watch your feet. There's something underneath," Quirit shouted. Just as she finished speaking, a giant sandworm burst out from underground. Its massive body was like a behemoth. Without a word, it spat a mouthful of strong acid directly at them. Chapter 95, Clementine. Chapter 96, Clementine. Holy Shield. Quirit reached out and pointed, and a massive shield of holy light blocked them. The strong acid spat out by the giant sandworm sizzled against the shield, but it failed to break the defense. After all, it was a fourth-tier spell, it wouldn't be broken so easily. This is a desert monster, a death sandworm. We've been targeted. Everyone, attack. The squad members were familiar with the desert and had done their research beforehand. Thus, though surprised, they didn't panic and began using magic to attack the massive creature. The mages began chanting spells while the warriors took the front line. On the other side, Shadow 1 also noticed the situation here. Death Sandworm. Karma, -100. Level, 28. Sandworm, LV20, Armed Mage, LV8. Humph, its strength isn't weak. In this area of Scorpion people tribes, it certainly lives up to its domineering name. That mouthful of strong acid really isn't easy to block. So should I go over and take a look? The answer was yes. Wouldn't I be a fool not to take the experience points? Shadow 1 quickly approached, and his movements were noticed by the group from the Holy Kingdom. Quirit's expression became very unpleasant. Damn it, it's a trap. That guy can actually join forces with a death sandworm. How did he do it? Were those Scorpion people tribes also wiped out using this kind of method? Quirit was clearly overthinking things. Shadow 1's target was only the giant sandworm. The sandworm was thick-skinned and fleshy, magic didn't have much effect on it. That thick layer of fat had a strong resistance to magic. As for physical attacks, with such a massive body, they weren't easy to make effective either. Damn it, it's too fast. What should we do? Cold sweat broke out on Quirit's forehead. Under a pincer attack from both sides, their squad would surely perish. You guys deal with the worm, I'll handle that man in black. Don't be stingy with scrolls if you encounter danger. Yes, Captain. Shadow 1 arrived quickly but was intercepted by a member of the Night Order dressed in white. The person was none other than an old acquaintance, Captain Quirrell. However, she currently couldn't recognize that the puppet before her was actually Rowan's clone. "Sir, may I ask what business you have coming here?" Shadow 1 glanced at her, his expression extremely cold. It had to be cold. This youthful mini-version puppet was simply incapable of making expressions. Even if Rowan wanted to appear a bit friendlier, he couldn't. "Step aside. This sandworm is my prey." "Your prey?" Shadow 1 drew his longsword. "I have no intention of becoming an enemy of the Holy Kingdom's people, so please do not obstruct me." Quirrell felt apprehensive. Better to avoid trouble if possible. She signaled for her squad members to retreat. As for Rowan, he charged straight ahead. The sandworm had been worn down a bit, its body was now covered in colorful magical marks, and its temper had become extremely violent. It lunged to bite Shadow 1 directly. Badogiri. The arc of blade light slashed fiercely into the head of the lunging sandworm, carving out a massive wound, but Shadow 1 was also sent flying by the impact. The sandworm let out a massive scream. It was quite a feat for a mere worm to make such a loud noise. Shadow 1's materials were still a bit too poor. If it were the main body, that single strike would have decapitated it. Although he took a hit, Shadow 1 didn't sustain much damage. All abilities active. Quick Step. Thunder Slash. Frozen Slash. Flame Slash. The farmer's 3 slashes struck the sandworm repeatedly, carving out one massive wound after another. The sandworm howled in pain, and green blood splattered everywhere. These 3 moves were a fusion of Rowan's martial arts and elemental power, essentially self-created techniques. However, their power was average. They weren't worth using for the main body, but they were useful for the clone. The sandworm went into a frenzy, charging at him in an attempt to swallow him whole. It's just a worm after all, its intelligence is too low. It learns its lesson but doesn't remember it. Charged Badogiri. An even larger blade light slashed out, carving deep into the previous wound. Green blood sprayed out like it was free. The sandworm turned vicious, condensing lightning in its mouth. A bolt of lightning struck Shadow 1, who couldn't dodge in time. Shadow 1 wasn't great at other things, but his body's durability was decent. Taking one lightning cannon wouldn't make him fall apart. He rushed up with several martial arts techniques, and finally split the sandworm's head open. The massive insect corpse collapsed to the ground. On the other side, Rowan also received a notification. Experience plus 450,000. Not bad, not bad. The experience is very generous, second only to the White Dragon King's dragon consorts. It's quite rare for this level to provide so much experience. Unfortunately, the monster's level was too low, so this carcass doesn't have much value. But Shadow 1 still diligently and thriftily searched through the pile of meat. After a moment, he found something good. Ha, a drop. Sandworm heart. Intermediate. Shadow 1 dug out a green heart the size of a fist from the insect's body. It was truly incredible that such a large worm had such a small heart. The sandworm heart is the source of a sandworm's power, and has many uses, primarily in alchemy. Reaching the intermediate grade is quite good, taking it back for alchemy can produce some nice items. Shadow 1 turned around and found the Holy Kingdom group warily holding their formation, looking at him as if they had seen a ghost. Quirrett's heart was also heavy. So powerful. Where did this expert come from? Although she and her sister were powerful, known as the Holy Kingdom's Genius Sisters and ranking in the top 5 in terms of strength within the Holy Kingdom, facing this man, Quirrell realized she had absolutely no chance of winning. Not a single possibility, unless she used a life-saving treasure. Just where did this person come from? Yo, when did such a powerful expert appear in the Holy Kingdom? A figure descended from the sky, landing on the sand nearby. She shook her clothes with great disgust. There's sand everywhere, It's so disgusting. Everyone looked at this short-haired girl who had jumped down from the sky and seemed a bit crazed. She doesn't look like someone from the Holy Kingdom. Quirit looked at the other party, her heart full of vigilance. Slain Theocracy, Black Scripture's ninth seat, Clementine the Windstride. Hee, you actually know my name. You're quite something, little sister. You must be that Quirit, one of the so-called twin geniuses of the Holy Kingdom. I wonder how strong you are. She drew two stilettos and flourished them, but her eyes were fixed on Shadow One. To her, this captain was just whatever. Killing her in a one-on-one fight wouldn't be difficult. But the Sandworm was different. Even she wasn't confident she could handle it, yet this man had done it. Who exactly is he? I really want to fight him. Is he truly stronger than me? Chapter 96, Gale defeated. Chapter 97, Gale defeated. Rowan noticed this intruder too. There was no helping it, it was hard not to recognize the famous Sister Hwaji. In the story, she later betrayed the Theocracy, stole one of their treasures, and joined the evil organization Zuranorn. Later, because she provoked the Bone King, she was crushed to death in his embrace. At this point in time, had she not yet betrayed the Theocracy and joined Zuranorn? Rowan scanned her, her level was 29, just having stepped into the hero rank. She was slightly weaker than she would be in a few years, but she already surpassed the warrior captain. Don't let her funny death in the story fool you, she was actually a genius warrior, the kind stronger than the warrior captain. Among humans, few warriors were stronger than her. Hey, what's your name? Shadow One ignored her, tidied up, and left directly. Clementine's eyes flickered with a dangerous light. She crouched down. Ability boost. Greater ability boost. Fortress of no return. Flow acceleration. Super evasion. Gale speed. She transformed into a ray of light. Knowing the strength of the opponent before her, she unleashed her strongest attack right from the start. No one could withstand this attack, not even an enemy in the hero rank domain. This crazy woman. Lightning slash. The slash, accompanied by violent lightning, collided fiercely with the opponent. Her speed was very fast, others couldn't keep up with her movements, but Rowan was different. Although this body was just pieced together from scraps, the entity within it was the real deal. Even so, the skill Rowan used was the fastest of the Farmer 3 slashes, Lightning Slash. The long blade collided fiercely with the dual stiletto swords, and the violent energy blew everything around them away. Quirit looked grim. She couldn't beat either of these two guys in front of her. So-called kingdom geniuses were laughably weak, she only felt frustrated now. Her teammates nearby were also very nervous. Let's go, let's leave immediately while we can. Yes, Captain. The retreating Holy Kingdom squad did not attract the attention of the two, they were fully focused on their fight. The long blade and dual swords collided incessantly, a series of impact sounds like firecrackers. Clementine's speed was extremely fast. She was also very excited by an enemy who could keep up with her speed, becoming increasingly manic. Haha, impressive. You are one of the few guys who can keep up with my speed. Then, what about this move? Lightning strike. The high-speed lightning hit Shadow One's body, however, Shadow One was not significantly affected. Damn guy, is your defense that strong? Clementine gritted her teeth, but a bone-chilling cold came towards her, her body felt like it was about to freeze. Ice slash. Clang. At the critical moment, she managed to block it. However, what followed immediately was flame slash. Violent flame power followed. Clementine defended with all her might. The two forces of extreme cold and extreme heat constantly ravaged her body, but that wasn't the end. Charging up, Badogiri. A dazzling blade light flashed. Her clothes were split open, and a long knife wound appeared from bottom to top, with blood continuously gushing out. If not for the effects of super evasion and Fortress of No Return allowing her to dodge at the last moment, this move would have been enough to split her in half. Her clothes fell to the ground, accompanied by blood. Cough, cough, damn guy. Why would there be someone this strong? Speed, strength, perception, defense, there were absolutely no weaknesses. Even the martial arts were so special. Shadow One hesitated for a moment, but abandoned the idea of killing her. Instead, he sheathed his weapon and turned to leave. Why didn't you kill me? Clementine shouted from behind. Blood kept spilling onto the ground, but she seemed not to feel it. However, Shadow One did not answer. What's your name? Shadow One was getting further and further away. Shadow. Shadow One finally said the first sentence. Clementine's body trembled as she took out a potion to treat her wounds. Shadow. This guy, who on earth is he? Why not kill Clementine? There were several reasons. One reason was that the opponent was a rare familiar face. The funny face made Rowan feel very interesting, so he wanted to spare her life. The second reason was that perhaps he could get some things from the theocracy through her. Since she could betray the theocracy to join Zuranorn later, she could naturally betray the theocracy to join his side. Killing her now would only net Rowan a small amount of experience, not even enough for a tenth of an experience bar, while keeping her alive might allow him to fish out some good things from the theocracy. The theocracy could be said to have the deepest foundation among the human kingdoms, even possessing top-tier items like world items. No one could say for sure how many good things were hidden. This desert was truly lively, even experts from the theocracy had come. He wondered what kind of experts the Empire would send. On the other side, after Rowan received the heart of the sandworm, he processed it and put it away. This thing was a good alchemy material. Although not as good as the White Dragon King. Sigh, another day missing the White Dragon King. Mental disturbance. Accompanied by a crisp shout, a scorpion person in front stumbled. Magic bullet. A huge fireball blew the scorpion person's head to pieces. Actually, there were other scorpion people, but they were sprayed to death by Rowan one by one. Little Nia was already used to Rowan spitting out colorful breath from time to time. She knew her teacher was practicing this ability. The power of this move was surprisingly great. So far, she hadn't seen any creature able to withstand this move. Whether it was scorpion people or monsters, they died in one spray. Spitting colorful energy from his mouth looked quite strange. In fact, Rowan practiced his breath whenever he had nothing to do, just to increase the skill level. Practicing until now, it had already been raised to level 4. Among a pile of growth-type skills, this skill level was considered relatively high. Rowan's transcendent breath possessed a magic penetration characteristic, which was a special attack against high-defense enemies, so he valued it highly. Enemies in the later stages all had very high defense and various immunity-type abilities, so transcendent breath had to be leveled up to the max. As for little Nia, her combat was becoming more and more proficient, and her mental disturbance was also looking the part. Her growth speed was very fast, living up to Rowan's hard cultivation. Rowan stayed in that small town for a few days, and after collecting some information, he left the town and headed directly to the Great Altar. As for the original guide, forget it. After asking for information, there wasn't much value left. The Desert Great Tornado was generated from the location of the altar every time. As a researcher, the generation of the Desert Great Tornado was an important research topic. Chapter 97, The Tornado Appears. Chapter 98, The Tornado Appears. As for the scorpion people they encountered on the way, Rowan handled some himself, while leaving the weaker ones for little Nia to deal with. Gradually, she also grew accustomed to these battles. After walking for a while, they finally arrived near the Great Altar. Among them, the people from the Empire had already arrived, led by a high-level mage, though Flutter was nowhere to be seen. Thinking about it, Flutter must have already researched this thing, and given up after finding nothing. But others hadn't given up. The Empire's side had already set up some strange magic circles, looking as if they were trying to detect the magical fluctuations generated by the Great Tornado. It had quite a scientific research feel to it. Further away, the people from the Holy Kingdom had also just arrived. They looked a bit downcast, and Quirit glanced over from a distance before losing interest. Rowan found a clean spot. He used magic to establish a barrier, then spread out a cloth, sat on it with little Nia, set up a table, and read a book while drinking tea. He didn't look like he was there to study the great tornado, but rather like he was on a picnic. The magic barrier he'd set up casually was very effective. It not only blocked the intense sunlight but also kept out the wind and sand, lowered the temperature, and adjusted the humidity. Outside was an extreme climate, while inside was an air-conditioned room. Staying in an air-conditioned room was one thing, but sitting there drinking tea and watching a crowd of people bake in the sun outside made it feel exceptionally comfortable. The people outside all glared at them. As time passed, more and more people arrived, humans, scorpion people, and even some demi-human races. After a large number of scorpion people gathered, they began to hold their festival ritual. Rowan was still quite interested in the translucent Dragon King, but unfortunately, there was no chance for a meeting. "Hee, Mr. Mage, could you let me in to rest for a bit?" A familiar voice came from outside the magic circle. Rowan's brow twitched. "Why are you everywhere? Was that slash from before too light?" Looking at Clementine, who was wrapped in bandages, Rowan was completely speechless. Perhaps because her arrogant attitude had been suppressed by Shadow One, she looked much more amiable now. "That won't do. This is a private area. If you want to come in, you'll have to provide something good." Clementine was stunned. Normally, she would show this old fellow how powerless a magic chanter was in her hands, but now, because of that guy, she didn't want to cause any more trouble. Suppressing her anger, she flashed a grotesque smile. "I'll give you 10 gold coins, how about that, balance?" She really was rich, offering 10 gold coins just like that. However, Rowan shook his head. Clementine's anger flared up, and her bandaged wounds showed signs of bleeding. No, her injuries were too severe right now, and she didn't want to bake in the sun outside. "Damn guy, this should be enough, right?" She pulled out a small stone and tossed it inside. Rowan reached out and caught it. A low-grade material, a wind magic core. Well, although it wasn't as good as a sandworm's heart, it was still usable. There was no reason to refuse free stuff. "Very well, miss, please come in." Clementine felt she was truly going crazy, wasting so many words on an old man, and even giving him something. She cursed inwardly, but still kept a smile on her face as she stepped into the range of the magic circle. As soon as she entered, she felt the massive difference between here and the outside. Although she had a rough idea of the magic circle's effect from the outside, only after actually entering did she realize how powerful its effect was. This was where humans were meant to stay. This old guy really did have some skills. She sat down to one side and felt a sense of relief in her heart. She finally had a place to rest properly. This damn place was both dry and hot. She must have been out of her mind to come here for a mission. She took out some food and water to eat, then organized her weapons. Beside her, the old mage was focused on his book, and the little girl was also seriously reading her thick tome, appearing completely unguarded. How lax. If she launched a surprise attack, she could kill these two in just a second. People like them wouldn't survive long on the outside. It was lucky for them she didn't want to use force these past 2 days. They'd escaped with their lives. More and more people arrived, and that night, Rowan looked at the sky. The moon in the sky was very round and bright, and the surrounding manna began to grow dense. Rowan keenly sensed a peculiar fluctuation. A strange cross symbol appeared in his eyes, a cross that was deep and pitch-black, like an abyss. He looked toward the altar. Nearby, Clementine muttered to herself, this old man didn't look quite normal either. It's coming, Rowan said. What? A tiny tornado formed in the middle of the altar, then rapidly expanded as a desert tornado began to form quickly. Rowan's eyes grew even brighter. He saw a trace of something, just a tiny bit of exposed aura brought him immense pressure. The tornado grew larger and larger. The Scorpion people were cheering, the Empire's research team was arguing heatedly, and those from the Holy Kingdom were also muttering something. The tornado was like a giant dragon soaring into the sky, constantly spiraling and growing, pulling in the surrounding sand. Those closest to the center had already begun preparing to evacuate. In Rowan's eyes, this was no ordinary tornado, but a natural disaster driven by mana, with the internal mana cutting through everything like blades. If anyone tried to break in, they would be shredded into pieces by the mana. Even the White Dragon King would definitely be unable to resist this mana cutting. Someone tried to use magic items to get close to the tornado, but they were torn apart before they could even touch it. There was no possibility of getting near. Clementine stared for a long time, feeling she had come for nothing, because in her eyes, this was just an ordinary tornado, and she couldn't see anything unusual at all. As for entering the tornado, forget it. Although Clementine was arrogant, she definitely didn't dare to get close. The tornado continued to expand, getting larger and larger, and everyone began to retreat in a scramble. In truth, the so-called research was only possible during the moment the great tornado was forming. Once it had taken shape, it was a total natural disaster with no possibility of approach. Rowan also packed up the magic circle and retreated with little Nia. Clementine also left, cursing under her breath. This magic was really useful, it was just a pity she couldn't kidnap the old man. Clementine felt a bit of regret. "Teacher, are we preparing to go back?" "No, I have to go inside and take a look, but I'll wait until the tornado gets a bit bigger." "That won't it be dangerous?" "Probably, but I must go and see." "During this time, you stay with Shadow for a while." "Okay, please be careful." Rowan nodded, with Shadow 1 looking after her, there wasn't much to worry about. Chapter 98, Forcing Through the Great Tornado. Chapter 99, Forcing Through the Great Tornado. Rowan used flight magic to carry Nia for a distance, leaving her with the Shadow waiting on the periphery. As things stood, he didn't have absolute certainty that he could enter the Great Tornado, and it was even more impossible for Nia. This time he had to give it his all, and there was simply no way to bring Nia along. Furthermore, he didn't know what it was like inside, and it was 9 times out of 10 extremely dangerous. He had originally thought about letting her gain some experience, but now it seemed the level of danger far exceeded his expectations. Rowan didn't have much confidence himself, so just in case, he controlled his Azura clone to rush in this direction. If the situation turned dire, he could still serve as backup from the outside. As for Alka, forget it, his level was only in the 50s, so he couldn't get involved at all. The Azura clone used an invisibility spell, and then flew toward the Great Tornado at an extremely high speed. The speed was so fast that it even exceeded the speed of sound. On this side, Rowan waited for a long time, and only after the Azura clone arrived did Rowan prepare to set off. That great tornado had already become a supermassive tornado connecting directly to the sky. Rowan began to fly toward the great tornado. As for why he didn't let the Azura clone scout the path, it was simple. Rowan could rely on the ultimate dragon body of the dragon race Transcender, and his super high defense to withstand the tornado, but the same couldn't be said for the Azura clone. In the event that it was destroyed, Rowan had no materials to make another one. He had to give it his all. Rowan had accumulated some experience during this period, and put it all into the dragon race Transcender. Level up, LV49, level up, LV50, check the comments for specific attributes. After reaching level 50, Rowan's defensive ability increased again, and he also gained an overcoming resistance passive. His defense was terrifyingly high. Rowan's experience could only raise him 2 levels, but after reaching level 50, his entire being felt somewhat different. It was a leap in life. Feeling the surging power within his body, Rowan clenched his fists. He began to cast spells on himself. Magic Barrier, Advanced Barrier, Wind Resistance Barrier, Magic Obstruction, Rowan cast several types of magic shields on himself in succession, and activated the forbidden curse, the pitch-black cross observing the great tornado before him. Nia gripped her magic wand tightly. Although she wanted to follow, she knew that right now, she would only drag her teacher down. Mr. Shadow, teacher. Should be fine, right? The shadow did not answer, only looking ahead with a blank gaze. After approaching a certain distance, Rowan could no longer maintain flight, and had to land. The wind here was like a hurricane, capable of blowing away any object. Maintaining a flight state would only result in being swept into it. Rowan estimated that while he wouldn't die, he would definitely be spun until he was dizzy and disoriented. And that chaotic magic vortex, while it didn't block teleportation magic, meant that without knowing the situation inside or having coordinates, it was impossible to teleport. If he were to teleport rashly, he feared he would be shredded by the endless magic. And the great tornado itself was constantly expanding, the distance between the two sides getting smaller and smaller. He began to walk step by step toward the core of the great tornado. Is this guy crazy? Further away, Quirit was observing from afar using magic. She had a vague impression of this old man. At first, she guessed he might be someone from the theocracy because he was mixed up with Clementine, but after observing him later, that possibility didn't seem very high. He was a very mysterious guy. She hadn't expected this guy to actually dare to approach the great tornado. He used several high-level magic shields, but even shields of this level could absolutely not resist the great tornado. Sure enough, after a while, she observed the opponent's shields being torn apart by the frantic wind force. Under normal circumstances, at this point, he would be torn by the violent wind and swept into the air. But that didn't happen. The moment the shield was torn open, he bent forward and charged ahead, his speed increasing instead of decreasing. The violent wind cut at his body but could not harm him. Too weak, he felt absolutely nothing. He walked toward the core of the great tornado, step by step. In the distance, Quirit was also watching this side. She had lost the ability to speak, and the members of her party were also staring at this scene, dumbfounded. Is this something a human can do? To actually be able to withstand the great tornado with one's own body, what exactly is that? Many people had tried to enter the great tornado before, but all by way of teleportation. Although those people never returned, no one had ever tried to force their way in with their own body. Even the stone men, famous for their super high defense, could not withstand it head-on. But that person had done it. I don't know. Such a terrifying existence, unless the Holy Kingdom's 2 national treasures are used, surely no one is his match. The person beside her muttered. Quirit suspected that even holding the holy sword would not pose a threat to this person, perhaps only the crown would have a chance. Not long after, Rowan had approached the magic vortex area of the great tornado. The great tornado was divided into 3 areas, the core, the middle magic vortex, and the outer hurricane sandstorm vortex. The outer sandstorm was enough to destroy any existence below level 50, and the middle magic vortex was even more terrifying. Although there was no hurricane, the magic was like countless blades and swords. Rowan's Wisdom King manifestation was quickly cut to pieces, and his body was constantly being cut, his clothes shredded, but when the blades cut onto his body, they could not penetrate Rowan's defense. With the ultimate dragon body that immunized against magic below the 8th tier, the Azura's body that reduced damage by 20%, plus defensive power reaching over 60% of max attributes, Rowan's defensive capability was terrifyingly abnormal. To what degree it was terrifying, Rowan himself didn't know. Regardless, if he attacked himself with his strongest magic, he estimated he would only sustain some insignificant minor injuries. A character build aimed at magic output, yet resulting in a super high-level defensive capability, it was certainly strange. Entering the magic vortex area, Rowan's figure could no longer be observed from the outside, otherwise, Rowan's body would have been seen by others. Outside, the people of the Holy Kingdom saw that person's figure disappear into the tornado, life or death unknown, and for a moment, they didn't know what to say. Was that person dead? Quirit didn't know, but her intuition told her that this person was not dead. Perhaps he could enter the core of the Great Tornado. Was the secret of the Great Tornado finally about to be discovered? Rowan didn't know that people were peeping at him from outside. He was fully focused and kept moving forward. Entering the core area of the tornado, the feeling was completely different from the outer ring. The exterior was pure wind power, while the interior was a terrifying magic hurricane. The magic cutting onto his skin felt a bit hot and numb, but he could still hold on. With his current defensive capability, withstanding 8th-tier magic was completely effortless. 8th-tier magic was directly immunized. Although his level wasn't high, his defensive capability already far exceeded that of an ordinary Dragon King. Perhaps it was even approaching that of the legendary True Dragon King. Chapter 99, Translucent Dragon King. Chapter 100, Translucent Dragon King. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the cutting force of the magic began to gradually diminish. After passing through a barrier, the magic's cutting sensation abruptly vanished. Rowan found that he had entered the core area. The core area was incredibly quiet, much like the eye of a storm. Outside, the wild winds howled, but inside, all was calm. His skin felt red and hot, but fortunately, he had sustained no injuries. The ground was made of fine white sand, and looking up, a bright, clear moon hung in the sky. It was peaceful and serene. The area enclosed by the Great Tornado was like a hidden paradise. The core of the Great Tornado was actually not small, and in the air at its center, an item was floating. It was a strange, constantly spinning vortex core. Beneath the item lay the prone figure of a giant dragon, but Rowan's eyes first landed on the item above. Void Vortex Core. Grade, Divine Class. An organ left behind by an ancient existence, capable of controlling the wind. Hiss. At first glance, I thought it was a world-class item. I didn't expect it to just be a material. It gave Rowan quite a shock. However, divine-class material, does such a thing even exist in this world? Using material of this grade to forge a divine-class item would be a waste. This is at least a material for a guild weapon. Still, it's far weaker than a world-class item. Rowan felt a strange sense of disappointment in his heart. It was as if he thought he'd won first prize at first glance, only to find out it was just the second prize after checking carefully. This subtle sense of discrepancy was hard to describe. But perhaps it's for the best. If it were a world-class item, it would be difficult to obtain with my current strength anyway. Rowan shifted his attention to the figure of the giant dragon. Translucent Dragon King. Karma value, -100. Level, 77. Classes, Infant, LV10, Juvenile, LV10, Young Adult, LV10, Old, LV10, Elder, LV5, Ancient, LV5, True Ancestor Dragon, LV1, Dragon Illusionist, LV10, Soul Eater, LV10, Dragon Race Transcender, LV6. Hiss. Rowan sucked in a breath of cold air, and wanted to turn and run immediately. At first glance, he thought it was just an ordinary Dragon King, but he hadn't expected the level to be so high. This terrifying fellow's power was likely only below that of the 4 great true Dragon Kings. If he could master origin magic, he would become a new true Dragon King. Looking at his class structure, he was already at the point of being able to take on a primordial class. Don't see me, don't see me. Rowan turned around, wanting to sneak away. Although divine class materials were precious, they weren't so precious that he was willing to get them at any cost. Human, you are the only human to enter the Great Tornado alive in over 100 years. The translucent Dragon King opened its eyes and looked at Rowan. Rowan froze as if he had been hit by a paralysis spell. He helplessly turned back around. The translucent Dragon King's entire body was a beautiful crystal color, and its golden pupils radiated endless majesty. It was completely different from a trash Dragon King like the White Dragon King. As expected of a Dragon King worshipped as a god. Although its level was high, it wasn't a true Dragon King after all, so it wouldn't be able to instant kill Rowan. Therefore, while Rowan was nervous, he didn't feel the need to immediately self-destruct and resurrect through Alka. Respected Translucent Dragon King, I am very sorry for disturbing you, Rowan said with a respectful face, trying to bluff his way out. Oh? You know of me. Your great name is known to all. Your statues are found throughout the desert. You are the highest existence in the desert region, an omnipotent god. Rowan shamelessly piled on the flattery. I didn't expect you to reside in the center of this great tornado. Heh, so my legend still circulates outside. What boring, lower life forms. The Translucent Dragon King gently flicked its tail. While the dragon race looked down on humans, they wouldn't necessarily kill them on sight. Of course, when they needed to use origin magic, they wouldn't hesitate to take the souls of millions of humans. In fact, some nations established by the dragon race existed solely for the sake of origin magic. Is this tornado a spell released by you? The Translucent Dragon King said lazily, No, that is energy released by the thing above my head. It releases once every 30 years. It's quite a headache, even after studying it for centuries, I still haven't found a way to devour it. Hee hee, you will surely succeed. Interesting. For a human, your strength is a bit too abnormal. It's impossible for a human to break into the Great Tornado. Could it be that you are a descendant of those fellows? Those fellows? I'm not sure who you are referring to. The 8 Greed Kings. Those fellows truly turned the whole world upside down. It's a pity that because I was underground, I didn't get to meet them. I heard the dragon race suffered greatly at their hands. Heh, it's probably because you were so scared you hid underground. The 8 Greed Kings were still very strong. Not to mention 8 max-level top players, they also possessed many world-class items. While not as strong as the Bone King, they were still existence-crushing entities to the ordinary creatures of this world. If not for the existence of some hidden powerhouses, they might have even ruled the world. Unfortunately, although the 8 Greed Kings were strong, they weren't invincible. While later generations claimed they died due to internal strife, that wasn't actually the case. Legendary existences like the 8 Greed Kings, Tue. The Translucent Dragon King opened its mouth and spat, sending a pillar of light surging toward Rowan. A black figure appeared on Rowan's body, protecting him within it, before he was sent flying, crashing heavily into the magic tornado not far away. The original magic tornado had, at some point, become covered in various runes, becoming as solid as a physical object. The great tornado had turned into a prison, transforming this place into a circular arena. The one that appeared on Rowan's body was the immovable Wisdom King. This was a usage Rowan had discovered previously. Immovable Wisdom King Strike is the ultimate skill of the Azura, with 2 abilities. One is to restrict enemies with chains, and the other is to manifest the Wisdom King to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. The Wisdom King statue's output can be controlled. During the previous battle with the White Dragon King, Rowan had manifested the Wisdom King, but was afraid of crushing the White Dragon King's corpse, so he only outputted a portion of the power. A Wisdom King statue that hasn't exhausted its energy can continue to maintain its state. Later, Rowan had a sudden idea. What if he only manifested the Wisdom King statue without outputting power, using it as a shield while hiding inside? This strange idea actually worked. And so, this bizarre scene unfolded. The Wisdom King statue enveloped Rowan, weakening the Translucent Dragon King's strike. His face remained expressionless. High-speed movement. Rowan's body emitted a faint shimmer, and his movements became light and agile. This was a spell that only a third-tier dragon race transcender could master, capable of significantly increasing speed. Unfortunately, while Rowan knew this skill, his opponent knew it as well. This fellow, with such a high level, actually resorted to a surprise attack. How shameless. Moreover, he must have set up the magic circles around here. The effect is to prevent enemies from escaping while also banning space teleportation magic. Truly insidious. However, it can only ban low-level ones, High-level teleportation magic cannot be blocked. Damn it, because my level is too low, I don't have top-tier teleportation at all. Chapter 100, Ultra-High Defense plus Recovery equals a Giant Turtle. Chapter 101, Ultra-High Defense plus Recovery equals a Giant Turtle. Seeing the opponent use a strange ability to block his sneak attack breath, the translucent Dragon King was also greatly surprised. Because according to his observation, the other party's life level was clearly far lower than his own, it should only be at the level of an ordinary Dragon King. Formidable fellow. The descendants of those world defilers don't have this kind of strength at all. You are not their descendant, you are a new defiler. I wouldn't call myself a defiler, just a traveler who wandered in by mistake. A magic wand appeared in Rowan's hand. It was the holy relic magic wand he had crafted earlier. Facing such an enemy, Rowan had to give it his all. Heh, interesting. The translucent Dragon King's body vanished. Rowan's eyes widened, the pitch-black crosses within them capturing every magical fluctuation. This was the forbidden curse eye. Fluctuations of mana had nowhere to hide before these eyes. There. So fast. Rowan didn't have time to react before a dragon claw instantly pierced through the defense of the immovable Wisdom King and grabbed him. What impressive eyes, to actually be able to see my tracks. You are the first human able to detect my traces. Now die. He squeezed with force. Degradation. The translucent Dragon King shuddered, as if something had suddenly been extracted from his body, and his entire being became somewhat withered. His strength, speed, and defense all experienced a slight decline, estimated to be around 2 levels. It wasn't much and the impact on his overall power was very limited, but the translucent Dragon King felt it clearly. At that moment, a massive fireball slammed into his head, knocking him back a few steps, and Rowan broke free from the restraint as a result. That was only a 6th-tier spell. Although its power was boosted by the magic wand, it still failed to break the translucent Dragon King's defense. Rowan also possessed the Dragon Race Transcender class, and knew how troublesome its passive abilities were. It granted direct immunity to spells below the 8th tier, and the spells Rowan was currently learning were all 8th-tier spells. For lower-level beings, this class ability was simply too broken. What kind of magic is this? The translucent Dragon King asked, suspicious and uncertain. Ha, why don't you guess? Rowan retreated while secretly preparing. Some kind of curse magic. Impressive to actually be able to weaken this body of mine even a little. Very impressive. You invaders always have all sorts of strange abilities, but this is the end. The massive gulf between us cannot be erased by such petty tricks. Roar. He let out a massive roar and flew high into the air, a terrifying aura sweeping in all directions. The translucent Dragon King hovered in the sky. Ability Ultra Up. Muscle Maximization. High-speed movement. Damned invader witnessed the true power of a Dragon King. Dragon Dive. His entire body erupted with brilliant light, turning into a beam of light that charged toward Rowan. Damn it. 7th tier Forbidden Curse, Piercing Dark Thunder. Rowan pointed his magic wand, and a bolt of pitch-black lightning soared into the sky, violently colliding with the diving translucent Dragon King. This spell was the strongest Forbidden Curse Rowan had researched, with destructive power comparable to an 8th tier spell. Even an ultimate dragon body couldn't be immune to this magic, let alone since the opponent had been hit by degradation once, causing his physical defense to drop slightly. However, unfortunately, the pitch-black darkness only slightly hindered the light dragon before being scattered in the next instant. That terrifying dragon was like a crazed high-speed aircraft, slamming violently into the immovable Wisdom King in front of Rowan. The immovable Wisdom King only held out for a moment before being dispersed, and the remaining force slammed ruthlessly into Rowan, smashing him into the ground at an angle. The ground seemed to explode, vibrating violently as sand was thrown high into the air, then fell back down like rain. Degradation. The translucent Dragon King's energy was extracted once more. He turned pale with fright and hurriedly moved away from this strange human, flying high into the air. His aura dropped a little bit more. His current strength was roughly around level 72, though it hadn't dropped much, he had indeed been weakened. The translucent Dragon King had never heard of a curse that could be stacked. Although the degree of weakening was small, it felt as if a clump of mud had been thrown at him, making his whole body feel extremely uncomfortable. Damned fellow, what kind of curse is this exactly? Rowan looked wretched in the large crater, his body nearly broken. If not for the dual protection of Ultimate Dragon Body and Azura's body, he would have certainly been smashed into meat paste by now. Cough, cough. Optimization. With a flash of white light, Rowan's state returned to its peak, and he climbed back up. With the two skills Recovery Mage and Mother of Life, it was hard for him to die even if he wanted to. Moreover, that move hadn't even triggered Mother of Life's life-saving passive yet, it wasn't enough. The translucent Dragon King only felt his scalp go numb. Something was wrong, the guy in front of him was very wrong. Although his strength wasn't great, his abilities were extremely bizarre, whether it was the strange curse just now, his current ability to restore his body, or his defensive capabilities that far exceeded his life level. This made him a bit uncertain. Invaders were not gods, they also had to follow the rules of the world. This guy's life level was definitely lower than his own, probably at most around 60. His life level wasn't high, and his abilities manifested as extremely high defense, a bizarre cursing ability, and that recovery ability from just now. The translucent Dragon King's mind raced as he began to think. Everyone has their focus. If it were ordinary defense, his martial skill just now would have absolutely crushed him, but it didn't. He didn't have high-level defensive equipment on him, nor did he use defensive magic. There was only one possibility: his defense level must have reached 7,000 or even higher, and he possessed defense-type abilities. If his defense was very high, then other aspects must be very low. However, he seemed to have used a spell around the 8th tier just now. Was it an item effect? A mage certainly wouldn't have such high defense. The opponent was a curse-type practitioner specialized in defense. That was likely the case. He could never have imagined that this human would possess the same dragon race transcender class as himself, along with the ultimate dragon body ability. Facing a high-defense enemy, the best method was long-range harassment. Moreover, that bizarre cursing ability from before seemed to require proximity to be used. The translucent Dragon King dared not underestimate his opponent any longer. In that case, how about this move? Breath of light. He opened his mouth and spat, and another pillar of light shot toward Rowan. The speed of light was incredibly fast. Even though Rowan was prepared, he still couldn't defend against it. The light beam hit Rowan's chest, sending him flying once more. Rowan's chest was bright red and emitting steam, as if it had been scorched by high temperatures. But it hadn't pierced through. As expected, while this guy's defense was high, his speed was quite normal. The translucent Dragon King felt it was inexplicable, this defensive power was a bit too abnormal. Although the core of his breath was speed, its destructive power wasn't low either. How could this be? The effect seemed very insignificant. Another dragon dive? No, that single martial skill couldn't kill him, and instead made it easy to get hit by a curse. While not fatal, that curse was rather disgusting. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.